after lunch, or breakfast, lunch, and dinner every single day for the rest of my life, and I wouldn't have to eat anything else. You just have different toppings on the pizza, right, to get all your different
Yeah,
nutrients that you need,
sure.
and that's the perfect food. And when I was in um, uh, junior high school, my health teacher told me that pizza was the most dentally and nutritionally good food for you because it had all the food groups, right? So,
Really?
and apparently, depending on which food groups you use more, is what nutrients you get, right?
No.
But that was, obviously the bleached flour makes it different for most people, unless we've got some sourdough crust that we're cooking pizza on lately. So, and apparently if you freeze bread, then it, it helps with whatever, right? Like it helps it not be as harsh on the system.
Hmm. Yeah. Did you know that Pfizer makes 90% of the cheese in the United States?
Yeah, they got chemicals, and there's been like pharmaceutical companies. And I don't really want to talk too much about an high vibe
Yeah.
love tribe,
No,
but
you're
we're gonna
right.
do a meditation here. But
You're
um,
right.
they have in Chicken Factory that they were caught putting arsenic into the chicken. So when people ate the chicken, they would have arsenic in them, and the pharmaceutical company would have more customers if they had a little arsenic, a little too much arsenic in them, right? So they got caught, and they just closed it down and changed the name, and nobody gets in trouble because it's shell
Yeah.
company under shell company under shell company. So
I
there's
think
no person behind it. A corporation's a person, so there's nobody to hold accountability for them poisoning people through food. It's wild. So that's
I
why we
think
have to raise high vibe.
the beautiful thing is the truth is coming out, and it's
Yeah.
coming out fast. So they can't they can't hide anymore, and it will empower us, and we will know the truth, and they will lose their power because of it, because good people don't work that way. We don't seek to harm. We seek to find love, share love, open doors for people, be kind. You know, that is natural for us. I mean, there are some bad people, but I mean, there's some, rotten apples in an apple tree too. I mean, there's nothing you can do it. The thing is, if someone is coming from a place of light, it's too bright.
Yeah, be kind when you share time. I love that. You got a good heart, brother. Okay,
You're
here we
all
go.
light. You're too bright. You blind people, and you don't want to do that either. You want to be soft, a soft light. You know,
Yeah, totally.
that was deep. I get deep sometimes, but I'm glad. I'm glad I caught you tonight because I was busy, but I'm glad I caught you and was able to be here with you. I always
Yeah,
enjoy when we're together. Always.
yeah, man, I love your time. You're beautiful, one of those shining bright souls that makes me happy being around. So, you've definitely warmed into my heart.
Yeah, you too. I mean, it's almost like we were doing the same thing, getting information and sharing that information from different sources, people that have information that not everyone has. So that informing is kind of what we both do. And now you're doing something that's so important, timely, throughout all mankind. This is what needs to happen. The High Vibe Love Tribe is something that will help everybody to be prepared and remain in a higher frequency and not let all the bad news bring us down, but just to keep the hope and the techniques and the healing bowls and Mike.
And we coming to see you all. We're coming to walk the land. We're getting strong, and we're gonna dance everywhere with the High Vibe Love Tribe. So we're coming.
What's happening, guys?
Nice to see you, brother.
Good to see you too. Sorry, I was late. I passed out, man. I had a busy week. I just crashed.
Stories, man. And when you can make it, you can make it. There's no
Yeah,
timer schedule.
for sure.
We don't
here,
accept we don't accept stories here.
I'm happy to be here.
Especially for something like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, nice to see you. So you got some rest. You had a good day. Today was good. I've been doing some weights. Woo! My arm feel like spaghetti at some point, but just gotta go. And then when you put
Me
the
too.
weight down, then it feels so light.
Yeah, me too. I was doing weights up, down, up.
Nice.
But yeah, so Mike was talking about collaborating or doing. Is this what you mean? Doing this or something different?
Something
together?
like this. Yeah, no, I would love to. So I've been working on the High Vibe Love Tribe kind of website, and I would love to, plan the events and have people just go to the website and they can see this there and they can actually chat and join us. So
this is where we're going after this, Michael. So let's go live on the website after this, and then everybody's here. Whoever wants to keep joining us will just come hang out there, and that's how it starts.
We can do that. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I love being part of anything that is going to prepare mankind for what's coming. I think it's very exciting.
Totally. Yeah, community is very important. I've been really excited about being parts of a bunch of communities that are all based with love, and support and just being there for each other intentionally.
Yeah, I love how the creator has brought all of us together, like our tribe, and we're all walking in the same direction in that narrow path with righteousness and in truth.
Totally. I love it. Oh, I'm going to stream this to my channel here.
Yeah, I am as well. I'm on YouTube. I actually streamed our show together as well.
Awesome.
I don't know if I caught it all, but it was being streamed. Let's see here.
And the conversation was good.
Yeah, we had a great time. I really enjoyed talking to Paul on my show.
Yeah, we can get into a lot of different things that all matter to us. And we've heard a lot of different information from different sources, and it's really hard to find the truth within that. They made it very difficult. But faith really helped me, I think. I think I have an unshakable faith that otherwise I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have found any of this out.
Yeah.
That was my prayer. That's what I wanted. I wanted to find the truth, and it was uncomfortable because I knew I was very isolated because, my family were Catholic, and I just knew that everything I was finding out is not going to be okay with them. And it's sad, but, that's where your tribe comes in. Mankind's going to be split, and there's nothing we can do about it. We can't be sad about it. It's all fate and choice. We all have a choice to be here tonight.
Yeah.
I love his optimism is one thing about Paul, that he's just, he's got that optimistic view that everything is just, the ship's going to correct itself. And that's so appealing to have a friend that has an optimistic mind, especially when you're in kind of some spaces where people aren't so optimistic. And then you got other people that are trying to accelerate it and make it happen faster.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of people that are negative because they're being bombarded with negativity, and it's very upsetting. And I try to, accept both sides, negative and positive, work together. They're a part of it. Don't hate one or the other. Just
positive. You don't hate anybody, right? They're just telling people to be negative. They're programming people to be negative. you just forget about the negative and just be positive and live happy and in love and live high vibe,
Mhm.
and everything will fall into place. And there's people like Paul that have that optimistic view, and there's others like him that think they're just gonna
Well, you
fall into
too,
place.
Jesse. You too have that, and me too. And I think
Yeah.
that's really the message of the High Vibe Love Tribe, is that the only thing that you can do in all of this chaos and stuff is be love, is
Yeah.
be the best love that you can be, because that's what is needed, right? In
Mhm.
order for that to raise the
For you,
vibration.
for you,
Yeah,
for you, because if it rises
yeah,
in you, then
yeah,
you've done your part. That's all you have to
exactly.
do is have it rise. Things are very
That's it.
simple. They want
That's
to
it.
complicate things. They want people to be negative about everything, and they might make it too complicated. Just
Yeah,
come back into your shoes. Home is where your heart is, and live love and
yeah,
live high vibe and love people, and put love out there. Be nice, respectful to people, like the
Mhm.
yeah,
golden rule. Treat people how you want to be treated, right? Be
yeah.
nice to people. And if there's people out there that aren't so nice, you just avoid that energy. You don't react
Right.
to it or respond to it and become it, and then try to topple some fucked up energy that you want to be the
Yeah.
king
Yeah,
of shit. Right?
yeah,
What they train people for.
yeah.
I
Well,
liked your guest last night. You had a guest on your show, and I watched it. I admit, I watched it after the fact, but she said something that I mentioned earlier, that someone who's like all light, it can be blinding.
yeah,
It's not comfortable,
yeah,
which is, I agree with that. I love that she said that because it's
yeah.
so true. You have to like accept both sides. Like I see the devil as like my brother, like
Right.
another creation of the creator with a purpose and a mission himself, and I accept that and respect that,
Mhm.
and that's how I'm able to be neutral.
Right.
It helps a lot. It helps a lot
Yeah.
when you do it that way. I think it's empowering.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I don't think that uh, you know, talking about love and light and trying to be love is necessarily turning a blind eye to that. You know what I mean? It's just
Yeah.
making the choice of which energy you want to be in, right? Which feels
Yeah.
better to you. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And I know for me, like Jesse was just saying, being nice to people and like carrying that positive vibe makes me feel good during the day.
Oh
To
yeah.
bounce it off of other people.
It's true. It's true. I love it too.
Yeah,
And I love
I
that Jesse has that singing bowl and he's using it regularly because it really does amazing things with like
I love it.
internally, physically, biologically.
Yeah,
It's just so incredible, these bowls.
yeah,
And
yeah,
you
it's no effort too. You don't have to work, you don't have to lift anything. You just have to just be
the
there in
delicate,
it.
the delicate
I love
and
it. Yeah,
beautiful.
Oh, I love it too.
And two like amazing stories about the bowl. So I have this one friend that has, these, when he was in college, these meditative experiences where he would float. He would be floating and end up in different places. And he hadn't had it since college, and he was listening to the High Vibe Love Tribe, and he played the bowl, and he went into that state, and he like went from his room and ended up on the couch. He says where he woke up. So
that's
that was,
awesome.
yeah, I was like, this bull did that? I'm like, through the
Mhm.
microphone and all the technology, and the technology can't be that bad. I hope people are, want you to be weary of it,
Yeah.
but that's good. And then the second one was this someone who had some really bad things happen to him when he was younger, and he forgot all about it. And then when he was the manager of a big organization's warehouse, he started to remember all the shitty shit that happened to him, right? And so, he was like angry and so angry all the time. He was like swearing at customers now, and he was just like mad, and he was not happy to be
Mm.
around his like wife and kids and stuff. So he had to leave because he didn't want them to. He was just mad. He was angry that all this shit happened to him, and he just started to remember and stuff. And he said when he heard me playing the bowl, he says it's the first time in 2 years since he remembered that he just felt at peace, and he says, I don't know what that bowl is, I don't know what this meditation is, but he says this is the first time that I'm like feeling like, peaceful, that thank you. And when I met up with him and he hugged me, he's like, "This is the second time you saved my life, Jesse." I'm like, "What? Second time?"
That's great.
Second time, right? Because after he told me all the stuff that happened to him, I helped get a friend of mine is a counselor with battered women, and so I was asking her about like men and abuse and all that kind of stuff. So she they said there wasn't much out for men, but hooked up a number and went on his journey, and now he's like, everything is like, he was like, yeah, his life is better. And so
It's awesome.
it's not back with his wife and kids, so that changed in his in his life, but as long as he's not angry, then that's great.
Yeah, that's awesome.
What's really fascinating is after the Raising Frequency series and season 3 ending, I was wondering, like, what's next? What's my next step? Because I go by my gut, and I didn't see anything. And then you talked about collaborating, and it's like, yeah, that's it. We're continuing our mission. Yeah, that's the way it works. It's been like that. I didn't plan any show. They just came to me. It's just the most beautiful experience.
That's the way it works. Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. And I met Jesse. He was on many times. And I love that we have done a real good service to our fellow man and empowered them in different ways with different information.
Yeah.
I'm really humbled by the fact that we were chosen to be a part of it, and it's very humbling for me. I love it.
Yeah, I agree, and actually that kind of goes with something I was thinking earlier, and a big thing for me that brought me to this place in my life, like this kind of peace, right, and who I am, was the idea of how society and growing up like put these layers of conditioning on me, and one of those layers was always comparing myself, right, to whatever it was, to this person, to that person, to some sort of standard on social media. And suddenly I realized, like, not only could I not ever be anybody else, but nobody else could ever be you, me. and that realization was just like holy shit, that's what I'm here for. I'm here to be me, and that's why I have my book, You Are the Answer. Like, that's what inspired that. It's like, just to know there's no other reason that any of us are here than to be us.
Yeah.
That's it.
For sure.
Indeed, says Uncle Fatty.
What's up, Uncle Fatty?
The creator is great because, like, I have the perfect girlfriend because I love that she doesn't wear makeup, and I'll introduce you to her. Hi, I'm Paul's girlfriend. Laughter is also healing, and I love that. If I can make you laugh, I know I'm healing you. It's a beautiful gift that we can give when we have humor and can make people laugh.
Totally. I love that. I just grabbed it over here. Yeah, look, You Are the Answer. My book I made myself. Available on Amazon.
Oh, so you don't get much, even if it sells.
Yeah, I don't get much. But I do, Jesse, because it's the message in the book. It's the consciousness.
Oh yeah.
It's
just
the consciousness in the book.
For sure.
That is reaching somebody. And
that's invaluable.
That's all worth it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was in and out earlier because it's a nice night, and down at the end of my block is my camera's going out of focus, is the Great South Bay Festival that they have here on Long Island, and Sublime was headlining tonight, so I could hear Sublime music down at the end of my block. So it was nice to just walk outside and hear that.
Very cool. So you went and checked it out?
I didn't go down the block. I just had to walk outside and stand outside my house, and I could hear it. I'm literally down the block from the South Bay concert, which is at a park that's at the end of my block.
That's so awesome.
Cool.
I was walking down the block of this city and hanging out with this guy. We were walking, and they said, "Hey, would you like to come into this party?" And I'm like, "Yeah, for sure." And having some drinks at this party, they got a stage and a band, and next thing you know, I'm up on stage freestyling for everybody. It was like out of nowhere. It was, I don't know, maybe like 200 people, and everybody
That's
was
awesome.
up, and they were like it was fun. And then they invited me in the house. They gave me like some
That's amazing.
mushrooms, and they were like, "This is like the coolest thing."
There you go. Life is beautiful.
And this bus on my journey after I left that party, because my buddy was like passed out, and this girl said, "I'll take care of him." So she was like helping him out, right? And I was on my journey, and on the way there was this lady, or actually I was on the way to meet the buddy, and there was this lady that was at the bus stop, and she was on the cement. And so I picked her up and I put her on the bench as I was walking by, and I just kept walking, right? So when I came back, that same bus stop, there was a whole band of them. That same one there's a whole band of them. They were like, wow, it was like that same bus stop I walked by. And now there was the whole tribe.
That's hysterical.
And they asked if I wanted a drink, and I'm flying, right? And they gave me not a drink I wanted to drink.
My brothers. I have to go off for a bit, but I will return. I won't like leave the stream, but I'm just gonna go off camera now, and I'll be right back.
Peace.
All right, brothers.
See you in a bit.
See you soon.
So wow, so now the website, so it's like we go live afterwards, we log in, or how does that work?
So the website is it basically, like right now, I don't know if it's streaming still. Hold on, I'm gonna go on another browser. But normally what it is I connect it. So StreamYard is broadcasting to YouTube, and it picks up the YouTube channel. So you can go on highvibelovetribe.com to the live tab. It's not live right now. I don't know why it stopped, but that's the plan, to have it there. And then there's, it's like, it's just another place to kind of be, you know what I mean? Like you would still broadcast from StreamYard, but then people can go there, and there's the link. People can click on it and also join, just like I'm joined and like Paul joined onto StreamYard. But I'm trying to figure that out. That's really what I want to do. So I want people to join so we can figure out how we can make it a community space, right? Because I know Facebook allows you to do it, StreamYard allows you to do it, but there's got to be another level to a space that's just ours, that like so the idea of the chat room is, if you're on the website and somebody else is on the website and you're both in the chat room, you can chat like an old school AOL chat room, where just anybody there can chat. Which that's something that I think they don't have necessarily on Facebook. You can reach out to your friend and do a group DM or something like that. But I just feel like it's a space that we can make into something, and we can, if we schedule, like a monthly sound bath or something like that, then it's, rather than on Facebook, it's in our own space.
Yeah, for sure. That's much better.
Yeah. So I'm still working it out, but it was streaming before, and you didn't stop the stream or anything, so I don't know why it stopped. Maybe it only goes for a certain time.
Okay, that's one to check out.
Yeah, I'm just working on it right now, but yeah, but it's a cool space, and like, again, like, I'm open to ideas, right? Like, we can have a spot where you can have your own journal, or, there's like a feed, just like Facebook, where like people can make a post and post an image and, post a message or a link and say, hey, check out my new song, or, check out my new book, like, it's a place to share.
Yeah, and I'd like if we did like poetry nights and band nights, and people play songs and all kinds of like cool stuff to get us like doing cool events.
Exactly that, right? And on the chat room, So just like StreamYard, like we're doing here, instead of having to like join with a link, you would go to the chat room, you just click join, and boom, you pop up in a window just like in Zoom, like the whole room of people. So
Yeah,
it'd be a cool place to hang out.
I like
We
that.
yeah, we can. So somebody like I'm in the chat room right now, and somebody just logged on. So I'm gonna say hello and see who it is. Somebody's in there. Might be somebody who's it doesn't tell me who. It says, well, one soul alive. Now they just logged off. I just saw, like, it told me somebody was on there, but now they logged off. So, and now somebody just logged back on. It says, so if you're on the website, anybody out there who's might be logging on and off, if you go to highvibelovetribe.com and you go to the live tab, there's a chat room there, and it just says chat room, and you can see right now it says one soul live, and then it said two souls live, and that just tells you how many people are there. And then it operates like a regular chat room. You can just type in a chat at the bottom. So now it says two souls live. So if somebody keeps up popping in and checking it out, and I'm gonna say hello again and see if there's any response. Hello, hello, hello. I could actually share it. Hold on, let me share it. Share my screen.
Hang on for a sec. I just gotta make a call.
There it is, Uncle Fatty. There he is. Much love, yo. he's in the chat room right now on High Vibe Love Tribe.
Okay, perfect. Said put the StreamYard link in there. See if he wants to come up here. I was trying to figure out a way to do that on the YouTube channels.
Yeah, I can do that. Hold on a second.
Okay, I'm gonna make a call, so I'll be right back to you.
All right, sweet. Uncle Fatty, I'm gonna put the link to the StreamYard in the chat room on High Vibe Love Tribe. So if you're in that chat room right there, I don't have the control to, if you do pop into the back, to put you on screen. Jesse has that, but I can tell him that you're there if you pop in there. If you're willing to be on screen. Not everybody likes to go on screen, but Uncle Fatty just said, "You bet, I'll see you in a few." He's in the chat room right now, so he's gonna pop onto the StreamYard as well. And it looks like Jesse's on a call, but awesome. So I wish I could pop this up on the screen, guys. Right now I can't. So you can see the High Vibe Love Tribe page and the chat room for the High Vibe Love Tribe. But I can't share
The High Vibe Love Tribe.
I think it's amazing. I think we just got to keep pushing it and get people to join. Right now, by the way, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. It's about 20 people in the High Vibe Love Tribe that signed up. So thank you guys. I've got Karnya, Karina Swing, Uncle Fatty, Adam Alive, Lori,
Nice.
Dave Ferdinand, who you had on your show, Scott Pace, Paul Everton, Arnie Layton, Kim Princess, Miss Shelley, Brenda Lucas, Martina, Laura, Allie Katz, Jesse Howe. All those people are live right now. I don't know if you can see on your, yeah, there you go. So all of these people are signed up for the High Vibe Love Tribe. And if you go to the live tab right here is the chat room. So here's where Uncle Fatty said he was going to come. I put the link in there for the StreamYard. So he's supposed to be popping on into the StreamYard. I don't know if I join with my camera right now, if it will let me, because my camera's being used by StreamYard. So this might pop me off StreamYard if I do it. But let's take a look.
Oh, yeah, I pushed him right out. I missed the dancing again. Yeah, you can always rewind and go for a dance if you feel inclined. Oh, there he is.
I'm back.
Yeah.
Your sound is off though, Jesse. All of a
What do you mean
sudden.
my sound? You can't hear me?
I don't hear you now.
Are you sure my
know what's
sound is
going
off?
on.
Does anybody else hear me?
Nicole missed the dancing again. I'm gonna leave. I left the High Vibe Love Tribe. Yeah, I don't know why I can't hear you now, Jesse. I don't know if people can. Hold on, let me go on YouTube. Let me see if.
Can you hear the
still
music?
you on YouTube, maybe.
Yeah, so
Yeah, on
Karina
YouTube
said
I
she
can hear you.
hears on here, and Uncle Fatty he hears on YouTube. I can hear. Okay, thanks for sharing.
Yeah. Shit. I don't know why I can't hear you on StreamYard. That's weird. I'm gonna leave and come back.
Okay, sounds good. Might have had a split screen or something there, so.
Yeah, now I can hear you. That's weird. Yeah, I got to figure out the technical things over here, but there he is, Uncle Fatty.
What's up?
Fatty,
Good to see you, fellas.
Nice
what's
background.
up, brother?
Man, just getting off a hot day of work.
Very
Nice.
cool. Which city are you in?
I'm in North Idaho. I'm in Coeur d'Alene.
Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. That's
So it's only like, high 80s today, low 90s. No
Wow.
big deal. No big deal.
See, I love driving, and maybe I'll come drive and see. I don't think that's too far from me.
Not much, really. I mean, I'm only hour and a half, maybe an hour and a half from Canadian border. Yeah,
Wow.
Bonner's Ferry.
Coeur d'Alene, Idaho is 7 hours and 8 minutes. So I could probably do that in 6.
Yeah, easy. 5.5.
I went around a 3-hour drive, and we were late for a meeting, and I had a really fast kind of newer SUV, and this was before they cared as much about speeding, and we did the just over 3 hours in an hour and 52 minutes.
Nice.
Wow.
Yeah, and it was lots of traffic too, so I was in and out like lots.
Yep. I've made it to Seattle in 4.5.
Wow.
Yeah,
Good
very
clip.
cool.
Up and over Snoqualmie. I mean, that's yeah.
So I had this friend who had a consignment store, and she wanted to go to LA to pick up clothes from the clothing district inside of LA. It's this place that we drove to, and I drove for 23 and a half hours straight.
Holy shit.
And I couldn't go anymore. And she was supposed to sleep while I drove, and I went for 23 and a half hours. She had lots of time to sleep, but she just said she couldn't sleep. And so we had to sleep for 2 hours at the roadside. We went to the washroom and slept for 2 hours. And then the last 2 hours, so it's 25 and a half hours. Took us 27 and a half hours. I had to sleep for 2 hours. I couldn't do it anymore.
Yeah, man.
It's crazy.
When I was doing tornado damage and stuff back east, I was doing like central Kansas and down into like central Oklahoma. It's like 27, 28 hours straight.
All the way.
Crazy.
Oh, wow. That's
5-hour energy drinks, bro.
Yeah, I found those out later that I was so tired, and I'd have a 5-hour and I'd be like, what the heck, this small little drink, and I'm not to sleep. And I've never liked coffee in my life, and I've always had to put like 8 cubes of sugar into a styrofoam cup in order for me to taste that coffee, to be like, and I'm thinking 8 cubes of sugar every drink is probably not the best thing to drink, to be able to drink.
I like my sugar with coffee and cream.
And so I never liked it. But sometimes when I was really tired and I had to drive and I was falling asleep, and I'd go get an iced cappuccino, and then all of a sudden, about like 15 or 20 years ago, I started drinking these iced cappuccinos, and I can't stop drinking them. And they're like, they're made with cane sugar, and I don't even like coffee. And I'm like, I don't like coffee at all, but these drinks are just so tasty.
I was drinking those for a while too. Yeah, they're so good.
I switched from sugar to honey for a while. The honey base is nice, but it just doesn't give you that kick that the real sugar does.
Mm-hmm.
I love honey. I love putting honey in stuff.
Honey's so good, and anytime you use honey, always add cinnamon, because just like black pepper and turmeric, when you put them together, they magnify each other, and so honey and cinnamon do the exact same thing. They magnify each other. So even if you put a little honey on bread, just put a little cinnamon on it, and you'll just help that honey be able to absorb it in the body better.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's great.
Now I always look forward to getting over Lookout Pass in between Idaho-Montana border, get down into like Saltese and down into the Clark Fork River area. There's tons of springs, unmarked, of course, but tons of springs. You can stop, fill up your jugs, get some nice fresh water straight out of Mother Earth, man. It's nothing better.
Cool.
I've been drinking that for like 8 years. I haven't drank tap water in years and years, and it's like I get 15, 18 bottles. And I go there once a month or 2 months or 3 months, however long those 18 bottles take me, but I get it right, and I keep it in a cool, dark place. And so it's just like fresh as, like, well, not quite as fresh. When you drink that right from the mountain and you feel how alive that thing is, it's like you can't buy anything in a store anywhere in the world that's better than what I just walked by and able to collect.
Real minerals, real living water.
That's the source, right there, the source of everything.
One of the biggest things that I heard recently from a biochemist is that we're all need a little bit of lithium in our bodies, and all we need is 1 milligram, and you can have 75 milligrams and it has no negative effect on you, but all you need is 1 milligram a day. And if you drink that spring water, it actually has real lithium in it. So you're not lithium deficient, but most other people that don't get that lithium mineral on this earth are lithium deficient, because they're supposed to be consuming that that mineral.
And iodine as well, it's why they iodinize our salt and stuff like that, just tiny little microns is just all you need. But man, and being a triathlete, dude, I did the Ironman again this year, and I mean, I lost 11 pounds, bro.
Holy crap.
In one day. Wow. I usually lose about 8.5 or 9, but 11 was hard.
That's crazy in one day. That's crazy.
It's only a gallon of water, though. Wow. I mean, really, it's like a gallon and a half, maybe. Yeah, a gallon and a half water.
Crazy.
I mean, you could sweat out a quart or a pint, like in a day of just walking around town.
Yeah.
Sweating is so good.
Oh yeah.
Not enough people sweat.
And it's it's our aspiration. It's the way that we're meant to be. I mean, that's why we're hairless, so that we can sweat and get that breeze, and nothing better. Of course, the water up there by my silver mine's got a little bit of lead and a little bit of arsenic, a little bit of arsenopyrite in it. There's no big deal. Definitely don't want to be drinking lead water.
Yeah, and the other thing is now distilled water I've been drinking as well. So, I like to have both. And for one thing, they say, and I'm not sure because I'm not a biochemist, but it sounds really good, is the fact that when you have distilled water, it helps pull out, metals and minerals that maybe not so good in your body that they're pumping you full of. So, having distilled water in your diet's not a bad thing, because, as long as you're having spring water, you're putting the minerals back in. And so it you're at a balance that's good for you, because unfortunately, even just breathing the air, you get metals that you don't want in your body, and it sucks that we're in a place and time that they're putting metals in the air and stuff for people to breathe. And so, but we're like Paul would tell you, he's like got this ultimate optimism that everything is just working out and right time and place, and it's just all being illuminated, and everything is just like people are getting back to their hearts, and this is the way it's supposed to be. And he's got this ultimate positivity, this optimism that everything is just gonna fix, that it's infectious, right? Because I've always had that optimism. I've always felt that, you know, we're here to make this place better, so we do, and we'll just keep doing it as long as we feel like it.
Well, like I was saying earlier, I think it's also it's energy, right? Like, so if you're out there all the time, and I'm not saying don't be angry at stuff, right? But if you're out there with that anger, you're just adding to that frequency, right? But if you counteract it with, you know, like, you know, Paul's attitude of just, it is the way it's supposed to be, you know, you're not gonna, one of my favorite sayings is that it's about snow. If you don't find joy in snow, you'll have less joy in your life, but the same amount of snow. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
I love snow. I do like,
I love it,
especially when I have rear wheel drive, because when you hit that eBay brake and I'm spinning around, and you know, I love the snow. So I look to, because I just go in warm places in the snow, and I look to make it like as fun as possible. But I actually once got to ski in the Swiss Alps. And we went from Bratislava on this train with a bunch of people that, you know, family, friends and all that they took me skiing into Austria to the Swiss Alps. And the first thing they give me, they want Slivovica, and it's like moonshine. And this is what they have for breakfast at like 6 a.m. Breakfast is some moonshine. And I'm like, holy, this is going to be a serious trip. So we get on this train, and this is only about like 15 years ago, maybe. And when you go to the washroom, it's a hole with wind because it goes straight down on the track. And I was like, this is the train and how you use. So when you're like sitting down on it, you're getting like, you know, a blow dryer on the butt.
It'll wake you up.
That's hysterical.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of crazy that they're still like pooing on the train tracks.
That's so funny. I can't even imagine.
Old school.
I'm like, but they must have people that like have to walk up and down and clean up the excrements. I imagine they just don't like. Do you think it just fertilizes the earth?
Birds and squirrels, man, they'll get to it. No coyotes, you know what I mean?
Because Hawk eats so clean. So Hawk, the puppy, he's about, you know, 88 to 90 pounds. Nice. And he's only eaten like real food that, you know, I've like made for him. But the food is raw. And they usually make between 100 and 120 pounds of raw food. The only thing I cook is the rice, the rolled oats, and the rice and the rolled oats, and the sweet potato, but everything else is raw, and there's pumpkin and sunflower seeds. You guys chat. I'll be back in 1 sec.
Yeah, buddy.
Cool, man. What's up, Bungle Fatty? How you doing, man?
Yeah, I love the snow, bro. I've been snowboarding since since late 90s.
Oh, nice.
Sponsored Road Pro for a few years, and still, you know, we do every year. We've got 3 events that we do kind of through March and into early April, where we dig our own courses and do a bank slalom.
Oh, that's cool.
And being in construction it's a grind, right? Because I work with guys that literally wake up every day and say to themselves, today's gonna suck so bad. I hate today. Today sucks. And I have a standing rule on the job sites. The first guy that goes, hey, has to bring donuts the next day.
Yeah.
Right? It gets you in the mindset, right? Because it's really is the mindset that we have to stay in, and you know, in a cognitive way, that we have to really be aware of our brain chemicals, our body chemicals, of just what's going on. And people that get like the blues in the wintertime because they're just sitting inside listening to the weather lady telling you how shitty tomorrow's going to be. Right. And then in the summertime, they're going, oh, it's going to be so horrible tomorrow because it's going to be so hot tomorrow.
Right. No,
that's programming us to be
great.
In that negative, you know, and it's just such a game that we have to play, you know, like
But it's so simple. You know, you just said it. Like it's just a matter of being aware of it, right? And
Yeah.
it really is simple. Once you get it, I think it's simple. You know, it's just I just don't think we get it because what I was talking about earlier, that conditioning, right, where you compare
Yeah,
yourself to what it
for
should be
sure.
like. You know, it should be easy. You know, you know,
Like I said, man, it's all about management of expectations, right?
yeah.
I never thought about this concept, but I had a really big time client, you know, and I blew him off for a good month. I had a hard
Uh-huh.
deadline that I had to hit. We had a tractor out on his job. We are doing this huge patio, and the neighbors came over. Oh, you guys got a little tractor going? Yeah, well, yeah. And then the next neighbor and the next neighbor, and I knew I could squeak it, but I squeaked it way too far, bro. And I totally left this guy hanging, right? And I, you know, we still hit the deadline, but it was just a matter of, you know, blowing off his calls, not answering calls, and just playing that contractor game, you know. And he finally caught me one day and was just he chewed my ass up and down, and he finally broke it down that, you know, life is, because what I said to him was, you know, well, it's all about communication, and we have to, you know, we have to communicate, and when we don't communicate, things fall apart. But what are we doing when we're communicating? We're expressing our expectations.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and we have so many undefined expectations in life, and
Sure.
that's the expectations of the things that we compare ourselves to, that we don't even really maybe realize it, right?
Right.
That it's Johnny Bob has a new truck, or Jill has a new whatever, and they're going out and gallivanting, and everybody's just, you know, we're always jealous and envious. And kind of with the addiction thing, and going through rehabs and stuff through high school and whatever, and then as an adult, that serenity that we find, you know, comes after we recognize the patterns and after we recognize the faults and the shit, and let things go. And usually when we let things go, that's when what we're looking for comes to us.
Yeah.
Thing.
Yeah.
You know,
Totally.
when we don't even manage our own expectations of our own self,
Yep.
because we're never trained, we don't have that vocabulary.
Yeah.
Like rationalizations and justifications, just those two words alone are the break of the cycle of the addictions. You know, realizing when we're rationalizing, when we're justifying, when
Right.
we're in that mindset of always having excuses and always blaming others, and not taking the responsibilities, you know, that's when the serenity comes, you know. And that's at least for me, when I find, you know, just the letting go and just the letting things be, like you were saying, like just
Yeah.
being the light and allowing the light to shine throughout. One random high five, bro. One random high five will change the world.
Yeah, man. I agree.
And
I
in the
agree with that.
wintertime, I have days where I give out 1,000 high fives, bro. I have some days where I give out like 5,000 high fives, bro. Working
That's
as a
awesome.
lifty at a ski resort,
Yeah.
and
yeah,
there's
yeah.
10,000 people, and everybody I walk by, it's high fives, bro.
That's great, man. Listen, you're filling the world with that energy, right? You know?
Weeks, bro. Weeks of the most intense energy of just that hum of life, you know, that
Yeah.
vibration,
I love it.
you know, from just high fives alone.
Yeah. You and look at how much it does for you. You just tuned into it, right? And you're just like, hey, if I just hold my hand up and give someone a high five, we get this energy exchange happening. I
Yeah,
get
man.
energy, they get energy. Raise the
Do that to
vibration
somebody
right there.
downtown at the
Yeah.
grocery store, and they're gonna go,
Yeah.
and you walk
That's funny.
somebody like, "What's up, bro? Yeah." And you're like, "Oh, bro, what's up?" You know, and you're like, "No, bro, all right, hit me down low then. Hit me down low." You know what I'm saying? Come on, hit me from the backside. You know what I'm saying? You know, and at least
Yeah,
you
we
kind of, you know, but
try
I
to
can tell,
loosen
like,
people
there's
up.
some
Yeah.
people I'll run across in public, and you can just see it, you know, and you can feel it, and you can just,
Yeah.
and it's just like, what's up, bro?
Yeah, man. Loosen
What's
up, totally.
You
I
know,
see
it
I
just
see Adam
complete-
Alive in the comments. He said he signed up for the live High Vibe Love Tribe, but
super
doesn't see
sweet.
the live. Yeah, yeah. So the live, that's what I was saying earlier. The live is not, there's no video feed right now happening in the live, but the live chat room, it's just a chat room right now. But
Nice.
eventually what I want to do is, instead of meeting here on Facebook, we could just all go there and just all click right
Nice.
in without having to sign in or whatever. So We'll figure that out. But right
And then
now,
you can always
Adam,
broadcast out to the social platforms.
then
kind
we
of from there, right?
exactly.
Badass.
That's how it's going to work.
Nice.
But really, I want to gather a community under the name High Vibe Love Tribe, right? Just with that, I
Nice.
think just the intention alone, I think is gonna, make, like you said, it's what's supposed to happen will happen, right? Just by showing up and naming the intention,
Yep.
So that's what it's all about.
Manifest.
So yeah, man.
Mhm.
So thank you, Adam. I appreciate you signing up, and just stay tuned, right? I have the site. The site will email you guys like when something's going on. So like if something's coming up, just keep posted. I also see
Nice.
my friend Angelo out there. What's up, Angelo? I can't. Usually I'm broadcasting and I can bring the comments up, but this is Jesse's
Nice.
broadcast, so I can't bring up the comments.
Cool
So
website.
that's
Who built
cool.
that?
Thank you. I've been playing around with vibe coding. I built that all with like AI, just prompting
Yeah.
and just going back and forth. I have a couple of different projects going on.
Nice.
And
I got a
and
ton of stuff going on.
when I saw Jesse doing the High Vibe Love Tribe, I was like, ooh, let's make a community website. So
Man, I've been thinking about this for years. Honestly, like this picture right here is probably, I don't know, 4 or 5 years old. I think this was
Nice.
off of like Midjourney or something, right when it first came out.
yeah. I
But
love
like
it.
I'm working with Replit and Base 44 quite a bit.
Awesome.
Working with all the different LLM platforms and stuff. But
Yeah.
I mean the new bigger. I actually built my own vibe coding platform and just really haven't launched it yet because why do I want to compete with all the big guys that already got the infrastructure?
It's such a crazy space right now that it's like so much going on. But I'm, as a creative, you know what I mean? I'm just loving it,
Yep.
So Jesse's back.
Trying to build a system where we can use for construction. I've built like Gantt charts and different flow charts and stuff
Nice.
for construction sites, but having the meta glasses, or not even meta, but just the smart glasses with the camera, to where you can really basically take a picture of a wall,
Yep.
a couple of measurements, and it'll spit out the whole cut pattern for you for all the siding, all
Fucking
the windows,
amazing.
everything you want. You take a few measurements, and just
Amazing.
automating things like that, and especially for safety.
Yeah.
I mean, I've gotten busted by OSHA so many times that I'm like literally have to maintain an OSHA inspector grade OSHA cards.
Right.
Just to be able to do business anymore.
Totally. Yeah. No, and the technology is nuts, like with the glasses, like even like real time, right? To process what it's seeing and then give you feedback on it somehow, or overlay something on it, AR, it's so amazing. And Jesse, something interesting you were saying, I meant to say this before, you were talking about technology, right? And like the playing the technology. You were playing the bowls and then people were seeing it and going, oh my God, it was amazing. And all I could think of was like the bowl itself. That's the fucking technology. That's ancient technology right there. That sound frequency is original technology.
Yeah.
Direct from source.
Yep.
Amazing. Yeah, beautiful.
My bowls are down at my old lady's house down there. I got a few glass bowls that are pretty sweet.
Oh, nice.
Ton of hand drums.
Oh.
Tons of string instruments. My
Messing
kids
around
all
with
grew up with
everything.
strings.
I can't hear you, Uncle
horns.
Fatty. Your sound cut out for me. I don't know if everybody else can or not. I hear you, Jesse, I think.
So you can hear me?
I do hear you, Jesse.
Yeah, I can hear me.
Do you hear Uncle Fatty?
How about now?
Yeah. I hear
you.
you.
Oh, you
Yeah,
do? I don't hear. It's so weird. StreamYard's been doing some weird shit. I don't hear him. All
Yeah,
right, I'm gonna
StreamYard
leave
is
and come
definitely a
back.
little
I'll be right
glitchy.
back.
So I was telling him about this. We were playing with the High Vibe Love Tribe in the bowl, and the guy was floating, and he like floated somewhere. He was just got into that, from that space from the bowl. And then the other guy, he says, I don't know what this meditation stuff is. Guy I know it from like elementary school. We played hockey together on the same team around like 12 years old, right? And he's like, when I heard you play that bowl, he says, the first time I haven't been angry in years. And he's like, I don't know what that is, but he says,
Fucking amazing.
I like it. He's saving my life.
Totally.
You know what frequency they are?
Jess, you know what frequency that is?
432 hertz.
remember. I bought it like 15 years ago.
Yeah, mine is not exactly 432. I measured it. I don't remember what it is, but it's
There's a lot of good frequencies like
yeah.
that do different things. You remember Star Trek, how they weren't allowed to disrupt a society if they would find one?
Yeah.
You know, it's funny how they tell us things even through movies where the Anunnaki did just that. You know, so that forbidden thing was done to mankind. And you know, most of my excitement is finding out what we were before. I mean, that's really
What we're coming back to, I think, is why you're excited.
Because it's not known.
Yeah.
I know our lifespan was changed twice, and I know they have the capacity to do that. I know we have the capacity to clone, so they had that technology, and I can't wait to see humanity once all technologies are unlocked.
Man,
It's going to be such a euphoric situation and so beautiful.
Totally.
Just like Jesse says, I'm always positive.
What I think is so cool, Paul, is I feel like I know that it's not there, but I feel like it is there, right? You know how they say when you're trying to manifest something, you need to just like act as if it is. I feel that's like where we're at. Like we're at, you know, that phase. Like act as if it is, and it shall be. You know.
But I think the actual transformation is going to be instant. So we won't see it coming. It's not gradual. It's going to be like the bat of an eye, like
it's
been
gradual.
Very fast.
It's been going on for a very long time.
Yeah, but what we're going through is gradual because the truth is coming out, but it is coming out faster in the year of the red horse. And
true. And we're coming into the age of Aquarius too.
Yeah, the golden age. And you know, Trump is a part of it. He's not a villain, or you know, he's not a good guy or a bad guy. He is a catalyst. So he knows this. He's known for a very long time.
Nah, he's just a pawn.
Yeah, he's chosen though. He was chosen by, you know, the big guy, the God of this world. And he knows that. He said once, "No one loves me more than God." And I said, yeah, that's true. You're helping. You're helping to fulfill his book.
Yeah. And you know, and then we got other guys that are literally trying to usher in the War of Armageddon.
Yeah.
Accelerationists, they're called. They're trying to accelerate things. They're trying to make manifest happen in order for these things to be true.
Prophecy doesn't work that way, you know. You
fucked up to think that you should be doing that.
Yep.
I think one world religion makes sense to me because when you know the truth, there is only one creator. And so I think that's a part of what's going to happen anyway. But them controlling it is not okay.
Trump,
right?
He's still another man in this dimension. So he is pawn or anything else. He's still another soul that is vibrating into that right vibration. Are you, anything that he's done, are you gonna try to be him to solve that problem or make it right? No, that's none of your business, right?
No,
we're all involving into this level of frequency, and if you don't want to harm on others, then that's where your heart is.
And Michael is 100% correct. It is here. It's just that we're not vibrating at that frequency. So when we do vibrate at that frequency, there will be a new world that we will see.
That's why we dance in high vibe. We're seeing who else wants to dance with us.
So it'll be visible because it's not visible now because it's at a higher frequency, and because it's vibrating so fast, it's invisible to us. So things will fall away, and you know the new world will just appear. So I can't wait for that.
Yeah, totally. I feel like, so I was thinking about my life, you know, years ago. I always played in bands, right? And I just always like just enjoyed life. That was what was important to me. Not like making money was not important to me. And
No,
like,
me either.
I always like worked a job, and I was always responsible, and I kept myself alive. But it was just I just didn't believe in the system. There was always like this resistance to it.
Mhm.
And then in the last bunch of years, I felt like life just got so serious, and like I forgot how to enjoy myself. And I've been
Yeah,
thinking about like it's just about that, like playing in a band, like when you're playing music with other people, you're just in the moment, you're channeling, you're just like so
it's
time
beautiful.
time goes away, you know what I
Yeah,
mean? It's
and
like,
I love doing it and as a group, because
yeah,
we're the emotional bond, like a brotherhood that happens,
yeah, the
is
energy is, yeah,
I do miss it too.
me too, me too.
I love inspiring couples to dance and look at
Yeah.
them loving each other, and
Oh my God, yeah.
it
I was
even
saying that
so
too,
yeah,
yeah.
it's not
Live,
about money,
right?
because you don't get rich touring. You only get rich when you have, record sales,
Right?
and then, Sony or whoever owns you gets most of it anyway.
That
But
depends on your
yeah,
definition of rich, though, right?
Yeah,
You can be a
right,
broke,
exactly.
starving artist and be the richest, most
yeah,
fulfilled person in the world, right? I
That's
mean,
exactly right.
100%. I do feel rich. Like Reba
Yeah,
McEntire found me, hired me. Like I don't know how that happened,
nice.
but that was the biggest compliment, and that was making it. That was
amazing.
success for me, that she even knew about me, and I got to meet her, and she was so short.
That's cool.
She was like
All
that.
right.
She
She
was
was
like
so
short
short.
and so powerful. Like such
Amazing.
a beautiful soul. Really, I
Yeah,
liked her
yeah,
very much. I get to
yeah.
be close to her and open up for her. I mean, what a privilege and
Awesome.
honor, and
It's great.
humbling too, because I was nobody. I had no
Yeah,
records.
Yeah.
totally,
Yeah. But I
totally.
love that we both are musicians, so we both have that
Yeah,
understanding of how healing it can be.
yeah. Well, what you just said, Paul, I have a lot of friends who are musicians, and they're so happy in their life, and they're just other people are like, well, you're just playing at these little rinky-dink bars every weekend, but they're like, every weekend I'm in a room creating this energy that people are responding to and smiling and enjoying themselves, and like that's what Uncle Fatty was saying. That's rich, man.
Yeah. And it's
That's
on a personal level, so you really
yeah,
connect with people in a smaller bar, and
yeah,
I loved it. I really do, and I really got good at breaking the ice, because you don't know anybody.
yeah.
And when you got 1,000 people or 10,000 people, when I opened up for Gowan, holy smokes, I love that.
Nice.
He's with Sticks now, but that was so
Amazing.
cool. And the Everly Brothers, I love them.
Yeah.
Sweet,
Tell you what,
sweet,
Styx is one of the best,
sweet
probably one of
moment.
the best concerts I've ever seen with Styx.
Oh yeah, they were
Wow.
great. I saw them
Yeah,
too.
amazing.
Straight up.
I worked with Max Webster's drummer, Kim Mitchell's drummer.
Amazing.
I've got so I'm sitting on a cajon. I've got 2 drums and 4 strings and another dozen strings sitting back there. Horns,
I love it.
everything. And having 3 kids, man, I could have completely stocked a whole school worth of orchestra stuff,
That's awesome.
I
recording
don't
gear
think I
and
would have.
everything else. I mean,
I don't think I would have made it without music. I think music
Yeah.
has really empowered me.
Yeah.
To get rid of the stuff that I don't want, and that's weighing me down, and
Yeah.
heal, and forgiveness. And it was really powerful that way for me, and has been like all my life since I was 8. But I
Yeah.
think the most inspiring thing I ever did was going on a guest on The Missing Link.
I
for sure.
love that. That's awesome.
Yep.
For me, it's dancing. I love dancing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good-
such an
good
amazing
music
energy.
makes-
Yeah.
Good music makes me dance
Absolutely.
wherever I go. And I was even in a place in China. I took the elevator and I got on the karaoke floor. I was going to the dance club and I walked
That's
in
awesome.
and
Uh-oh.
nobody's dancing. Everybody's karaokeing. And I was like,
Uh,
oh, one person's dancing. And then
Karaoke.
I went and sat down and had some drinks and talked to some people. And when I left and I looked back, the whole place was dancing. It was the best feeling
Amazing.
ever. And I was like, not anybody was dancing when I
nobody
I
wants to
walked
be the
in
first
and-
one to look weird, though, bro.
Yeah.
The energy that because I like dancing, it's all of a sudden
Yeah.
people just start dancing, and it's
Yeah.
like the coolest thing.
Yeah. That's what the thing about the High Vibe
I
Love
used to
Tribe
love
was for
dancing
me
young.
too. Seeing, watching it, just seeing you on screen, it was
Mhm.
like, I think it was COVID, right, or whatever, but like just seeing you on screen doing it and made me want to just
Yeah.
join. But it's like, if you think about it, like it's instant almost, right? Like the minute you hear that, you're just like, your body starts going, you're just
Totally,
like,
it's the battery that just turns
Yeah.
on. It's,
amazing. I love what Adam is saying, by the way. He's saying, like Uncle Fatty said, high fives, create and own the frequency you wish to have. And that's the thing about, that Paul, like Jesse's saying about Paul's amazing attitude, right? Be the change that you want to see in the world. Why would you be like miserable, like, oh, the world sucks? Like, no. I'll show you how the world should be. Be like me. Be fucking cool. Be happy. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not
And live
gonna.
without fear,
Yeah,
Jack
totally.
Talcott's all about that, and
Wow,
it took me a while to really vibe in on that I embrace fear. Like I really try to like look for fear sometimes and
Yep.
really like harness it,
Totally.
I've
But, like,
always been an adrenaline junkie.
Oh, yeah.
So I know what you're talking about.
for
I
sure.
get it.
But
Totally.
That's
once you
something I do
acknowledge
worry about.
right, then it goes
I do
away.
worry-
Then it becomes something that you can grab onto, that you can, take in and use and
Yeah.
really just kind of let it go, and let
I
it
think
be.
that's why
Be what
I
it's meant to
ended
be.
the truth table, because I knew that people would be afraid when they hear the truth, and I didn't want to do that. I'm so spiritually in tune that I have no fear. There's no fear, even for death. I don't think I don't see death. I don't see hell. I think that's just a control tactic, and
Yeah.
hell, as described, is more a home to a jinn. They're made from smokeless fire, and that would be their natural water and fire. That would be their natural habitat.
And
Just
it's
like water
different
is
for
our
everybody,
natural.
and only the ones that manifest it into existence have it
Yeah.
real.
Yeah.
For everybody else, it's not even real. Not for me.
Right.
That's
Yeah. But I think this is intended. This is what we're supposed to. This is what I'm supposed to do. Is focus on high vibe, raising frequencies, and that sort of thing.
loving people. Things are gonna be good. Things are being good. We are good. It's all good. It's all
Totally.
good. With the high vibe.
Totally.
Finding that
Let's-
flow state, finding
I
that
love
area where
that.
you can just let things flow and just let it be,
Oh,
and
that flow
the
state
path
is a good
presents
state.
itself.
Yeah.
And that high vibe background, Uncle Fatty, that's pretty bang on.
It's old school, bro. That's like, I think I made this actually like the week after. So I remember the missing link and the dance parties and stuff and flow Facebook and whatever. But then one night after playing open mic down at the bar, came home late night and just was searching stuff about flow state, just stuff about the flow state, right? And here's this live stream with a bunch of gooks on, a bunch of crazy dudes, and I'm like, yeah, what's up? So I hop on the stream, and it's Flow States stream, and there's Jesse, and I'm like, dude, I recognize this guy. And I popped off something about some guy made some comment about the small hats or something, and I said something about the schnazzies and whatever else, and we got into this pretty in-depth conversation about, like Swazis and how the Swazi is like an actual symbol of love and light, right? And it got corrupted by the other powers, right? And we had this whole kind of weird little thing, but then like it turned into this great conversation with dudes that I'd never met,
It's awesome.
and everybody was just like, God, you're kind of a weird motherfucker. I'm like, well, yeah, I'm from North Idaho. What do you expect?
He's been my friend ever since.
That's amazing.
Hell yeah.
Proof right there.
Yeah, man. And
Everything happens for a reason.
I think, some of that, I'm a no fate but what you make guy too, and
Right.
it's, and I'm a Libra, right? So it's always 49-51 for me. I try to find that balance,
Right.
but
Balance
there's
is
always like I have a really bad feeling. I have a really bad feeling that things are going to get really bad before they get worse.
good. But if you're going to be part of that, then it will.
Right.
Yeah.
right? And if I'm focusing on that, then I'm just the guy on the job site that's
You're
going,
you're,
"Oh,
you're putting you're not
Exactly.
saying no.
right."
Well,
Exactly.
You know,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Full
it's, you know,
speed ahead.
it
Right.
is.
it
Live
is
life
going to
face
get
down.
worse. It's going to
Yeah.
be worse than it's ever been throughout time, but it will end.
No. This
And
is
it
the
will
first
be
time ever.
amazing. And
This
that our role
is the
really
first
is
time
just
ever.
to help people through it.
Can't see anything but good. I see goodness getting more goodness. I see
Yeah, agreed.
a lot of people getting so much better in their heart.
Yeah.
I think every generation faces this a little bit too. That, you know, there's that point in that timeline where you have to choose, you know, to embrace the goodness or to embrace the bad, and allow the bad to just keep doing its thing. And I think we are at that point right now too, where, you know, it's a worldwide kind of vibe right now that everybody's kind of stuck in this weird little rut, but everybody's like coming out of it and really realizing that we are in this spot where we get to choose love, and we get to choose
Right.
love.
Yeah.
Love
is
always
better.
wins,
You
man.
get to choose which wolf you
Yeah.
feed, and so love
Yeah.
is much
Yeah,
better.
yeah. It's
From what I
We wouldn't be
gather-
here if love didn't win, right? If love lost, we wouldn't be here.
From what I
we
gather,
love
November
worse.
is like the pivotal moment for mankind where we have to choose love or enslavement. Will we let them rule over us still, or because they're going to fall on their own weight, because they can't lie to us anymore. We can see, and that's kind of happening now too. You know,
Yeah.
the truth is coming out.
Oh yeah, it's happening.
No one's going to jail, but the truth is still coming out, and that is empowering too, because we no longer believe the media, because we know they're complicit.
I guess that the thing that I'm kind of going through right now though too is how does love fight? Right.
Yo,
How do
about
we-
Uncle Fatty,
It
I
doesn't
love
fight,
what you
it
were
just
saying,
leaves-
right, about your construction site and the way you kind of run it, because like the guy that comes to work like, oh man, it sucks, it's Monday, you're not going to convince him otherwise, right? Like by trying to convince him outright, but by doing things like, oh, the first guy who complains has to buy donuts, or like making it fun, you
Yeah.
know, like I feel like that's a good way to do it, right? Like
And
you're
music,
not-
too.
Yeah.
These guys used to listen to Rush Limbaugh all day on the job site, you know, and just just get all zoned into this negative, you know. And I'm like, dude, throw on some Britney Spears, and these guys are like, what are you doing throwing on Britney, bro? I'm like, fucking what's up? You gotta work, bitch.
That's why the truth table was over.
Yep.
Everything that needed to be
Intention.
said was said.
Yeah.
And if anyone wanted to discover certain things, they could. Same with with Jesse, did the same thing, really.
Yeah.
And we
And
find
you're
what we're
doing the
looking
same
for,
thing.
right? We can easily find what we want to find.
Yeah.
You know, the negative is always going to present itself. When you take
Yeah.
that extra step and look for the high vibe, look for the truth. You know, you can't just accept things as they're given to us. We know that they're handing us shit the whole time.
Yeah, the negative is the challenge. You know, we can't
Yeah.
hate the negative. We just have to see
You just don't
it
take
for what
it.
it is.
Make the better choices.
Yeah.
I just choose not to listen to the weather lady.
Well, look at what
she's
Jesse's
definitely
doing.
corrupting some minds.
Look at what Jesse's doing. He brought back the High Vibe Love Tribe. Now he's
Yeah, bro.
dancing for an hour. You know what I mean? And then look at all the people who are like attracted to that energy, and they're just coming, and they're just like, oh, cool, you know, and they're responding. And I see Allison Katz is out there. Alley Cat says blessings. You know, I mean, it's like, you know, people are attracted to the good energy, and that's awesome. You know, let's just keep putting it out there and being it, you know, like just be it. Stop asking, what is it? Just be it. That's what I always say.
And
Yeah,
I'm glad for
absolutely.
everybody that enjoys it. You know, it's for me, it's like getting into shape dancing. I need to like get back into shape and stretch and move my body. And
Yeah,
I'm
man.
glad y'all benefit that this is great, that this brings people together.
Yeah.
For me, I get strong. I do the weights. I move my body. I like.
Who
you know,
can't benefit from moving around like that? You know, we can all
it-
benefit.
Yeah, a lot of people are happy that you're back into it, because it is
Mm-hmm.
timely. It's really necessary right now, what we're doing. And
Yeah.
there's so much value in it too, because we all come from love. And
And I was literally just thinking earlier today, it's been a while since I watched some Missing Link.
Yeah.
Like I was wondering myself, like I wonder if Jesse's on like what are you on Twitch or something? Or are you still doing
No,
any
that was
any of that? Or
that was a time that I was just volunteering, and it was like it had no business, it had no profit, it
Sure.
was just a volunteering time to get information out there, and
Yeah.
and then we just right now we needed to focus on things, figure some things out, and have some me time, and then now we're back on High Vibe Love Tribe, getting back into shape. And connecting with all you beautiful souls is like how can I not better share time with people and people like it? That's awesome.
Yeah, man. The high vibration is the missing link.
Yeah,
that's what was missing. Now we brought the link back.
Yeah, there we go.
High five, Stoke Life with the High Vibe Love Tribe.
I love it.
Yeah.
And there's no mistakes in this. There's no mistakes. Even bad things that happen are meant to happen to prepare us and strengthen us. But yeah, no fear.
Yeah.
Don't let fear happen.
Yeah. And adversity too. I think I was talking to one of you guys about that, like adverse situations. Like I love that shit, man. It's like I used to be like, oh man, what the hell? But now it's like, oh shit, when this is done, I'm just gonna be better.
Yeah.
That's
the one thing it took a while, being a younger cub on the job sites, but getting to where now it's my company and being the general contractor and having all these moving parts. I thrive on the anxiety now. And it's something that, but I can't get addicted to that. Right?
Good use of the time. You just got time management is the most important thing. You just
and I'm horrible at it because I just want to sit around and draw and make music and shit. And
do some searches on that, right? See how you could better get at time management. Read a book or two on it, and I'm sure that would have a world of difference for you.
Managing my own expectations is the hard part. I can delegate and I can always look and find other people.
My camera's going out of focus, so fix it.
I'm gonna pluck your negative energy. I'm anxious to see what's gonna become of this. What we're gonna do together. I'm very anxious because there's a 3-month period that we're gonna be going through, and as things happen, we're gonna be able to we're gonna feel it and see it and be able to inform. And I'm
feeling it right now, brother.
I mean, I can already think of 4 or 5 tabs that need to go on top of this website page here for poetry and jam sessions and
I love
open mic stuff. There's so much stuff that we can do now with fiber optic and with good internet connections, with being able to play live together on a synchronized zero latency system.
Yeah, man, Uncle Fatty, let's collaborate, man. Let's make it amazing. You know what I mean?
For sure.
I'm using Lovable. I could edge into the project if you want to be a part of it.
Yeah,
that's
definitely. Here,
cool.
I'll drop some emails and stuff here in the back of the StreamYard chat too.
Cool.
And the background makes me so happy to look at.
Very cool. Yeah, I agree. I think it's we're high vibe correspondents. That's what we are.
I was gonna say I like that little top background with everybody's like, "What's up?" on the website.
Cool.
But community, it takes a village, man. I raised 3 kids on my own, and
nice.
And it took everything that I could muster some days to even get over some shit and then to get through some shit.
You had to show up. Yeah, you had to show up.
And it does. We gotta be able to ask for help. We gotta be able to support each other and express when we're having feelings. Because feelings are just what they are. They're just feelings, man. There's nothing wrong or right about them.
It's the language of the universe.
The more you can focus on those high ones, those. I mean, I don't have a lot of down days, like a lot of times I come online just to get a little bit of shit sticking in my life so I can kind of level out the high energy.
You gotta level you out.
For real.
Yeah, well, you know what? Like the adversity and the shit that you go through definitely helps you enjoy the good shit more, right? You're just like you get that moment on the beach and you're like,
Be that good vibrational footprint, and
Yeah,
then
man.
that only good can happen, because that's where you
Yeah.
keep your vibration in, right? And anytime there isn't good, you just sidestep and you just keep going good, and then
Mhm.
anything else that comes, you just sidestep, right? That's
Yeah.
Now you're
I
just
do
tripping over
anytime I
yourself.
see somebody stupid in the car and then they're gonna hit me, I'm like, and I've never been in an accident. I've avoided like 15 or 20 probably by
Wow.
now.
Nice. Look, you
Yeah.
inspired Paul to jam. You're on mute, Paul.
I didn't want to disrupt.
Oh, nice. Very,
Can you hear
very
that?
respectful. Yeah.
Is that loud?
It's not too loud. It's clear, pretty clear on my side.
Something deep inside still got a hold on me. Keeping me aside. Some things last forever. And I know I'm right. The first time in my life. That's why I tell you, you better be home soon.
Nice.
I
Beautiful.
love that song. I love that song. I love the sound, the feeling
Amen.
of it. There's certain songs that just bless me. I feel blessed just being a part of it. Being a band is like that. And I love that we share that and that we're here and we're collaborating. It's so exciting. It's like a drug.
Can you take requests? I don't know. You know,
Well,
here comes the sun.
oh,
That might be a tough one.
I do know Beatles.
Yeah.
Here
I know,
Comes-
but that's for me what you were just describing. When I hear "Here Comes the Sun," the minute I hear that song start, like I'm just like,
Here comes the sun. Do-do-do-do. Here comes the sun. I say it's alright. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Da-da-da-da-da.
such a great song.
Yeah, that is a good one. They have so many.
Yeah.
They wrote so many nice songs. Beautiful songs together. Did we inspire Uncle?
I'm working in. I just opened up the Lovable project. I want to see if there's a way to get some sort of low latency capability to jam.
Yeah, there's a few apps that are there's one God, what's it called? I'll find it.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Adam. Yeah.
Nice.
And help me understand if I've been in love before. You promise everyone just hold on down.
Adam
If
plays
I
metal.
give
Nice.
my heart to you. Yeah, so many nice songs. I love their ballads. I'm definitely one that does a lot of ballads. I usually, when even in the band, it's like I have like way more ballads than need to be done. But that's because there's so many good ones that people can resonate with for sure. Like, babe, I'm leaving, must be on my way. And Jesse's right here.
I was bongoing on Hawk's body and his tail's just wagging, and I don't know if they heard it in the microphone, but while we were bongoing and it was like his tail's wagging. He was just so happy that he got to be my bongo drum.
Oh yeah. Get down there in the back of the lower bass, the back, and a little.
Yeah, he's like pushing his back into the drum.
That's funny.
For sure.
Of course, I'm always available to do another consciousness show with you. I think we covered a lot, though. I think we really did.
That was great. I definitely would love to like. I mean, and that was kind of like free form, you know. I'd love to like write down some stuff and like follow an outline of like specific stuff to address, you know. Oh, nice! Look at that.
I just found that on frickin' Marketplace, bro.
Wow.
Jägermeister guitar.
Schecter.
I watched it, and
Bro.
I'm so certain of my facts. You know what I'm
Looks
saying.
really
I'm
nice.
so
Fall back in
confident.
love, bro.
But to me, it's like my faith
Cool,
that
man.
makes me confident. Like my gut. You know, when something's true, there's peace in it, and
Yeah.
certainty. It's
Did
very
you take
strange.
piano lessons as a kid?
I play everything by ear and just
Yeah.
or watching even on YouTube, watching them play and trying to see what they're doing.
Wow.
But mostly by ear, and always
Yeah.
have.
Yeah,
And I had a-
Fourth piano lesson as a kid, I started playing some Jerry Lee, and the lady was like, "No, we're done."
Yeah. Yeah, I'm also not formally trained, but still always ended up in a band.
Yep.
I was the one dancing on a field. We went to Drum Corps International in Madison, Wisconsin. It was like the wildest thing. I played this like trumpet and didn't really know all the notes, but I just played as harmoniously as I could.
That's awesome. Wow, what a crazy instrument to be playing like that.
Marching around with it.
I think the
and then
most
I loved
talented-
the drum, and then so I picked the bass drum and I went to the Calgary Stampede Parade 2 times in a row. And the second time I had this big bass drum for 5 hours. It was that was quite a workload.
I got a
carry
couple
this
mahogany,
big
big mahogany. Dude, those things will kill your neck after about 6 hours at a barter fair.
So I was pretty young, so it was definitely the workout that I wanted to change to snare.
Yep.
I started guitar really when I was 15, 16. And that's when I wrote a song called Peace, which still resonates with me and my character, my desire.
Oh yeah.
But I'm really surprised I wrote such a profound song at such a young age, but you know what happened to me at 16. So it was, a big pivotal time for me. And that song came out of that. I might play that one day or anytime you want, really.
It's interesting, I think, like to look back at something like that, like you're talking about, Paul, and realize like you were totally different you were a different person at that point, but that base part of you still kind of had that knowledge, right? Or still had those feelings. You were still connected to whatever it was that you were expressing.
Oh yeah. That's true, but I didn't know what it was. Like I didn't understand it yet.
It's amazing, right? To look back and be like, holy shit, like I knew, but I didn't know that I knew.
Yeah, it's
I've
crazy.
been the only guy dancing at barter fair shows and all kinds of different little community concerts and stuff. And sometimes you're the only guy dancing the whole night.
Yeah.
I never understood why I never understood why the creator I don't know how to explain it. He saw value in me, and I guess my hope is to fulfill
Always
whatever the creator
do what you've seen
wants me to do or hopes that I will do, or you know what I mean. I want to
you are
I want to make him proud.
You are making him proud.
Yeah, you already are. You are. I mean,
absolutely.
I mean, just that notion, I think, is just all that really the universe in general wants.
Adam said, "Play it." All right. I'll do a little bit. Maybe not the whole song, but it's very crazy for that a 15, 16-year-old boy wrote such a song, and it's very simple to play, and it's profound. Star. Oh shit! I forgot how it starts. Sunsets fade, stars at night, the ocean still whispering tide. Time moves slowly, a breeze through my hair. The moon so clear and bright. Peace invade our hearts. Peace, a brand new start. Peace of mind, so content. Peace in life with no end. One verse, one chorus.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
Awesome.
I didn't even know how to play guitar. It was just my what sounds good, and
You were channeling, man. You channeled that shit.
I think so. Yeah,
That's great.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah,
I hope you liked
yeah.
it, Adam. Thanks for asking for it. I wasn't gonna do it. I didn't want to impose too much of myself.
Yes.
I
No.
like to
Good.
share
Good
the
job.
space. But most of us are music lovers, and I think that's one thing that's universal.
Yeah, man. That definitely hit its target for sure.
Yeah, on that trip to Madison, Wisconsin, that's when I was like playing the snare, and I was learning the snare, and I was tapping on like learning on the bus as we're traveling, and one guy told me to stub it, and I was like, "What do you mean?" And I just kept going, and then he like kicked it, and it hit me in the face.
What?
Yeah, I was like 12.
These guys have got a good, probably 1,000,000 miles on them. I've had these things for years, probably 20
So I
years.
just lit him off with one shot, and then he just he was knocked out, and he was just standing there, and blood just started trickling down his nose, right? He's just frozen, and the counselors from the trip started walking towards him and had to get there, because when he comes out of his whatever knocked out or whatever, he's just frozen solid. And then he's probably gonna come at me, which he did, and I just had my hands up, and they're in between us, and there was no more fighting.
I love listening to Jesse describe stories of his
You go
life
take the dog out for a
minute. I'm just looking at the options here for the jam room on the Hype Love Tribe.
Yeah, I was high vibing for sure. Whoa, yes. I don't like to be kicked in the face.
Yeah.
Oh, you're on mute, Paul.
Oh, Paul, yeah, we can't hear you.
Yeah, it's weird that I wrote those words in a peaceful time. Like Canada was in good, was much better at that point, but peace was still in my mind, in my heart. It was a desire. So very, very strange. My parents used to laugh at me because I used to listen to instrumental, classical music, and they were laughing at me because my sister would listen to punk rock, and so I was the calm, cool, chill one, and they thought it was hilarious. They were way cooler than me because they listened to
They're like, you hippie,
cooler music. So
that's funny.
I wasn't a normal child, that's for sure. I wasn't like the rest, but I'm glad. I'm glad because variety.
Unique. The word is unique.
Variety is so interesting to me. Like different people and different concepts. That's what I love about your shows. Is that we're hearing other views, and that really expands. I really live outside the box. I'm not in a box ever. And the mind is like an umbrella. It works better when it's open.
Yeah.
So that's what
sharing their real views was what I benefited the most. Real people just sharing their stories, just having a conversation with me. I didn't even want to like look at their story. I just wanted to see them and talk to them, and don't even have any background. They show up on the screen, and it's just like having awesome conversation with someone that you've just opened the door to. And it's, for me, everybody got to benefit how good it made me feel.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you were good at it. You had an open mind too. You know, you're same with Michael. Michael's the same. His mind's open, and you know, he's listening with an open mind in neutral space. You know, so I'm so happy that we met to, you know, we came together. I think that is so freaking
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah, for
I
sure.
can't wait to see what happens.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's
Can't wait. What are you gonna do until then?
yeah. Exactly. Jesse, I love that you're always calling that out. You're like, you don't have to wait. We're here right now.
Language is really important because you're manifesting that
Yeah,
vibration of who
yeah,
you are with
so
those
true.
words you're saying
I love it.
into the system. And I'm checking myself
Yeah.
with the vibration. I don't want to use spell words, and I want my vibration to have that footprint I could be proud of,
Totally.
because that's the energy I'm vibrating. I'm not letting them anything. It's just good in me,
I love
right?
that. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
everything can be good from there.
Can you feel me? Like, can you feel
Yeah,
me rising? Like, I
Yeah,
can
totally.
feel it. Like, my whole body is like lifting. When I talk about the creator, I get like that. I get very excited. And I just
Yeah.
love talking about it because it's like the one mystery that we all have to find. You know, we have to,
Yeah.
you know, love that our surroundings and our earth enough, and the birds, and see the complication and the complicated system that we have.
Yeah.
And who did this, and you know what I mean? Like, the ultimate question of every human being should be like, how did this happen? You know, how are we here? I know we co-create when we procreate. So I love
Yeah.
that. I love that participatory creator, because he's there.
Right. Oh, see, my
Beautiful.
stupid camera keeps going in and out. But I
Yeah.
love what Adam is saying. Adam in the comments, thank you all. I needed this lift tonight. Like, see, that's it. Like, it's just about showing up and like just all for each other, you know. It's
But Michael's showing us right now why and how the Bigfoot was blurry. It was the camera. It wasn't Bigfoot.
Oh my God, I came across this guy who is complete satire. And he has this thing going where his dad in 1958 like had gotten these Bigfoots. I don't know if you've seen the guy. And he's got these like Bigfoot bodies and these Bigfoot heads, and he's like, yeah, they've been frozen, and I'm gonna cut this one open and show you guys. And it's like, it's all satire, but he's so deadpan and like serious like about it. Oh my God, I'll find the link. I'll put it in the chat.
I can keep a straight face like that too.
It's so great. I'm just like, oh my God, like it looks like the Bigfoots look like puppets. Like they just look so funny. And he's just so serious. And there's one he's like, here we've got the Bigfoot penis, and he's got this like thing, and he's like, oh my God, it's just too funny.
Gonna pluck away that negative energy. We're gonna pluck away the fear is leaving you. The fear is leaving you. It's not there anymore. It's going. We're gonna pluck it away and feed you that positive energy right from the creator that loves us and thinks we're beautiful and perfect.
Oh yeah, brother.
I don't even know if it's a he. I think that's just a go-to, because Yeshua says, my father is your father, so we just assume it's a
For
male.
whoever,
But I don't
it's
think it's
whatever.
possible.
For whoever, it's whatever. It's for whoever,
Yeah,
it's whatever.
I don't think
right?
it's
Everybody has
possible.
a different, and they're allowed to. That was the whole story. Is everybody's got the freedom to create, connect, however they wish, and
But like,
unfortunately,
as
people
water
try
in
to
its
stop
material
other
form, as
people's-
water has no sex, you know, and fire has no sex, and earth has no sex. It's just a facilitator, you know, gives life. So he or she or Enigma, I think creator is the safest way
Ah!
to
Yeah, or creator. I
speak
love
to
it.
him
Creator means they can
without,
include all. It's the easy way to just include all when you say creator. Created whatever you think it is. Creator created. Oh,
yeah.
yeah, I love the line with that too.
But I'm happy to be alive. I love my challenges. I love the ups and downs. I love the new information and getting closer to understanding uh, that one question that
Big ending.
most of us have, is about creation. And
I
I
like to
love
be
how
very
close I am.
comprehensive.
I love that I can answer questions and help others.
Mhm.
And my life is very bizarre. Like I have candidates running for mayor coming to my house for advice. And I've never been a mayor. I don't know what mayors do. And it's very bizarre. Like my life is
That's
so
the advice they
strange.
need, though. That's why they need your advice.
It's just so strange how things work in my life. It's not normal. Like I live with the tallest woman in the world. Like, what is that? How did that happen? Like, it's just so crazy. But I was there for her, and she needed me. And Sandy Allen was her name. She lived in Niagara Falls, and she was 7'7.25" inches.
Holy moly.
My mother came over once and saw her. She poked
That's
her head.
crazy.
She's really tall, so she was poking her head out, and her head was really big. And my mother started screaming and ran away. She was scared to death because my mother's 4'11", so she was terrified of her. But yeah,
That's,
like how did that happen? How
that's
did I get
hysterical.
nominated for male vocalist? These aren't things that are normal. Normal things don't happen to me. A mayor asking me for advice, that's not normal. Becoming a podcaster is never something I wanted to do. You know, I preferred, like what you do, singing, making people happy and dance and working with and gelling with a band. And it really is like being a family. I just love touring. Just for the camaraderie, the the every week we got better and better and better. The harmonies got tighter, and it
Yeah.
was just so beautiful near the end. How far we come, and it's sad because a lot of them their egos got too big and they just ruined it. And it was sad because it never affected me that way. I
Mm.
was always humble. Yeah. But all the awards, we got nominated for 11 awards. And right at that
Amazing.
point, everybody's head exploded except mine.
Mm.
I was gratified,
Right.
gratitude. But they got overconfident and conceited and
Yeah.
wanted to change the name of the band and change the leader, remove me as leader. So I was like, no, 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 no. It's so sad. But it was meant to
Yeah.
be. There's no regret.
Yeah.
It was meant to happen. It was meant to end. This
Mhm.
was meant to happen. Tonight was meant to happen.
I love
And
that.
someone's going to hear something one of us say, and it's going to change their life. And we're not going to
I,
even know.
I
Somebody
tried
already did.
Yeah, I tried to do this idea with this painting lady, and I was doing painting, and so she's like, "Would you like to do a company together?" Right? And she's from this big company, and I thought maybe, hey, I'd do a company with this lady, and I was like, "Sure." We verbal contract that we're partners in this like company, and then the very first thing that I get is us on a TV show. The Property Brothers big TV show is the first one that I connected into this new partnership, and it was my friend's buddy's parents that asked me to do the painting on the show, right? And so I was like, sure. And then comes to billing, she wants to overbill my friends' parents and like overbill them, and I said no. And then we weren't really in partnership anymore, and then she just
Wow.
tried to get as much out of that contract that I just got. We just had a verbal, and she took money that wasn't hers.
That's crazy. I'm trying to put the link for this Bigfoot guy in the chat, but I can't seem to put it
So I
in.
didn't do a
love-
company with her anymore.
I love to speculate on what's going to happen to us. Because
What do you
We
mean?
were, we were on the
there's no
Property
limit.
Brothers TV show, which was really cool. On this Home on a Ranch episode, I was out on a ranch, and while I was driving home, and I had this Infinity, and on these country roads, and I was probably going 140, 150 kilometers an hour, so it's a little bit different for you there, Michael. And on this like country road, and it's just starting to, sun's going a little bit down, and 7 p.m. I was there a little bit late and rolling on this hill. And then as soon as I get to the top, there's this giant owl eating something on the road. And I'm going like 140, 150. It was right on the top of the hill, and it was right in front of me. Like I saw it split second, and I'm going real fast. And if I didn't choose not to hit it, I would have fucking kersplatted it, right? Like it would have been ceased to exist. But as I did that, going so fast, I probably almost rolled 4 or 5 times at least,
Oh my
right?
God.
And so I went, and as it hit, and I just jumped forward and just kept going, and it was like. And after that, I asked everybody on Facebook if an owl could be my spirit animal, and what does it mean?
That's hysterical. Oh my God. Oh, that pizza looks good, Paul.
So I wonder if anybody has any questions for us.
Yeah. Does anybody have any questions? It's only got to get better. You got to trust it, believe it, expect it. Yes, I agree with you. It's only going to get better. It's amazing if you think about what the time that we're in right now. You know what I mean? Like, it's so easy for me to ignore the crap because there's so much other good stuff going on. You know, like really cool stuff. Like I'm just
Kersplat is a technical term.
what is it?
Kersplat.
Kersplat is a technical term.
Oh, it's kersplat. Like I see.
To be kersplatted.
I watched as I'm going this way pretty fast, and this car's coming this way, and some bird hit the front of this guy's car and hit the windshield, and I saw it kersplat. It's like I had pieces of the shit on mine. As I like was going this way, that's like
Holy
there was
moly.
kersplats on my car too.
I've had a few kersplats. Yep.
Crazy.
And
And
then
when kersplatted.
mosquitoes are kind of assholes with wings.
I just realized we might not be able to play together because I'm tuned in 432.
There's also a bit of a lag. I think that's what we were talking about earlier. Like trying to, I'm gonna try to get on the High
StreamYard
Vibe Love
gets
Tribe.
lag.
I'm gonna get some sort of. There's other third-party services that will have more no lag. You know, so you can do a jam. And I'm just looking.
Yeah, something. Cool.
Yeah, exactly. But listen, gentlemen, it's 1:15 here on the East Coast. My wife is fell asleep on the couch. I got to go grab her and bring her in. It's been a pleasure hanging with you guys.
For sure.
Looking forward to more of it.
Here,
Good to see all the High Vibe Love Tribers. Adam alive. Good to see you out there contributing your good energy. Faith takes you far. Good to see you. Everybody out there. Morgan, I see Morgan Caldwell out there. Good to see you. Karina.
But yes, keep in touch and
man.
keep connected, and we'll.
This is it. This is we're starting a community thing. So just keep an ear out. You'll hear us, right?
Yep, for sure.
I'll see you guys. Have a great night,
Thank
guys.
you.
Have a great night, brother.
Bye.
Brother.
Our brother. It's getting late here too. 1:14 week.
yeah, he's always been so nice. Like,
I will stay as long as I can.
That's the beautiful part about this place is that there's just more and more connection. There's so much strength in numbers, and the more the numbers connect and real powerful, then it's stronger. And there's no other but our common shared goodness. Like
Faith has a question.
People have goodness in their heart.
We have a question. Faith takes you far. Yes, please.
Yes, please.
If I can answer, I will. But if I don't know the answer, I will let you know. I don't know everything. I'm not that smart. It's more my faith that gives me the knowledge I have. Can you feel these shifts? No, I think the actual shift is going to be instant. And but what we're going through right now is an awakening of information. People are seeing the truth. It's really a preparation stage, but we definitely don't want to fall into the negative It is quite easy to do that because there is a lot of negative that we're finding out that's happening, and it's not stopping, even though we know it's happening and are talking about it. So there is going to be a fulcrum point, I believe, and but there is going to be a point where they will be powerless, and we won't have to throw one stone. You know, it's not going to be a battle. It's going to be a restoration of what was taken from us and returned to us, and it's something we've never known. So that's what's exciting about it, because it's going to be beautiful. We don't know what exactly it's going to be like to have 100% function of our brain and the power that will invoke.
I love that. And Faith Takes You Far says, question, Jesse, can you feel the shift that's going on? Yeah. And so it's been for the last probably 6 years, 7 years, really intense and really good, because it's shifted so much to a better vibration than people being not aware of things that are happening to them. And that's made me feel really good about things and meeting really good people, because it has shifted in a good place. And so if I keep up with my word spell not using language, then I'm footprint is something I can be proud of. I can feel good about, and then post people, and people, your vibe attracts your tribe. And look at all you beautiful souls that come and hang out with me. You know how honored I am for you to share some time with me here, brothers.
Yeah,
Pretty
it's
special,
really,
bro. It's pretty
it's really,
special.
yeah, it's awesome to find your tribe. It's really amazing.
There's
Because-
a lot of down energy about the internet and all this stuff. And even I'm still, obviously not really into data centers and shit by any means, but
Time scrolling. They want to put them on people's houses and give them some money for them so they don't have to poison water and shit. And
yeah, until they figure out there's 20 grand worth of gold in every one of those, people are going to start taking those things and just melting them down, bro. I mean, why not?
gold prices would have to like plummet.
Well, they are part of an agenda, and it's not a good agenda, but it's not going to be
It's
hidden.
our agenda. It's good. It's whatever. We just keep making it.
Yeah.
You know, the stuff that isn't good doesn't stay in our vibration. And that split that you talk about is the split
Yep.
that we incorporate, right? We just don't
Yep.
give energy to stupid shit. And if
Yep.
we do, it's on us, not the stupid shit. You can't blame the stupid shit for being stupid shit, but you can
Exactly.
blame
You
yourself,
blame yourself for being stupid.
putting into your energy into that stupid shit. And how long are you going to stay now? How much stupider of stupid shit are you gonna get, right? Of the stupid shit that you probably don't want to be anyways.
I'm taking the tools and making them, using them for good. I mean, you can't. What are you gonna? You can't fight the system. The guy in the nosebleed section yelling at the ref on the field never gets anything accomplished, right?
And why, Uncle Fatty?
I mean,
Yeah.
Other choice.
yeah. I mean, it's mindset. It really is mindset. Like you said about the word games. Like I gotta keep track of that. That's something that I am definitely.
Don't drag yourself into shit you don't want, and you'll be okay. You sometimes
Yeah.
you'll just want some shitty shit just to like blow off some steam or whatever
Yeah.
it is you need to get into that vibration for. It's not
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah.
It's just what you was best for you at the time. So own it and be proud of it, even if it wasn't the stuff that you're the most proud
Yeah.
of. Be proud that
But
you went where you needed to be, and for yourself. If you drag yourself in the trenches, sometimes it's not, like bad. In my eyes.
But you showed that you're a true friend because you caught me doing it, and I didn't realize I was doing it. Remember when we were talking with Barrett, and I was saying, go over there and steal some apples or what have you. And
I always
you're
say
right.
anytime I hear that word, I say "Thou shalt not steal," and that's one of those scriptures I align with. I have no problem just saying that. You can't steal what's free, right? People say, "I'm going to steal that." Well, what kind of message if you're saying if you're going to share steal stuff into vibration? Isn't there a much better thing that you could possibly say? And so, that's one time I do correct things.
But you showed me that even in a joke, the power of the words has the same effect whether you mean it or not.
Normalize steal.
That's why it's good to be aware of that.
Yeah,
And
you don't want to normalize tea. I don't, right? But what does that
not,
say?
yeah,
What kind of a footprint is that you're, acknowledging in a happy way something that isn't happy?
it's good to know. And the 100th show I did with you on my podcast, I was wearing all linen, 100% linen, and that was amazing. You remember that? That was like 2 years ago or a year and a half ago. After the end of the first season, and I'm glad you came on the show. I'm glad you had me on your show because we do say things that really matter to ourselves, and hopefully the right person heard the right message, and that would fulfill our whole purpose.
He did. You were satisfied with it, so there's no doubt
Hmm.
about what it did. You have to, own that. You did good.
In one way or another, like somebody got something out of it.
That's my
You
hope.
did, so it doesn't matter if anybody else did.
Absolutely.
You probably
I
have
mean,
those more and more, which is bonus. But either way, it doesn't matter because you benefited from it. If you benefited from it and other people
Mhm.
did, fuck yeah, own that.
that's why I
shit.
call myself a professional propagandist, because propaganda doesn't care what the person feels, right?
Mhm.
We just want to get that vibe out there and make sure that the knowledge is there, that the words are spoken, and that it's not forgotten, and that
Better
and that it's
loving
out there.
propaganda than their program shit.
Right. I mean, it's all propaganda. I mean, and there's not a lot of faith in humanity
Your
anymore.
footprint, your
right?
footprint, your love print, your propaganda is your love print, right? You're
Absolutely.
just
Absolutely.
combating,
Yep.
shitty shit.
Yep. I mean, I think it's our roots. I look at it like that too. Footprint. It's what grounds us. It's what keeps us in tune with everything else, whatever it
You've
is. But
come a long way, man, Uncle Fatty. From when we
Yeah.
first met that day, you've come a long way, man. They were really rough on you, man. So
oh yeah, no, I just play an asshole on the internet, bro.
yeah, but you
Power
come a
tool
long
sector's
way,
where it's
man.
at.
You're such a good man. It's nice to have a friend like you, brother.
For sure. But it is, it's nice to be that. Here's the thing about the internet too. We all know it. Everybody's playing a role in life. And we're all chameleons. We can all jump from a group to another. We can, be one way around our parents and around our friends and go through those steps through the day and play those roles, right?
I like
But
your
some-
optimism when you say all.
Well, most people are at least aware that that roles are being played. Maybe not.
I love your optimism because some people call them NPCs, but I just say they're maybe just asleep. I don't like
And
to feel
It's all
that
choice,
nobody's
isn't it?
not
I mean, we can choose to
You
be a
make
dick.
your own choice, of
Choose to be-
course.
Yep.
Yeah, brother. You're all singing through your music and words.
I'm looking for something. I've got a few songs in here that I made a few years ago that we dicked around with for high vibe Love Tribe punk rock songs.
Adam says, leave your Xmas lights on all year. You know what I'm saying? I jumped off this bridge one time in the water. I asked everybody who wants to jump off the bridge with me at this place I was like working at, and everybody was like, "No, you're crazy." And I was like, the river was high, so I'm like, I'm going to jump off this bridge, and people were like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Who's coming?" And I asked probably like 15 or 20 people that were in this place I was at, and different people got off at different times, and so I got off a little earlier, and it was like 8:15, 8:30, 9:50, 9:30, I think 10. Some people even got off at, right? So it's just a little bit different. And when I get to the bridge, I can't see the bottom anywhere. And I'm like, fuck. I'm like, where am I going to jump? I need to know where the deepest is. So I'm trying to figure out where the deepest is because it's a car bridge. And it's pretty high, but the river's high. And I'm like, okay, I put my foot over and I get on the other side, and I'm like, I got my smokes in my pocket. I'm like, fuck, I didn't think about this, and so I need to jump off this bridge, and as soon as I just about to go, I looked and there was this minivan that was coming this way. And I looked in the lady's face and I just looked at her and I didn't look like distress. I didn't say like, I didn't go thumbs up or anything. Like I just kind of jumped and I hit the water, but I had to go in a way that I was like ninja ready because I didn't know what was going to be down there, right? So as my foot hit the bottom, I braced some of the impact of me going down and my butt hit a bit and I pushed my hands down. I knew like I was ready, so I didn't even hurt myself this time. And I've gone straight down cliffs and sprained ankles and shit. So this time I didn't even hurt myself. And as I'm swimming, the river's really fast. I'm on the other side. I went right in between the two pillars. I'm thinking that's where it's the deepest, but that's where it went shallow. When I hit the bottom, I stood up and I could see my smokes in my pocket. So I just jumped off a fucking car bridge that was as deep as like my chest. So it wasn't super deep, and it's good that I was ninja ready because I would have been super hurt. And I stood up, and as soon as I stood up and I saw my smokes and I stood up, I knew exactly it was just maybe above around my chest, above my top of my pocket, water deep, and it shot me. And as I'm swimming and it's a bend, and as soon as I get to the other side is right where the corner is, and then all of a sudden the whole bridge lights up like a Christmas tree. It just reminded me of what he said, and so I ambulances and fire trucks and police cars, and I'm like going into like the woods and stuff, and I'm looking, what the heck is going on there? Why is there light up like a Christmas tree? And so I went through the fence and I hopped over and went to the community, and I'm walking like on as these sirens are lighting on the other side of this, like, you know, in like the area nature area, right? And I'm squishing through, and as I walked to the other side, and there was this turbo gas station, and my buddy was working there, and I could hear the sirens the whole time, but this time I'm not squishing and I'm dry or drier. My clothes are still wet, but I'm not leaving a trail. And I go to my buddy and I'm like, do you hear all those sirens? And he's like, Jesse, don't tell me they're for you. And I'm like, I think so, man, but can you check and can you call and can you tell them in case you're looking for somebody that just jumped off the bridge? He just came through here and you don't have to look for him anymore, because I wasn't talking to them. I'm not getting no fine for doing nothing that I didn't think was wrong. And so I got him to call, but I didn't want them searching for me, right? I didn't, dude. I'm pretty sure that lady saw me jump and like, called somebody, right? So that whole thing lit up, and I'm like, is that for me? I'm like, oh, I think maybe that's for me. I didn't even think the possibility that someone would try to come and help me, because I was doing that for fun.
Yeah, I mean, if I would have called. Like, I'm pretty sure. Was that a? Well, I'm pretty sure that was a guy that just stepped up the rail.
The next day, when I go back to this place that I'm working at, this big warehouse place, people are hugging me. They think that I'm dead. They got off of work after me. They hear all these sirens, the bridge that I just told them all I'm jumping off of. They're hugging me. They thought I was like a gunner.
They already had a vigil for you the night before. Yeah, dude.
I went to Partners Pizza after that. I had 3 tequila shooters after I talked to my buddy. I had 3 tequila shooters, and I was like, holy, what a rush. What a rush.
Yeah, we got.
So I got to run, but I'll be right back.
30 to 80 feet. You know, it's flat. Got a little bit of a tilt, but still the way the river runs with the shallow and the deep, you got to know right where you're at. Jumping at night is
wasn't night, but it was like the water was all murky, like it was still like it was kind of spring, but it was murky, and so I couldn't see anywhere. And I was like, but realizing afterwards when I looked where the posts are, it goes deeper, right? Like the water around those posts have made it deeper, made like areas of rock and stuff. So I chose right in the middle of the two posts as the most shallow place to jump. That was definitely not one of my better moments.
You gotta know where the channel marker's at. Yeah.
But because I was ninja ready, I didn't hurt myself at all.
That's how they jump off the the guys at the circus that jump into the small short pools and stuff.
Yeah,
come in ninja and just compress, and I mean, you're only going 3 or 4 feet deep at the most.
Totally.
But no, we used to run from the high school down to the lake for cross country. It was like 2 miles down. We'd run around the little park down by the lake and go swimming, whatever. And chicks would all go down on the dock, and the guys would all go up on the cliffs and show off diving into the cliffs. And come, through the fall, they'll lower the lake, and you don't notice, but shit, from 1 week to the next, you could fluctuate 3 to 4 feet of lake level. We went down that next Tuesday, and of course, just come running off that big old swan. Come out like this. My nose is crooked, big old scar right there. And just,
wow.
You know how it's just a little scar, just a little nick, but you know how it is with water.
Yeah.
So I come up and like blood's all. I'm like, and the chicks just freaked out, all ran off the dock, went and got help and ambulances and whatever else, which I didn't necessarily need, but still, it was that close, dude. Like a little. I opened my eyes just in time enough to know that I didn't want to hit like this, and just pulled up as hard as I could, and still just kind of like raked my face on the bottom, and was big boulder here, big boulder right over there. You got to hit it just right. And oh man, that was
so many of us like to jump
sophomore year. Yeah, man. But jumping at night is always a trip. You can kind of on that bridge, you can't see the water. It's dark, it's black. You don't know where the surface is. It's a leap of faith, straight up. So we'll go during the day and time it, figure out you got 2.5 seconds of drop time, 3 seconds of drop time until you want to hit it. But man, yeah, nighttime is totally different deal. and murky water, man, down there in the Midwest and all through the everything's dark. Red clay.
Just always murky?
Yeah, dude. Like there's no, it's not clean. I mean, it's clean, but it's not. Shit, you got a cow pasture over here, a farm over here, so it's cow shit and fertilizer and red clay.
And a lot of places dump sewage and shit into the rivers, and it really makes it like not they could be fertilizing instead of river watering it. Like it's much better places than the fucking water to dump shit. And
dude, here with all the mine tailings and stuff that came out of the valley,
they needed a place to do it, and like they got in trouble with the glyphosate, not the glyphosate, the ones from
Monsanto stuff, Roundup and stuff, or
which one?
The fertilizers, the phosphates and stuff from soaps.
Yeah.
Now we got the damn quagga mussels moving up the rivers and stuff. Like Central Idaho, you wouldn't think of this, right? But Central Idaho and Lewiston is the furthest inland port in America. Ocean port, right?
That's kind of cool. That you can get
all the way up to Columbia, and then all the way up to Clearwater, up through all those locks and all those dams, coming up 3,000 feet, 3,200 feet above sea level. Taking all these logs and mainly logs and paper. There's a big paper mill right there. It takes all the paper down into the NorCal area, but all the quagga mussels coming up now are clogging up all the dams, clogging up all the features, just little tiny hard-shelled mussels. And we got the mine tailings that are just nasty, dude. You get down 2 to 3 feet and you're into this 4-foot level of all that mine tailing that they dumped up in the rivers back through the 30s, 20s, 30s, and 40s, up through the 60s, really.
They should have made clay with it or something, built some fucking houses.
I mean, there's no profit in helping people. Helping people, you don't make money helping people. Why would we do that?
But destroying shit is never an option.
Yeah. That's, it's the way of the world with the money situation. Can't make money without screwing somebody over, it seems like, anymore.
That's
At
why,
least, industry wise, right?
yeah, that's why money's not been a favorite thing of mine.
Nope. It's just all these multi-billionaires are building all their bunkers thinking, I still got Y2K food, bro. The thing about Y2K food is you got to be where the Y2K food is, and you're never there. You're never there, right? So you're out gallivanting, and then next thing something happens, and you're like, sure wish I wasn't why did I do that? Like, I mean, it's
at least you'd have a stash though, just so you could find it if need be at that time.
You think all the neighborhoods in between me and that stash are going to let me just go through their area to go get my stash?
Well, just as positive as we know the future is now, we'd be positive at that time too, right? We'd just be rolled through. I'll tell you a story. So I was in Mexico City and I got invited to this Dia de Muerta party. It was the Day of the Dead party. And I had to come as a costume, and I'm living in Mexico now. I don't know, probably like 8 months or six months, maybe 7 months. And so I'm at the north of Mexico, and I have to come dressed in a costume. So I'm at my buddy's house, and like, what are you gonna dress me in? And he's like, a cholo. I'm like, so I dress as a cholo, even painted like a mustache on me. I got the bandana and the chain and the big bandana and
top button only.
Oh yeah, and open shirt, and I'm rolling through, and nobody wants to look at me anywhere, and I'm still kind of like smiling and being good energy, but I can see everybody avoiding on the combis, on the train.
Like, you just showed up as yourself, like, and they're thinking like,
totally, they're like, this guy looks like one of these, like, gangster troublemakers. And so I get downtown to where I have to go to where the party is in Zocalo, and as I'm walking through, and the time that I was for the party, there was all kinds of gangsters everywhere. So I'm walking through, and at the time, Mexico City is the most dangerous city in the world. There was 12 million people that lived there, and 3 million people came to work there every day. And so I'm rolling through dressed, and people are like, yo, like, who's that? Like, who is that? They were wondering, and I just walked right through. Yeah, I just walked right through, right? I didn't, like, ask for directions or some shit, I just rolled through like I belonged, and nobody bothered me. And I get to the door, and I knock on the door, and they open, and they're like, get lost in Spanish, right? Like, beat it. And I'm like, no, it's Canada Jesse, right? And Canada Jesse, I'll let Canada Jesse in, right? So I get to go to this party after walking through this pretty intense, but like, anything could have happened at any time, right? Like, I know my surroundings, I'm not dumb, so you just make the best decision of not putting yourself in a dumb situation with anybody that might be bored.
Yeah, dude.
And rolled right through and had like the craziest party. They asked me if I wanted a Space Mountain, and like I said before, I didn't like coffee, and so the Space Mountain was instant coffee on half of the plate and sugar on the other half of the plate. You put the lime half in the instant coffee, half in the sugar, and then you put that in the mouth, and then you take the shooter, and then so I don't drink coffee. I don't like coffee at this time. Wow. I wasn't even drinking Cafe Sudaz, of Vietnamese coffee, right? So I at this time I didn't even drink Cafe Sudaz. I had no coffee at all. And so, I had these Space Mountains. I don't know, after like 3 or 4 of those Space Mountains, I was flying. And like the people in this house party we were at down just off of Zocalo that I walked to, and was like 5 floors. And, everybody ran out of smokes at like 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. And I'm like, well, is there a store open? They're like, yeah, but you can't go. I'm like, what do you mean I can't go? It's too dangerous out there. There's like so many, like, it's like, weekend, everybody's out there. You can't go. None of us, all of us in here are scared shitless to go, is the type of mean that I can't go.
I got my khakis and my white shirt on, man. What are you talking about?
I'm not just as a cholo, right? And so I'm like, well, I'm going because everybody ran out and I need to smoke, and everybody's talking about cigarettes, and I'm going to get everybody smokes. I'll be back. And the guy that invited me to the party was his cousin's party, was that house that he had his little business selling his little socks and stuff that he sat on his porch and watching. And that was his house, his business and stuff like that. But it was his cousin's house that he invited me. And this guy met him at a hacienda party. When I rolled in, they gave me a necklace with a little wooden keg on it that they took me these big vats of tequila, and they said I could just put my little keg under this anytime I wanted tequila. I'm like, this is one of the fucking best parties ever, right? I just got this real clean, pure tequila that I could just come and just bump my party up. So that's where I met him, and he spoke English, and we just became friends. So he invited me to this Dia de Muerta party. So, and then he says I got to come dressed as in a costume, and I'm dressed as a cholo. And now I'm walking back down outside the street of this party that he says he has to come with me because he'd feel responsible if something happens. So he's coming, and I'm not going by myself. But I grew up not, I'm being able to go wherever I want, right? Like it doesn't really matter which part of the world I'm in. And we're walking, and this young guy, I don't know, maybe 14, 15, 13, I don't know, he comes up and asks, if we were going, or if we need, I asked him where the store was, and he said, this way, can I, walk with you guys there? And I was like, sure. So next thing we know, we're walking, and Buddy starts freaking the fuck out. He even pulls out his knife and like hiding it behind his leg and shit. And I'm having to like, what the fuck is going on? So he's walking beside this guy with his hand on his knife, and like I'm walking and I'm going like just rolling through. And so we get to the store, and I was like 5 packs of smokes, and he's like, did you want a beer? I'm like, we can get a beer. I'm like, okay, sure, I'll take a beer. So he gets 5 packs of smokes and 2 beers. And so I give him 200 pesos, which at the time was like 20 US bucks, right? And he had got like, I think 13 of the 130 pesos back or whatever, like 13 bucks back. And he had kept it in his pocket and stuff. And we start walking. I go to the kid. I ask if he wants a box of smokes, and I was like, to deal with my fucking retard friend, and like he doesn't speak English, so we're speaking in Spanish. But I'm asking if he wants a pack of smokes, right? And he's like, a brand new, fresh. Take it, do whatever the fuck you want with it. And he's like, no. He's like, I can't. That's too much. So I open a pack of smokes. And do you want a bunch of smokes? And then he grabbed a bunch of smokes and he took it like a humble kid that he couldn't even take a whole box of smokes for his family. My buddy's freaking the fuck out on, right? Like with his knife beside, like this guy just met at this hacienda party, right? My new buddy. And now he's freaking, and the kid's like 15, right? He could have had like 8 of his 15-year-old friends, and they couldn't I'd roll right through them, right? And so I'm not concerned at all, but I'm worried about I'm gonna have to attack my fucking buddy. If he freaks the fuck out, I'm laying him the fuck out, right? Like he's I won't let him hurt that kid that was just being so nice. And so as we're walking, and the guy took the smokes and he cracks his beer, so I crack my beer and he starts drinking his beer and I start drinking my beer. And then he pulls out his knife again, and he says, do you know how to like open it up and just flick it and open it like with one little flick? I said, yeah, man, I grew up, I'm a boy, I was playing with these things, going out camping and wherever, right? And he says, well, show me. And I'm like, no, man, I don't need to show you. I'm gonna your knife in my hand. And he's like, no, come on, man. Just like, I want to see. And I'm like, we're drinking our beers, we're walking up the street, and he keeps telling me to like flick open his knife. So after I'm like, this guy's not going to shut the fuck up about me flicking open this knife. So I grab it. As soon as I flick it open, woo, the Mexican police light the fuck up is coming right our direction up the street. And I just flicked open, and I'm holding a knife up in the fucking air, right? So I was like, what the fuck? So I like closed the knife and I put it into like my hand, and I'm not reaching in my pocket. It's like hiding in my hand. It's just hiding in my hand. And they come and they're arresting us for open beers, right? And so they take the beers, and as I go to sit in the car, I drop the knife. These one guy's got an M16, the other guy's got kind of like an Uzi type of looking thing, and the driver had his hand pistol, right? And so I'm sitting in between the two of them. One's got the M16 like this, and the other guy's got the fucking Uzi, and he's got it right on my side, right? Like this fucking gun that looks like a gangster fucking Uzi that you see on TV shit is like poked into my side. The other guy's got the gun up in the air and shit, right? And so they say we're going to jail and how much money we have, and like all this kind of shit. And I said, I have none. I said, what I gave you was those 200 pesos is all I got. So whatever you have change of those 200 pesos is the only money I have. And so he ends up giving them the $13. They drive us back to the party and then give us our fucking beers back as they drive off. And so I took beer like it was like one of those tall boy cans, and it was like I only had a couple sips out of it. I chugged the whole fucking can.
Yeah, dude.
Right? Like, chew. I was like, what in the actual fuck?
Freedom.
And so they would but I knew once they were driving around. And so I said to the guy with the Uzi as we're driving, and I'm like, that's a big gun. He doesn't understand a fucking word I'm saying. I'm just English. I don't know Spanish. I'm just the English fucking guy in the car. And I'm like, that's a big gun. That's a pretty wide. That's what I'm trying to like talk about this gun that's poked in the fucking side of my ribs with the thing, right? Like, what if we go off a big ass fucking bump or some shit? His hand's on the fucking trigger, and like he's just like, he's right beside me, and my buddy's going, shut the fuck up, like he's telling me like to like shut the fuck up, don't talk about this guy's fucking gun, right? So I don't know, I just need to distract. But we got our beer back, so we get back to the party and then had some more of those Space Mountains and just had smokes for the rest of the time that I was there.
At least till sun comes up.
Oh yeah, we were out into the next day. But could you imagine you're going for a walk to the store and some retard pulls a fucking knife out that you're with on some kid?
Yeah,
the whole time I'm thinking, if this guy does anything stupid, I'm laying him out.
Yeah, been there. They don't. I was just saying number one. I wasn't anything in my hand.
But yeah, life is so fascinating, right? And
it is.
So another good one, I was in Hong Kong, and we went with my buddy, and they would always order like wine and stuff. So I had a bottle of wine with them, and then I ordered did I have the Hennessy? I ordered a bottle of Hennessy almost every night, so I'm not sure if I ordered it there or if a little bit later or whatever, the Hennessy. And I was there. And so I'm out going for a smoke, and there's the guy selling the bunny ears and the bunny ears and glasses, these nice. Cool ass glasses. And so they're all lit up, and this is just when the lit up stuff just kind of like started, and he's got this whole basket of these like bunny ears and glasses. So I just ask him how much for them all. Right. So I buy all of them off him, and I go into the place that I'm at, and I just start handing them out to everybody. Right. Just kind of like, yeah, I got my glasses on, and handed them out. And I don't know, maybe like half an hour, 45 minutes later, I'm outside for smoke, and I'm smoking. I look back, and the whole place is all lit up when it wasn't like lit up before I like just passed them out. Right. And it was like one of those like cool things. Like I did that. Like I did that. And it was like, it wasn't even cost me that much. Right. I don't know. This guy was like, I think it was like $50 or something for them all.
Yeah. Belize has been down to Belize a couple times. It's not the only it's the only South American stuff I've done, but it's definitely good vibes, man, for sure.
And when I was living in Cancun, I had to go to the free zone between Mexico and Belize to get out of Mexico to renew my tourist visa. So instead of being there illegally, I just, left the country, went to the free zone, and I'm on the bus with all these people that got chickens on the bus and stuff. I haven't even seen a chicken on a bus before in a little cage as they're going into the free zone. So it was one of those experiences. And I was still smoking and drinking at the time. And they're like, "Oh, you smoking? Wait for the the white guy." They were saying,
Yep. Shit, one guy tried getting a donkey on a 6-person little short bus when we were down there, and that dang coach, it took like half an hour to get the damn thing just to get up the stairs in the damn bus. Rolling down the street, so taking shit right in the aisle. Okay. Sweet. It's great. Yep.
"Yeah, I've tried to enjoy life the best I can. I just
Weird.
do fun shit. If I think of something fun to do, I look to do it if I can."
Oh yeah. Kind of like the yes man in the positive way, where
Oh yeah, that's
comes around with positives. It's yes,
totally.
you know.
When after I moved to Cancun and went through this adventure, and like I had to come back to Calgary, I promised my buddy if anything ever happened to him that I'd help look after his kids, and so I came back to Calgary, and when I linked back up the kids with the mom, the kids were in foster care, so I helped her, spend all my time with her, got her to do the counseling, got her to see the kids, do all the meets, and got it just like facilitated and all of this stuff to happen. And when I met the kids again, they're like, "Do you know what we remember about you?" And I'm like, "What?" "That you always say yes. We ask you for food, you say yes. We ask you to go play, you say yes. You always just say yes is what we remember of you." I'm like, "I'm gonna ask me to like do something. I'm gonna say no." I'm like, like I'm not doing anything.
Yeah,
better,
I get
that's
that.
for
I definitely
sure,
get that for sure.
then just be okay. And they said, "We just remember you always say yes." That's reminded me, yes, man. Like was movie from me.
Yep. Anything that's if it's worth doing, yeah, do it. And even just having kids, and being to where all my buddies were out partying and traveling the world and gallivanting and whatever, I still had those opportunities where I could hop in on those, but would bring the kids and would always just it's life, right? You embrace life, right? You don't block life out. Everything that we could go do every weekend was always something. Uncle Fatty's party planning, literally like ran a party planning service. Like,
yeah, that's super cool. We did meet your mate in the bar. So I came to the bars with questionnaires, and there's 5 questions, and just I would make up these wild questions. And on the back, you say draw a pig. And so to play the game called Meet Your Mate, you would pay $5 and girls were free until there's a bunch of girls in it. And then after girls were $3 to play.
Nice.
And so then I walked in with, a bunch of really pretty girls that went and go talk to all the guys to play $5 per game and stuff. Yep. So out of the $5, we kept $3 and the girl kept, or the seller was $2, right? So nice. 3 and 2 for the 5. So $2 for playing the game, and they're like super happy that, for each one they talked to. So I left there with $200-300 in my pocket, like every night. Nice. When they gave us free drinks. So part of the game was, and I was like the love doctor. I was a matchmaker, putting people as the love doctor, and I would find people with their questionnaires, and I'd have to match them up the best that I think that I could with whatever their answers and responses are, and the pigs and everything. Pig is like a psychological thing, so make my best assessment. The non-smoker kissers. Would you like to kiss a smoker? A non-smoker, it doesn't matter. And so I would ask that 3 questions. So anybody, no, I am not trying not to put them together at all. Like it doesn't.
That's a good
It's like,
breakdown for sure.
that's one of the easiest red lines, right?
Yeah.
To like make sure. And then if you find that number, so if you're 121, so you get the number 121, and you're got to find 256. So 121 has got to find 256. So you're in the club rolling, but the club's like us because once someone was in the game, they're going to stay in the club longer and wait to find out and to put the numbers up. So sometimes at midnight we would put on the numbers, 12:30. Sometimes they put some of these clubs on giant screens. Before they had all these like super giant screens, and
bingo parlor.
And if you found the mate, then you come to me and you each get a free drink ticket for playing the game. So whatever that, and the drinks were like $3.75, $4. So you could easily pay for a drink with, that $5. So now you get to meet somebody, some chance interaction. So I was like the love doctor playing the meet your mate game and rolled out of the bars all the time with like money in my pocket because, I was like helping facilitate people meeting each other. And I would sometimes as we got into it, I was the love doctor where come let me read your fortunes, what's gonna happen tonight, and like whether or not I could like help break some walls down or tell buddy like lost cause, so you don't expect too much on this one, right? And so I would just help facilitate whatever their journeys was, and it was such a fun thing to do.
Dude, I was thinking about this whole scenario that you just described this morning.
That's awesome.
For everything, all about this as an app, as a phone app that people can use to meet other people physically in person and interact with each other.
Well, isn't this what the High Vibe Love Tribe like website is doing? Like, isn't it about like?
I've got it 2/3 of the way built. Like literally, that's the last piece I just need to plug in is everything that you just said.
That's really cool.
Because like it's like a piece of firewood, right? It's like a log. It's like a chunk of a tree, right? You split it in quarters. You can still glue it back together. You take one of those quarters, just one, and split it down to like quarters and kindling. You could still get that chunk back together. You could still put all those pieces back together.
I threw this log into the river that I was carrying because I rolled up to it after going through this like area, and each side of it had a beaver's head carved into it. It was on the ground at the bottom of this tree, and each side of this giant log had a beaver's head carved into it. I'm like, this is the fucking coolest thing I ever seen, but the log is huge, right? So I got this giant log on my shoulder as I'm carrying it, and as I get out of the like little foresty area that I'm in, and I get to where the river is, and I start walking up the river with this heavy log, and I'm like, wow, where I gotta go is where that bridge is all the way down. Really far to like carry this log that I like really want. And so I was like, you know what? And this is again high river. So I'm like, I chuck it into the river, and as soon as it hits it, I'm like, I was like super ready. So I'm running after this log, and then I jump. And I jump into the river and I hop on my log, and I'm just riding this log down this river, right? And it's like the night is it's getting a little darker. And as I'm rolling up to the dog park that's on the right side, and I can see two guy with 2 dogs is the only one in the near vicinity. And this is the night, and I really wanted to become prime minister of this country. And there was an election that night, and I was so sad that I wasn't prime minister at that time, that I wasn't, and so, but as I'm rolling, and that was going through, and I smoked my big joint and through the forest and down the river, and I'm on my little adventure, and it's getting like dark, and these 2 dogs are like seeing me come down the river, and they're like, what the fuck is that? They have no clue what I am at first. I'm just this giant like shoulders and head that they don't ever really see coming.
Big shadow.
This dog park down the river, right? And they see me and the guy, and they were like looking, they didn't bark or anything. And I go, excuse me. I'm like, who won the election tonight, right? And it was Brian Mulrooney. And so I was like sad that I wasn't the prime minister at that time, but I found out who, and I rode my log down to the the bridge part, take it over, go to the pub, and they say I can't put my log inside. I have to park. It's this giant fucking log, and I took it in with me, and they said I couldn't bring the log into the place, and then I had to keep it outside, and then I just was there for a while, and had like such a good time, left with somebody, and then I forgot the fucking log, so I went back and the log was gone, right? So I carried this log, rode it down the river. I like this giant with 2 beaver heads, one on each side, and they said
sculpted, like somebody put work into this thing. Like, was it a gravestone or was it like
no, I thought it was
something or.
No, but it was the beaver head on each side carved. It was right at the bottom of the tree. To me, I felt the energy that beavers carved themselves. It was either one or a whole family, one on each side, that they carved their own image into this tree is why I'm taking this thing with me, because I never seen anything like it. It was just, I could see how the wood was. It just looked to me all like this. They carved their own heads into this. I'm like, this is the coolest thing I ever seen. I'm showing people this, and someone took it.
Could have been Sasquatch doing some dang old whittling,
This is inside of a city, so this isn't like it's a forest inside of a city. So
nice.
I'm pretty sure the Sasquatch is a little more outside of city, but you never know.
Probably beaver.
Beaver.
I've definitely seen some beaver stuff on the ends of logs, like you're saying, though. They're definitely faces.
So they do that.
I think so.
Cool,
I've seen that multiple times. I've seen that quite, definitely. But then again, like apophenia, is it just am I finding a pattern where there isn't something? Maybe.
I look at clouds, I see those patterns all the time, man.
Mm-hmm. They say, like when people first start taking acid and hallucinogenics, you get that paranoia state. And if you're seeing faces, right, that's from the the always wondering, the always, the feeling like you're always being watched, that you're having to maintain an expectation that's not even been explained to you, type of thing, right? So if you're seeing animals, right? Animals are the high vibe. That's where like you're not worried about that, right? And you're seeing the groove and the flow state of it, like.
Yeah, they're totally natural, living naturally, no indoctrination, no brainwashing. One thing I always wanted to try is DMT, but it's illegal, even though you can extract it from grass, plants.
I tried it.
And you make it when you're sleeping.
Did you try the laser trick yet?
I was in Thailand, and some shaman from the U.S. military, he had some while I had a broken foot in Thailand. So I was like, and I tried it, and it was... wow. As soon as I blew that out, I just like went into it. I've been through so many different dimensions in this place. And so there was like these dancers, everything went like Egyptian. They were seductive dancing, and they were like pulling me into their energy, and I was like, fuck no. And they had like snake tongues, and it was this energy that I was not even looking at like Medusa. I felt like if I looked at it and gave it this energy, it was these entities in this dimension that I was like, what the fuck is this? And I'm not even looking at it. I'm not like, I see it moving, I see it pulling at me, drawing my energy in, but for some reason I don't want to like look at it, stare at it. The Medusa thing popped into my head, right? So I was just like, you know what, I'll admire it from not looking, and and just keep myself from not looking. Oh,
you're vaporizer, the new pens and stuff. You can get the there's. And now, too, there's this whole deal where you shine like a construction laser or even a big straight laser along the side of a wall to where it gives you like a full stripe, and you're looking into the laser, which I noticed that years and years ago, just with light stripes and just like where the sun rays will hit a wall or something, like being able to look inside of that and like basically see the matrix code.
the beach dog, when it came up and came beside me, I'm in another dimension, but the whole light of this dog just came laid right beside me, and the light from my hand and the dog was like, it was just one of the most incredible light, bonding experiences. The dog just came right to me, knew that I needed. I seen that light from those like Medusas to this like dog just bringing me into this light realm. It was
Yeah, man.
it was pretty good and then I saw colors and beauty. And then so about a week later, because I was stuck there, I had deep vein thrombosis, so I was stuck in Thailand for 3 months on Koh Phangan, which is full moon party island, and on a beachfront villa and crutches and a broken foot. And the good part is that my break didn't break any skin, so I was very low risk of infection, which a lot of people in those humid environments and kind of different environment gets. And so I just went around on crutches, and they brought me to the hotel, and it was like it was cool. I crashed a motorbike through a lawyer's office window, and like the throttle got stuck and I couldn't stop, so I tried to stop myself with my foot on this curb, and the bike hit the fucking curb, and we went flying into this, like, there was metal bars and a window, and smashed the lawyer's office window, but it didn't go into it. It just crashed into the metal bars, right? And I flew off of it. I'm on the road, and like my heel broke in 2 places, so I was stuck in on a villa, beachfront villa. But how I found that
lawyer, a good lawyer on doing like accident claims and stuff, or what?
So at the time is which one was it? The insurance that I got, they AMA insurance, they covered everything. And so when I came back, I had all my receipts from all of whatever I had to pay, part of the thing, and they just gave me a big check afterwards, after they paid the 30, 40, 50 grand, 100 grand, whatever it was. And then they gave me I got money back for my trip. It was day 5 out of 65 is when I crashed the motorbike. So I was supposed to do 1 month in Thailand and 1 month in Australia. And then I didn't get to go to Australia until the very end, because I had never seen my cousin before. So I'm with a broken foot and, having to fly, and I'm still going to Australia. So I got to go to Australia for 5 days, and then flew back to Calgary. And then I had this giant painting job of this giant inside of this warehouse that I had to rent a scissor jack. And I had my spray gun, and I had to spray the whole entire inside this warehouse during Christmas, because it was the Christmas holidays. So I had to come back. I would have stayed longer, but I had this thing that I had booked, so I had to leave Thailand and get this thing done. And so I grabbed a buddy of mine, and for like a real good sprayer, because I'm still on broken foot, and I need so I was able to give him good money to spray this thing. And I think it took like 4 or 5 days, and I made 3 G's is like what I got for it, after paying everybody and the scissor lift and all the paint and all that shit, right? So for 5 days, that's pretty good.
Nice.
But it was worth coming back for, right? And I had a commitment. Like, I don't like to give people my word I'm going to do something. And even broken fucking foot, I made it happen. Coming back from Thailand, I didn't want to come back, man. You know how fun it was? That hospital, they come and they sponge bath you, and they give you dragon fruit and real food. And it's like you just get like nutritious stuff, not like this square
playing
box
genetically modified.
Genetically modified and not pasteurized, but preserved with all whatever they
with no consent. With no consent.
Not really other options.
The entire government needs to be arrested. What they've done to our food supply, forcing GMO, not putting labels, just everything they've done is criminal to me. The chemtrails, the forest fires, obviously being started probably with DEWs. But
Well,
yeah,
besides that, what's happening in the forest, it's called forest vegetation management. So if you want to look that up,
yes,
forest
yes,
vegetation
Spraying up around
management.
here,
And so
dude.
what they
yeah,
do is they spray and kill off everything else except for everything what's competing against the trees that the loggers want to have done. So they all of the weeds, all of the other trees that aren't being profitable, so they kill it all with whatever they spray. And so there's it's called
I have
forest
heard that.
vegetation management. It's on the Canada
Yeah,
website. You can find it right on the government website that
yeah,
they do this. And
yeah,
in British Columbia alone, which is one of the 12 provinces, is 5,000 pounds of glyphosate, which is cancer
yeah,
causing. So not only are they drying everything up, so
yeah.
when a fire goes, of course it's gonna fucking burn more. You've dried everything the fuck out. How could it not? Like, you're gonna tell people it's because of cow farts, and while they poison everything. Why do cow farts like that? Because they give it genetically modified corn and soy, shit they don't naturally eat.
Yep.
And to like bulk them up and give them shit that's not even something that would ever be in their diet. It's
Climate change.
And then
Yeah, they
blame cow
play on
farts because
words.
they put all this stupid shit into their food.
and they play with words, like you say. Words are important, even if you don't mean them. If you're joking, but they use the word climate change, but climate changing all the time. Even our bodies change all the time. We're in constant vibration,
Oh, yeah.
and understanding the
And
body is really insane. How amazing it was created, and it's definitely a war against us because they certainly don't want us at full capacity. But
Yeah.
I'm excited about the 100% of using our brains and how much power our brain has at full capacity, and our DNA being restored and all this stuff.
Yeah.
Because you can just use your imagination of what we were before the Sumerian tablets, before the Anunnaki, because we were here, and they tried to hide that fact and said, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. But it started with before Elohim fashioned the firmament. So it's a different sentence, a different form. And it showed that we were here in the abyss. So we were living in the Creator's water. So that's one of the elements of the Creator is water, right? And so we needed for nothing. And we were used. And I kind of imagine that we were like mermaids living in water, where we didn't need air. We could live in the water. And
I woke up in water on the dance floor, Paul. I woke up in the middle of this after hours club, and all of a sudden, when I came through whatever dimensions I was in, and I'm moving my hand and it's bubbles, I'm in water, I'm swimming on the dance floor. I'm like, wow, I'm like in the most amazing water experience on the dance floor. And when I come up out of my trip, there was like 200 people in this after hours club sitting on the walls all the way around. The whole entire place was full, and they were all just watching me in whatever dimensions and trip that I was in. And as soon as I came out of my trip, the DJ's like, okay, thanks for coming out, guys. They were just waiting for me to come out for however many dimensions, for however many hours that I was like flying through these dimensions. As soon as I woke up, like I came out, I'm swimming, I'm like, wow, and I'm looking around and everybody's all around. My buddies are all way in the back, like about 20 of them, and they're all just like watching, as the dimensions I rolled through. So part of what I had, like before that, I had a pub crawl where I stayed completely sober the whole entire time. My buddy's limo is these stockbroker guys that was laying in the pub crawl with a bus full of people that I hung out on and in the limo with everybody and making sure he was having a good time and singing, and cause we got high.
Yeah.
So I'm like just getting everybody going and having a great time. And we played different games and set them up at all these different bars. And the very last bar we go to is the Factory, and it's a little outside of downtown. And one of my kind of newer buddies is the manager of it. And I roll in there, and he's like, and he couldn't believe, because don't have a lot of people at this place that were frequenting, right? It's kind of maybe a little bit rougher area, but they still just had like localers and stuff. So we rolled in there with like 100 or 150 people. So he's like, he was like so like happy, and all these cars came with the bus, right? We had like, I don't know, 30 on the bus, and then he's like, Jesse, what do you want? And I said, can I have a keg with a pump right by the dance floor? And he's like, done. And so he rolls me out this keg, and I had this pump, and I'm just lighting up the whole fucking bar with this like keg that he just gave me. And people that aren't even on my pub call, they like look at me and they're like, you know, like, can I have some? And of course, fuck, I got a giant glass bringing people, but anybody that came could have some. I just lit up the whole place with that. And I said to everybody, I'm like, 15 minutes, we're going to the after hours club, and you know, bus is leaving. Whoever wants to get on the bus, you know, can fit on the bus. We're all going there, and that's the last stop. Bus is dropping everybody off and gone, right? And that's when I went into the limo and I got to smoke my first joint. Like, I had to be sober, right? I'm like leading this whole experience for all these people, right? And I ended up making like 3 G's that night. And so I smoked a joint, and I do a bunch of like other things, and you know, I'm rolling, and the acid that guy gave me out of the 4 or 5 other things that I was on, I at the end, after I woke up and I seen my buddies there, okay, let's go, Jesse, we're rolling. And the people that gave me the acid that were on the pub crawl, they were like, wanted me to come with them, and I didn't like really know them super well. It's like this kind of drug dealer guy with his friends and stuff. They were really nice to me the whole time and stuff, but I got 3 G's in my pocket and I'm flying, right? I'm like, you know, like, so I chose to go with my buddies, and then we went back to the house and everybody went to sleep. And so I went into the office, put some dance hall reggae on, and just danced with the acid for the next 4 or 5 hours, because none of my buddies were on acid, right? And so I had this, and that's where I woke up in the wow. That was one of the most dimensions.
Usually people don't remember. Like, generally people don't usually remember, right? So it's crazy that you remember. I want to do it. I know you meet someone, which is kind of freaky when you think about it. But you meet,
it's different for everybody. There's no, don't expect anything. It's different for everybody, and you have the experience that is tailored to only you, what you need, right? It just opens that door. And when people go into that experience, if they're, you know, assuming things are afraid, then it vibrates in a way that, you know, you don't really want. So I tell people, if you're not ready to just, you know, open and, you know, let it be, then don't do it, because you're not ready. Because for some people, if they have that vibration of fear, what could be there, whatever, they introduce that into that experience, it fucks them up sometimes. It fucks them up sometimes, right?
They bring it with them.
I've told lots of people, please don't do it. And you know,
for the longest time, I would not eat birds, right? So we were tripping fucking high school. I was after high school, I think, whatever, and came home, mom and dad's house for dinner, and she had Cornish game hens, little chickens, little tiny chickens, right? Tripping fucking balls, dude. Fucking,
it's just amazing that we create DMT in our sleep, but it's illegal. But it's a natural occurrence in our body. It is. That's why the fact that it's illegal is why I want to try it. It's like, why is it illegal? Just like raw milk.
Well,
raw milk's good for you.
It's on the natural. So when I stopped drinking alcohol like 12 years ago, and in between, because I needed to quit cigarettes, was like 11 years ago. And in between, it was, I stopped all synthetic drugs. So like natural thing was like, after that was, you know, Thailand was after that. And DMT is more of a natural. They have an thing of an ayahuasca plant too. That's more of a longer, you throw up, I don't know, I may shit yourself, I don't know, but I know you throw up, and
sure.
but it purges the body of a lot of things, and then you have some pretty incredible experiences. I heard. I never tried that ayahuasca. That's one thing maybe I'll try it. There's probably a high
Fun.
probability sometime in life I'll experience that, because I'm not opposed to it, but it's not anything I'm actively searching for, because I'm not in a place
Right.
that I need anything like that, right? It's that's one of those experiences. If I need it, then I will go do it, because I got to figure some shit that's bothering me, pulling me in a direction, and I just need a new vibrational shift in my head. And
Yeah.
so then I'm leaving it open for if that ever comes, and probably not. It's been years and years that was so good. Weird last year
Afraid to do that
vibration, but
more, man.
this-
I'm afraid I'll get stuck that way.
Hmm.
I mean, and I like it too much.
Well, they say it's good to do it with someone else.
I
in the
mean,
room.
it's an enhancer, really. Like even just like
I have some friends. Yeah, I have some friends that ask me to, like, they do it recreationally, and it's not a recreational thing. I've had to say
Really,
no
eh?
but every time for that, because they
Wow.
just enjoy it so much, right?
Mhm.
It's euphoric. People like to get into that euphoria. People find comfort in this beautiful, all enticing color vibrational dimension, right? And lots of different dimensions. For me, that's for sure. That it, like, I've went flying through so many different dimensions through that thing, and through those different, like, wake up on the dance floor in water. Wow, that's like incredible. And I seen it, like I was watching water, right? Like it was
and the
real water.
fucking crowd saw it too.
So I didn't. Nobody talked about it. Even my buddies, nobody ever talked about that. It was the craziest thing. That was like,
They saw it
it
though.
was-
I mean,
Oh,
they were
yeah,
seeing
so,
like they were seeing what you were seeing. Right?
Yeah, they were.
Huh.
Well, I don't know. That's probably, but
Oh.
they watched me, and like I
Yeah.
don't know. It was the most incredible thing with the whole entire place. Not one person was walking or moving or walking. Everybody in the whole place was just
Wow.
focused on my zone,
aura.
right?
Wow.
Yeah,
On your the glow, right?
but in this after hours club was when I start flying. I start doing like martial arts. I'm kicking through like these things, and I start like spin kicking, and I start doing some wild shit. So I could imagine nobody wanted to be maybe too close in case they get a roundhouse
point,
comes
too,
out. Roundhouse comes out of nowhere. That's
True.
everybody was
True.
just watching, and it was like the coolest thing. And I woke up and the DJ stopped the music, and we all left, and I was like, wow, that was fucking incredible. And I didn't even plan that. That all just spontaneously happened with the whole pocket full of
Yeah,
money.
that's crazy, man. That's like something you never forget. And I did hear you see colors that you've never seen before. Just the fact that they say that, really
You just notice colors
pulls
in
me
a different
in.
way. You just notice
Yeah.
them as a physical thing, maybe, and not as
I
just
don't
a
know.
like. Look at our background, right? Imagine being out in the woods and just being totally free, right? And then being in an office or being in a deep, dark cave that has a bunch of musical instruments. But either way, in a deep, dark cave, right? They're all different environments. And you're going, imagine being around 5,000, 50,000 people at a huge event and being so fucking scared and so tripped out of your mind that everybody you look at looks like a melting creature that's like,
Ooh,
or
that sounds scary.
every person is like a little dancing Grateful Dead bear. Like, what's up?
My first time on acid, I went.
Going into it. If you're going into it right, and you're thinking that this is going to be like, I'm nervous around people, but here we are, like we're going to be all tripping. It's going to be all weird, and like now you're like you doing this like in a crowd. You're in a crowd of people looking through like you're like.
Well, I my first time on acid, we were at the Calgary Stampede, where there's like 1.3 million people go through there in the 10 days. So there's like 100 grand that people roll through there like every day. And I'm on my first time, and it's so much loud and these noises, and people got these monkeys on their head and shit, and everything was just like big and loud. And I was like, holy, and I could see like the animals, like it was pretty wild. So we ended up going back to our hotel.
Yep. And then now you're in like a little room, and you're all together.
Well, we're on the 23rd floor, and like one guy, yeah, one guy found a wrestler, Hulk Hogan, one of those action figures that you can bend his arms and stuff. And
Nice.
one guy, my friend, other guys, I guess they put some mushrooms on the pizza, and this guy didn't do any drugs at all. He did when he was younger, and he didn't do it. And they put some mushrooms on the pizza, and we're in the elevator.
Oh no.
He just looks, and he's like, "Those fuckers," right? And
Yeah, I guess.
That's
Yeah, 'cause
fucking
you know when it's coming.
he looks
Oh,
in
yeah.
his eyes, and he ends up. I don't know. We had to go talk to somebody, and he finds this wrestler guy. We're on like the 22nd floor of this hotel, and he's like, he goes to the balcony and he like throws it off and just why he's like, watch this, Jesse, and he's like, and we look over, and he throws this wrestler so we could see the Hulk Hogan's face like towards as he's like going like down this thing, and then he would go take the elevator to the bottom, go pick it up, and go bring it back. And he just did that
Yeah.
for hours and hours. And this is like a really, really rough and tough guy that's got a big pocket full of money. And he's just like, you know, he just liked this Hulk Hogan and couldn't stop playing with it on these mushrooms that he didn't
I can
want.
feel his pain when he's falling, man.
Yeah, I tried acid like in my 20s, but I didn't like it. I don't like anything that lasts 12 hours. It's like, stop already, stop. Plus, I like drinks. Someone said, here, have a drink. Full bottle, like a big bottle of whiskey. I drank the
Ugh.
whole thing. I didn't feel drunk, but I knew I was going to be ill. It's like
Yeah.
just acid's not, just acid's making alcohol not function, like
The
not
new
work.
stuff totally different. Even
Oh,
still, the new
God.
mushrooms are like insane from where
Yeah,
they
well,
were 10,
yeah.
15 years ago. Like,
Well, that's the same
the
with
new
weed. They
hybrids.
supercharge everything.
Really?
Bro, the new hybrid
Mushrooms?
shit that these guys are growing, these like dark blue, like bright white. As soon as like they get to a right size, you pick them and they turn bright, like dark bright blue, and like within about 2 days.
With mushrooms, I like to
We'd eat like a half an ounce of those old school mushrooms.
microdose. I like
Yeah.
microdosing with mushrooms, but I mean I
For
don't.
sure.
But if I did do it, I would like it that way. I don't know why. It just like lifts me up.
Mushrooms are fucking.
Yeah, I
I
wonder.
mean, even still, peyotes and the mescalines and stuff. I mean, it's just
Oh,
a
my.
different neural pathway that's being opened, and like when we
Yeah.
don't use those, we don't use them. You got to open them up. You got to use them to even get them to recognize that they're there first. You know, like
Yeah.
I mean, literally, I can take within about an hour and look at a set of blueprints, a full set of a big set of blueprints, and basically visualize what's going on with that paper, you know, in like real time and in spatial space, right? And I'll, you know, I'm always like, we do something, and I'll always draw something on the ground, or I'll draw something on, or I'll, like I'm getting with most of my guys I've been with, like we can just draw stuff in the air to each other and just kind of really visualize on how the cross sections work, what's going on here, use the right vocabulary, establish that correct vocabulary first, right? And just recognizing what those, and like these guys, dude, we're going down to freaking Eugene, eating a full big black garbage bag, fresh out of the pasture, fucking 2-3 days dry, of nice big Cubenzis, nice big psilocybins, and roll around from fucking Northern Cali all the way up through Washington and follow the Dead and the Dave Matthews and then Lollapalooza. So depending on where they all followed each other, so you could go to one spot and kind of stay. By the time they got to the gorge, we were like central Washington, getting back up towards to where we could go home or not. Some new event popped off, right? And we still had just a shitload of mushrooms to get rid of. We go get the big full-size tanks of fucking nitrous and do the big bouncy balloons with a rubber band on them.
Yeah, I've never tried that. But I've been in lots of places where people had these big balloons and shit.
Yeah, dude, like straight medical grade nitrous. And I mean, yeah, you can just do wah-wahs and just floaties and whatever, but like we get fucking 200, 300 sheets of fucking acid for way cheap and just roll around and follow the fucking tour. some new event pops off down on Columbia River or some shit. So we kind of went out our way and went down and got the first night of music. And like you're saying, just there's like 4 of us and pretty much the only ones dancing, only ones really expressing like anything. And get up the next morning, rolling around, got our mushroom t-shirts on, and more mushrooms. And people are like, "What, dude?" Like, well, little Smurf houses. And they're like, "What? Mushrooms, dude? You guys need some mushrooms or some acid or what?" And they're like, finally run into a chick from our hometown. She's like, "Do you guys realize where you're at?" And she holds her hand, so she's got a big X on her hand. It's like full on straight edge, straight X Christian punk rock festival. Nobody's drinking, nobody's smoking cigarettes, nobody's doing jack shit. Right? We're rolling around with open containers, with weed t-shirts and Grateful Dead t-shirts and mushroom t-shirts, like little Smurf houses. And like,
You definitely fit right
tripping
in.
balls, dude. Tripping balls. Like, been tripping for months, and like, look around and every security guard in the place is watching us. From like, there's a set of eyes, there's a set of eyes, there's a set of eyes. Like, those guys are definitely looking right at us everywhere. And like, all holding, like, know your surroundings, right? We were having a blast. We had no clue. Like, we were literally that fucking close. Turn around, fucking jump into a tent. Grabbing people's clothes and fucking, like, we knew it, whatever. So cut the backside out of the tent. Sorry, whoever that was. And just made the old nonchalant. You go that way, you go that way. And waited for a group of people to pass and just kind of like, okay. Mingled back, met up back at the truck and got the fuck out of there, dude. Meet Chuck back in home, like whatever, a few months later. She's like, "Yeah, man, you guys were like seriously the biggest douchebags in that whole place." Showing up just fried to the gills. Everybody could tell you guys were like completely just fried out. All sun now. Been out in the sun partying freaking the whole summer. It was late summer. Down by the river. We're the only ones swimming in the river. Not even supposed to like swim in that area because it's like a natural conservative place or a conservation area, right?
I fell asleep in one of those in like the city park that's conservation kind of area. It's protected, but they got this open field, and I was partying downtown and I thought I needed to sleep, and I was like, where's a good place? I'm seeing this kind of conservation area with this big field. They have got stages. It's on Princess Island Park, so it's kind of like away from the city but in the city. And I'm like, I'm gonna sleep in the middle of that lawn, and I just pick the right in the center and I go to sleep. I wake up, it's like AM and the sun's coming up, and like there's life on. I open my eyes, and like I don't even know if many people have ever experienced anything like what I saw. There was like 200 Canadian geese laying in that whole entire giant field. They were all just nesting around me. It's like they made this like protective barrier around me sleeping in that city, pretty big city, not super stupid crazy like US cities, pretty safe, but still stupid shit happens. And they made like a protective barrier around me. I woke up and I was like, what in the actual fuck?
You didn't hear him fly in at all?
No, I'm asleep. I don't know. When I sleep, I sleep. Like the whole house could blow up from a tornado, or it could be sucked right out. And I'd be in my bed, and I'd wake up, and I'd be like, "Where's the fucking house?" I'd be like, so I wake up, and then I was like, "Wow!" I'm like, you guys are cool. There's like families and like the younger ones. There was like I'm talking like 200. It's not an exaggerated number, right? Like,
no, yeah, for real. We get them coming through here.
180 to 220, 254. I don't even know, but there was around 200 of them. It felt like, and I had to walk in between them, you know, as they, you know, they would just let me and like open up areas and let me walk through this all. So like nobody could have got to me without these fucking things, and I was gone, so I needed to sleep. And the whole nature just came and protected me. It was like one of the most magical things as a in this skin suit that could happen with nature was.
That's badass.
At a porcupine coming down the hill. I'm by myself up in the Kananaskis Mountains, and I ended up meeting some people at some campsite hours earlier, and they gave me some oil, so I was like flying. And then this, like, I was wanting to talk to a bear was my whole mission. I wanted to go talk to a bear, so I got my girlfriend to drop me off in the mountains so I could go talk to a bear.
And she did it?
And yes, you know, we had like, you know, we had the tent on like the first place where the car was, and whatchamacallit, we had our little time, and she just left, and she can come pick me back up in like 5 days. And so I'm going to talk to a bear. I got my backpack of food, and I'm just, you know, going to talk to a bear. And so this one area that I found after I left those people, I just started walking through the mountains, and I found this like area that was, there was a lake in the middle of not many campers go to, in a like a privately kind of mountain, and there was grass right on front of the lake bed, and there was some nice, you know, fish in the lake, and the moon's coming, and the coyotes were on the other side. And then, you know, I'm in the tent, and I could hear this. I'm like, what the fuck is that?
I'll be right back, guys. Sorry.
No, all good. And I'm like, I'm looking, and I see this like figure coming down the mountain, right? And I'm like, okay, what the fuck is that? And I've got this like giant machete in my hand, right? Like I'm going to talk to a bear, but if that bear is going to want to hurt me, I've got something that I could protect myself from this fucking bear in case he was like going to be really angry that I tried talking to it, right? So I'm not going there like stupid, right? But you know, I'm very, very self-aware and protected. And this figure comes down the mountain, and when it comes to the flat level plane that I'm on, and it was maybe like 10 or 15 feet in front of me. And then the figure came down, and then it separated into two, and I'm like, those are porcupines. So the two of them came down this mountainy hill. I could hear them, and they were coming together. So I see, and it's like moonlight. So I see this dark figure coming down this mountain. I have no idea what the fuck is coming down. I'm maybe gonna be seeing my bear with my machete in my hand, so he wouldn't want to hurt me because I wouldn't want to hurt it either. So would have been all good, is what I'm, you know, forecasting. And this porcupine, the female one, I'm assuming, right? I haven't checked gender, as you know, only two male and female porcupines. And you know, I'm pretty sure it's the female porcupine went, you know, to the lake, and this thing looked at me and came right towards me, beeline, like just like I'm standing there. I got a machete in my hand, and this thing comes like right towards me. And I'm telling it, you know, nice, you know, good energy. Like we're just like conversing with not really words, but, you know, just like conversing energy. And this thing comes about 5 feet away from me and turns backwards and put all its quills out. And I'm like, what the fuck? At this time, I have no idea that they can't shoot them. So I'm thinking, I'm like, this thing is going to shoot these fucking darts at me, right? And so I got the machete. I'm like, you don't want to do that. I'm like, I don't want to hurt you. You don't want to hurt me. And so the thing puts down its quills, turns around, and walks right beside me, that I could have pet this thing on its back as it was like less than a foot walking beside me, right? And it walked about that, like, you know, of 10 feet as it came down, and went back to where the lake was, and the girl met exactly at that exact time. He didn't even actually have to like look where his wife or girlfriend or kid, you know, whoever it was with, just just kept walking, and it's like they went in unison. It was like the most perfect, and I'm watching this like, I'm like, wow. I'm like, this is like the coolest like nature thing that, you know, this porcupine showed me its quills, and after that I researched, and you have to like grab them and they drop them. They don't shoot them. That's why when a dog goes to bite them, it gets caught in their face. So they don't actually just shoot them at the dog. The dog's going to do some damage and gets damaged.
Yep. Porcupines are weird, man. Ran into a couple of pretty mean ones too that like definitely wanted to get it on. Just basically had to talk them out of it straight up. Like we can both go down together. I mean, if that's the way it's going to be.
Done that in bars.
When we were moose hunting up in the Moye, right up by the Canadian border up there off Moye Springs area, and so that'd be like south of Cranbrook. Big old moose, and fucking sitting down full ghillie suit, sitting down in these little swamps and hitting the moose calls and just hanging out with the moose and stuff. And freaking wolves would come in on us, coyotes would come in on us, and ghillie suit or not, they can smell you. They knew where we were. You know,
yeah, they feel it. They just feel it.
Yeah, I mean, straight up, like wolves are weird. I've had a lot of weird encounters with wolves, for sure. I think it was my fucking Indian girlfriend in freshman year, though. She really set me onto the whole wolves and just being in that zone to notice, you know, because like I don't know. Ran into frickin' dude on my 19th birthday. Wanted to go snowboarding. Took a big frickin' 10 strip and drove up to Glacier Park. And you can't really snowboard on the glaciers up there. So we just found a little, you know, turn off, a little whatever, little hard turn that had a creek coming down. Figured there'd have to be some snow up there. Got my buddy's pit bull with us. There's no animals allowed. You're not allowed to take animals out into the park, right? So we grabbed Kaya, no leash, good sized pit, and we just make our way up this creek, get about, you know, up into this draw. We start seeing this flash up on the side, like a guy is literally giving us like a 3 flash with a mirror. You know, like, yeah, bro, yeah.
You're thinking he's saying hi, but he's warning you.
Like, what did he just say? Get the fuck out of here! Like, yeah, bro, sweet, we're going snowboarding.
Is he saying fuck yeah or fuck out of here? What is he saying? Fuck yeah?
You know, Kaya's running around, bouncing on, and like we were just walking up. I mean, now we can see the snow. There's a big ram, big old, like big red ram sitting sideways, perfect like sideways silhouette, sitting on this big boulder. And like now we're seeing this guy, and he's coming towards us. Oh, fucking dude, sweet. Like, and then I'm like, dude, and my buddy's like, dude, that's probably a ranger, bro. It's probably a forest ranger. I'm like, sweet, right on. What? And it's like, no, dude, we got Kaya up here. We got the dog with us. There's a fucking bighorn ram right there. Right. And he gets about halfway down, and he gets down, whatever, kind of little switchback. And now he's like got his back up against a cliff. You know, and now we can hear it specifically like, get the fuck out of here. And we're like, yeah, bro, woohoo. Wolverines. And we're like, Wolverines. And I'm like, yeah, we're like, yeah, Wolverines from the fucking movie. Remember that when we were growing up, where the USSR is taking over the everything, and right, and the kids all gang up, and their gang is the Wolverines from their high school mascot. Yeah, and we're so like, you know, now he's like 50, maybe 100 yards away, and he's like, stop right there, and we're like, okay, whatever. And Kaya's bouncing around, and I look up, and there's like creatures moving and stuff up by this big log. Quentin looks back, and he's like, and we're like, Wolverines? Just thinking it to each other. Wolverine, like. It's a mama with a bunch of cubs. Wolverine? And we're like, Oh yeah,
over?
we're like 2 miles away from the car. You know, and these things are as big as, you know, a small dog. You know, and apparently the meanest thing on earth, right?
Yeah,
Other
yeah.
than honey badger, maybe.
Yeah, for sure.
Sure as shit, it was a fucking forest ranger. And he gets down there and he is pissed. He's straight pissed. Like, you guys are getting in a lot of trouble. We're just fucking
Off-leash dog.
tripping
Off-leash
balls,
dog
dude.
is big one.
Oh yeah. Oh, especially up like grizzly bears and shit and bison and
Off-leash
whatever
dog.
else.
I just heard today or yesterday. I don't know. It's
Yeah,
12:44.
man.
You can say either day, but that someone that had an off-leash dog that had an experience with a bear that videotaped it and posted online just got charged yesterday or today. Like, so, like, it's been I just heard about it
Not good, bro. Not
from a
good.
post from a post that it's kind of wild and crazy.
It's kind of dumb that you'd even post that, but it's kind of dumb that I mean, then again, I almost got in that situation too, but I mean, that's huge. That's a big no-no. And like,
We saw a mama bear with 5 cubs, and 5 cubs is like the rarest of rare because they only have 1 or 2, and it'd be rare if they have 3. And so a mama bear with 5 cubs, and so we have to go. I'm going with these 2 guys through this mountainous area, and we got to go somewhere where they're growing something. And so we got to go that way. We're not on like a expedition where we're just enjoying the wilderness. We have somewhere to go, and it's that way. And the mom and the 5 cubs are right over there. We're all just looking at each other and talking. And I'm like, well, I don't have to worry. I can outrun you both. So, you know, I'm fine. I'm fine. And so the mamas with the 4, and one comes over in front of us right on the pathway, sees us, gets scared, and climbs up this tree with no branches, no leaves on it. So you got this giant bear that thinks it's hiding in this tree, but it's like it's a baby. It's in plain sight because there's nothing really on this tree, and it's just like hiding up there.
Yep.
We're like, what the fuck are we gonna do? Are we going right in between the line of sight between mama bear and cub? Like, we have to go that way. We're waiting as we're watching this unfold. One of the guys that we were with knew a conservation officer girl and he's just like talking to her and found her and said, hey, he's like, this is what we're seeing right now. And she's telling us that's how I knew it was rare, right? And she's like, you know, and well, we gotta go that way. And what should we do? So the bear is just hiding in a tree that it's in plain sight that it thinks it's hiding. And we're just waiting and we're just waiting. And finally, the bear comes back down the tree, and the mom and some of the other cubs went that way. So we only see the mom is kind of back and forth looking at the cub, looking where the other ones are going, not really seeing the cubs as they went that way. And the bear comes down the tree and goes the exact opposite way that the mama and the other cubs are going. So they went that way. So we're like, hey, let's go. And we like went and we didn't see them again. But it was like 5 cubs I saw with mama, and she was just back and forth pacing, right? Like, knew we were there, just, you know, waiting for us to, like, you know, go towards that cub at all. And then that thing's coming like a fucking wrecking ball to go kerplat.
Kerplunk. For sure. Got kersplatted, kerplunk, dang old straight wreck.
Kersplat.
Bro.
Yeah, I almost kersplatted that freaking owl. And as I went around this owl, and I'm flying, right? And like I see it at last minute, and I just do the old and then the back end went 4 or 5 times. We started rolling, and I just caught it and straightened it out, and I saved this owl's life. But as I went around it, I seen it open up its owl's wing. That's how I knew it. It looked right at me as like like it opened up the one wing, and it was like I'm coming right at it, and I just went around it. Good thing that thing didn't move, because if it moved into me, it would have been kersplat.
For shit, dude. I've had a few. Owls are weird at night. They'll come towards that light and they'll chase the mice and stuff in front of the
It was
cars.
something dead. It was something dead that was eating on the road, like a roadkill in somebody's car, and it was they're eating the roadkill. So
Yeah, man.
it didn't pick it up and take it. It was just sitting there eating it. And there's, I'm flying, so I'm probably going 150, 160, which is 60 is 100, so 120 is 200. No, he's 60, 120, 200. So not 120, 100, maybe 90 or whatever on a old country road.
Yeah.
And I'm flying and right on the top of the hill, so I don't see it until like last second.
Always.
But I've done that so much that people are trying to hit me in their fucking car, and I'm like, what the and I'm like, whoa, like what the fuck?
Yep. Kansas is great for that. You get those long, straight rolling. You come up off top, you can get that little boost, get that little flight effect. And you're coming down in, so it's like usually right over the edge of that one of those curves, one way or another.
If you go fast enough, you can fly over some. You get a little bit of air
for sure. That's where the animals are. Like they're always on that high range. They always get hit right there, and then end up like right down on the little crest, like not quite on top, but almost to where you can never see them.
Yeah, I never hit an animal before that, but that was whatchamacallit. One animal that was served for
deer.
I was the owl spirit animal. That owl gonna remember me.
Oh yeah.
That owl lived, and I almost, I had a not a fun day, but rolled right out of it. Just fortunate. Just I don't know, just being me, I guess.
Yep, owls are definitely cool though. Like we got the barn, whatever, the brown barns, but those big ass spotted owls, man, they will zone in for sure. And sitting on these big stumps, my ex-wife's uncle went up into this area of the Clearwater, kind of back down in these old growths, and it's like her great uncle, I guess it would have been. So like old school, like late 40s, early 50s, hand sawn, 16, 20, 30 foot round stumps. You could park 2 or 3 freaking slug bugs on these stumps. You put 3 or 4 like full size like VW vans on these stumps. Big energy coming out of those things.
Like the Redwood Meadows has giant trees.
And they were in there, hand hewing lumber, notching their stuff in and going in with the big hand saws and following these big old growth cedars, bro. Like a couple times just sitting there on these stumps, man, these freaking owls would come and just land like right there, or just fly by. Just a lot of dude. And we were walking down the one when we were moose hunting in that same area, walking out at night, and this freaking I hear this like, and you hear the wind. And like me and Aaron look at each other like, and just like right there, like put your hand out and touch its chest, like stop right in front of you as it's like going up, and like looks at you like, what are you doing on my road, motherfucker? It's like, we should probably get out of here a little quicker, bro. Freaking Al doesn't want us in here anymore, dude. Like, and we'd heard him all day long. As soon as it started getting like dusk, we'd start hearing him. Who are you? For real, like who?
I talk to them all the time. Who are you? Yeah, I hear that all the time. I know what you're saying.
Yeah,
I talk to them too.
Like, we're just like, we're just hunting moose. Don't worry about it.
And sometimes they laugh at me. I'll copy what they do, and they'll copy what I do, and then I'll copy what they do, and then sometimes I'll hear them like they'll laugh at me for like copying them and stuff. And so it's
fucking cougars are weird though. We ran into some cougars 3 or 4 years ago up at elk hunting.
I never had that experience.
Oh, cats are weird, bro. They'll baby call at you and stuff. They'll coo at you. for real. Like, and
trying to lure you away.
Meow. They'll literally go meow, meow, right? And then you'll hear like babies crying. You'll hear like a baby crying in the woods.
Yeah. So you're constantly looking,
Right?
and like it's
Wah,
Wow.
you know, and you're just, you know, but then they'll mess with you too, and like, dude, the one was going, Mirror, come here, right? Now my dog's going nuts because he fucking heard it. He was up there with us. And they'll call you, like they'll straight coo on you and stuff, like. And then they'll get going at night with the moose and the elk. Dude, the elk are trippy, dude. Like, but only one time I know we ran into Sasquatch one night down in the frickin' was that Marble Creek? Sitting with a little squawker box in your pocket and little squeezer. It gives you a little ew, 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 ew. Right? Ew, ew. And then you roll the little roller and it goes ew, ew. And then ew, 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 ew. It's all the cows calling to each other. And a bunch of cows down at the edge of this meadow. And they're down there. Right? We're bringing them in. They'll be there in the morning. Not going to do anything at night, and just like getting them to come in closer. Like we're another pack and they're another pack, and they're getting closer and fucking, I don't know, even bigger than that. Like size of my head. White granite. We're out in these like fields. We're out in like, closest creek is a good probably 200 yards away, down in the draw. A boulder that big from the tree line, 30 yards, right? 100 feet away. Boom, 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 like right at our feet.
Wow.
Like, and then the most blood curdling fucking scream, like straight grape scream, right? Bloody murder scream. Not a cow, not a wolf, not a dog, not a cat. Like blood curdling. Like, just, I mean, yeah.
Like
and
a
we're
screech, like a screech.
Yeah. And we'd been hearing knocks too, right? We were hearing knocks earlier and didn't put the two and two together until after we'd like got back to town and like started like talking about the whole thing. And we're like, dude, we're in like pack mule country without pack mules. Like a 2-day walk, right? 2-day walk from nowhere, right? Back into these little streams and creeks and lakes. Two days later, we're tracking these freaking elk, and I get up into this area and like we'd split off. It's just the two of us, right? And we're keeping enough to where we could like at least know where each other were on the side of this ridge. Got to the point where we couldn't hear each other anymore. And that's where we, made the plan that we'd go a little bit further and then come back to that same spot. It's getting to be a little bit dusk. Hadn't even really put that whole scream together. Actually, after that happened, like, 20, 30 steps away from the camper is where the guns were leaned up. Like, we're just standing there out in no shirt, like middle of August, late August, like standing by the fire, big old fire, middle of this field. Didn't even really put it together. Dude, I get into this area and I'm feeling I start smelling the must, right? And so I'm thinking it's a bear. Thinking there's a bear close because I can smell it. I'm starting to see like pieces of vertebrae and little ribs and little like just pieces of bone. And then there's like more bone and more bone. I just get into this area. There's more bone. And there's a stump, probably, a little bit further than what I could like reach around, of a tree that had been pushed over with a big ass rock put into that area. Like you would see a logger, right, do this. Where like next to a road, you'll see a big like mushroom thing where a logger is taking his grapple and put a rock up on a stump that they cut or something like that, right?
Yeah.
This is like strongman boulder. The biggest strongman boulder that you would see on the competition on like that big of a big white granite rock.
Well, could
Didn't
a giant have done it?
Something put it up there. It wasn't glacial. You know, this wasn't like a 2,500-year-old tree that wasn't rotten. You know, it wasn't alive by any means, but like this thing had been pushed over at a certain point, and this rock was put there. Like it could have been an avalanche, maybe a big avalanche, but it was in like a flat area, and it wasn't that bit steep of an area around.
Oh, it could have
You
been
know?
during the snow at that time, but it
Sure.
just melted, and you got a big rock on a tree somehow. It's not
Yeah, where it cracked and there was all the debris. I could see that, whatever. But then there's
small
like,
possibility.
it's like, you know, it's oblong, it's not perfectly round by any means, but the one like the oblong edge, right, is like pointing out off, and there's just bones, and it's all covered in moss and probably little, you know, mushrooms are still doing okay, but the part that wasn't mossy was like, it was bloody. Not fresh, but it was, you know, it was rusty. It was rusty looking, but there's no rust on these, like those rocks don't rust. And there's bones like everywhere now. And underneath, I'm standing in a pile of bones. Realizing like, this is basically like a butcher block. For the most part, this is like, turn around and the biggest tree like 4 or 5 steps away is all scratched up like from bear claws, and you could like bear stuff because they'll rub their back on the trees, right?
Yeah,
Right on the trees. The moose will fucking back themselves right up to the trees and just fucking when they're all fucking bleeding out and stuff. Like fucking moose are weird, bro. They're perverts.
I tried to spank a moose after I came out of the bar in Banff, and I just wanted to smack this moose's butt. And so me and this moose were hanging out all through downtown of Banff, and it wouldn't let me. Every time I came in, it always would run like just a few steps, right? And so I wasn't like trying to hurt it or chasing it. I was just like a friendly fun, and it
Yeah, they don't like to be fucked with too much.
no, it didn't want to, right? But it didn't hurt me, so that was good.
My freshman high school girlfriend was Indian. Her mom was full-blooded and lived up in a school bus up in the woods and shit. And Carrie fucking grew up with a moose. Her mom saved a moose when she was like 2 or 3 years old.
That's super cool.
And she used to ride a moose. She could literally like
my heart. It touches.
She would
my
call
heart so
Bully
much.
in, like she'd go outside and like whistle him in, and he'd come in, and
super cool.
she could get on him and fucking ride him, bro.
I really like that.
It was badass.
Yeah.
Like he got to the point where he almost let me get on him one day, but like wasn't having it, you know. But like super fucking in tuned, like. And
Yeah, smart. They seem pretty smart.
dude, these fucking.
Hey, Paul.
I'm standing there in this freaking
I'm
pile
back.
of bones, and I start hearing like you said, like a. Right, like a. You know, it's like dogs will do that shit, and like bears will do that. You know, when they smell you, they'll like chomp their chompers and just like. Actually, like super fast. You know. Fuck. But then, like, I seriously didn't like hear, but almost like heard some, like, it's like, basically, I was like, you need to get the fuck out of here right fucking. Told myself, like, you need to turn around. You just need to get the fuck out of here. Told myself that like 1,000 times. Probably stood there for a half an hour telling myself this. And now it's like dark. And I'm on the other side of this ridge from my bro, and we're like, a good, 3/4, whatever, probably a click away from fucking camp. And we're supposed to be back at our spot, like by around now. Got really good walkie-talkies. I'm like, go back, Breaker Niner. Nothing, 2 or 3 times. And I'm like, finally I'm getting like, you need to fire your gun right now. You need to set off a shot. You need to give me one shot so I know which way to run. Run? I'm like, yeah, dude, one shot. I'm running to you. Like, it took a bit. We were at least a couple miles away from each other in dense woods. Boom. turn around and I swear to fucking God, like there was nothing there. But I heard like go. Like just like go. Like a human voice, like go. Just not scary, not threatening, not a screech, just like go.
Wow.
Well, I heard like that voice say, "Get up or you're gonna die," Jesse, when I got stabbed 12 times. Just a voice profound in my head said,
Wow.
"Get up or you're gonna die, Jesse." And so
Yep.
I like, because everything was pitch black when I fell down these stairs after I was trying to walk in to get help, and it was an apartment building, and I couldn't see anything. It was white light, and so I kept walking, and I couldn't see that there was stairs because everything was white light. That I fell down the stairs and hit the ground on the other side, and then everything went pitch black. And then that was the first time that I kind of got a little bit scared. And then all of a sudden I heard this voice, "Get up or you're gonna die, Jesse." And I was like, whoa. And then I started to see, and I'm like, I got up, and then the girl that I just fought, these guys that were, trying to hurt her and shit. And she's holding the glass doors, and she's like, and I look, and she's crying, and I'm walking, and I told myself, I gotta say I love you to one last, female. This is it. And because one of the, I got stabbed 12 times, and one of them punctured my lung. And my lungs are filling up with blood. And so I turn around and I'm like, I love you, Kim. She's like, I love you too. And she's like, don't bring the police here, okay? Second time, I just like fought these gangsters for her. And she's not even coming with me to get help. I just got stabbed 12 times. I could fall fucking on the corner on the block, right? And she just worried about these glass doors being locked. And so I just walked myself to the store, and the first car I see, this is like 2 or 3 a.m. They came to the place. She told her cousin where we were. I was taking her away from these, bad people, and she told them where we were. And next thing you know, they roll up. I was like, fuck, I'm sleeping. And again, I'm sleeping. So remember the whole tornado could take the house? I'm sleeping, and I wake up, and they're already in the place, and they're yelling at her, and where's our fucking money and all this kind of shit, right? And so I just stood up and said, don't talk to her like that. And then it was on. It was fucking on. So
I've never heard voices, and I'm thankful for that. But I think we had a similar situation where I tried to hang myself, and the rope broke flat, and rope doesn't break flat. So I, like you have a mission here.
Yeah, not to die. I wanna live here.
You weren't meant to die. Yeah.
I want to live here for a long time. So
I mean, my God, you've had your legs separated from your body. I mean, that blows my mind.
Both my legs were cut off 3.5 years ago. They cut off both my legs to reattach new hip joints at the same time. And I had to sign a waiver. I had to sign. Yeah, I was in surgery for like 5 or 6 hours for them to do both. And I was cut open, and I had to sign something that they couldn't give me a blood transfusion because they couldn't guarantee it wasn't unjuiced blood. And just before that, a year, Trudeau made it illegal for me to donate my own blood and store it. And then they give it back to me because it's my own blood. I had time to prepare for the surgery. I could have just kept donating my own blood. And so I had to sign a piece of paper that even if I'm dying, that they're not allowed to give me any blood, right? If I lost too much blood and they think I need blood, they're not allowed to because they couldn't guarantee me it was unjuiced blood. And so I was out for like 5 or 6 hours, and I could have not woken up, right? Like I just rolled that dice, and I'm glad that I did. And I'm still here, but again, I'm not supposed to die, I guess.
Did it take you long to start walking?
First 3 weeks was so tough because when you get one done at a time, you walk on one, you walk and crutch on one, you put all your weight on one. So it's a lot easier because you have one that doesn't fucking hurt as you can't believe. So first 3 weeks is fucking tough. It's so tough. And they want you walking the day of surgery. So they took me in at 6 or 8 a.m. and I was out at 1 or 2 p.m. And by 10 o'clock that night, so 8 hours after surgery, they want me walking to the bathroom, to go use the washroom. And it was like 10 or 10:30, and I had to go to the washroom. And on the very first day, it's like the most fucked up thing I could ever imagine someone having to go through, because when you chop off someone's legs and you put some fucking new tools in there or whatever, you probably want to wait for it to like heal a little bit before you start putting fucking pressure on it, walking on it.
So.
I don't know. Call me fucking crazy, but doesn't it kind of make sense? You would probably want to like, heal up a little bit. You just chopped it all open. And so what their theory is,
so callous, actually, it's heartless.
What their theory is,
rest. That's what helps you heal.
Yeah, in Europe, they put them to a spa for 5 days. They just take their time, and the government. And
you want to build those. You want to build the connections, though, too. You don't want to let them sit and get stagnant, right?
This is what the theory is that if you, on your first day of surgery, and I think I maybe get it with people that got one leg, but I had both my fucking legs cut off. And so
that's hardcore.
I walked to the bathroom on my own with both the fucking legs cut off, and I did it. And I had my walker, right? Like that was helping me and shit. And so after I go through all my rehabilitation and, I see my first appointment was doctor, I don't know, 2 weeks or a month. And I went to go see her, maybe 2 weeks. I don't know. I think it was right surgery. They check everything out. And everything I asked her, I say to her, and I said, what is the purpose of me walking? Right when I'm I don't know, I'm call me crazy, but when you injure yourself, you just kind of let it heal for a little bit before you start doing something. And you just cut my legs off, put some new shit in there. And I said, what I could comprehend here right now, I'm having this conversation with Doc, and I said, if I just got the new hardware, and by me putting weight on it, it cinches it in there. It just it's all fresh instead of healing. I said, I could comprehend this on why I needed to walk when I was in fucking so much pain. I just had this surgery. Lucky I had my vape pen with me, and I was having some cannabis in the room when nurses would just leave. I had to time it. Big cloud trying to blow into the blankets and stuff so the smoke isn't going everywhere and stuff, right? I got my oils. I'm healing and stuff like that, right? But it hurt for 3 weeks. Yeah. I'm peeing in a bottle because I don't want to walk. 3 weeks it was it hurt minimum, for 3 weeks. And there was a couple year just
feel normal.
You just cut your legs off and shit, right? But and she said to me, the only reason why we want them to go to the washroom or you as right away is, she's saying this is the reason, what their reasoning is behind it, is because if you go get the surgery and you feel, I'm in pain and I don't want to do anything, you're just going to lay in bed for weeks, months, years, whatever. Some people probably just don't ever want to fucking move again. So what they say is if you just have the surgery and you get up and you go to the washroom, you're more likely to get up and go to the washroom and shit because you know you can do it. You don't have any excuse. You've seen yourself do it. So that's a psychological reason that I could maybe see, but fuck, do that in 1 day, do that in 2 days. What the fuck? Let yourself heal a little bit. You just cut the fucking legs off.
I don't think the government should be involved.
No sense healthcare. unless the singe part, right? That's to me, technically that could be a benefit that it actually sinks in there. And if she could have said that to me, I would have comprehended it. Okay, cool. I had to go through fucking that for that, but they're telling me to walk and walk and walk, and I'm just getting up for mealtime, 2 times a day. First meals were actually eating where I was, and then I'm getting up for meal times, but I'm peeing in a bottle because I don't want to get up every time I need to go to the bathroom because it hurts so much. I'm just healing. Great, you made me do that the first day. Well, I'm gonna let myself fucking heal for like
Fucking
2-3 weeks, do as minimal as possible, not do their advice. I was doing obviously their little exercises and
Yeah.
things like that, but I was doing as very minimal as possible, right? Not get up and go to the bathroom every time. Fuck that.
Yeah.
If I gotta pee 5 times in a day, I'm peeing a bottle 5 times in a day. So I was very, very fortunate to have like really nice help me through that time
Yeah.
and stuff, you know.
For
Like,
sure, man.
and
I don't think
just
the government should be involved in healthcare whatsoever, let alone setting protocols, because there's
they
no
should.
compassion. There's greed. Greed has to be removed. That's a big problem because
Well, yeah.
natural plants aren't allowed. They're not allowed.
Record corporate profits are not the
Yeah, it
the
needs to
ultimate
end.
goal.
Yeah, it needs to end. Greed needs to end. Like the milk cartel, like I was saying earlier. Now, Faith said she heard voices. What do you remember? What they said?
What time? I've
Because
heard
I
them
find that
heard 'em
very
a lot.
curious when someone hears voices.
Like the day I got
never-
busted too, I
we
was
were
sick as
just
fuck,
talking
dude.
about those voices.
I've
I heard
never
the voice.
voices.
But I heard the voice directly talk to me. Get up,
Oh, yeah.
or you're gonna die, Jesse.
Yep.
And it was so distinct, and I'll never forget it. I'll never
Wow.
forget that feeling, that voice, that because it was only me and her. It was like 2-3 a.m. and she's holding the glass doors open, and some deep like voice just said, "Get up, or you're gonna die, Jesse." And I was like, "What the fuck?" All I'm seeing is black right now, and I just fell down the stairs. So it's kind of what
That's
I
basically
needed.
what I heard the day I got busted. Was growing weed in my basement and fucking was sick as a dog, bro. Could not talk. Was all like, had actually called my partner and was like, "We're not going in today, bro. I'm fucked up." You know, and I like was laying on the couch and heard this like, "You need to leave right now." Called there and was like, "Dude, we're going to freaking Orange Julius at the mall, dude. They open in 20 minutes. We're gonna go get an Orange Julius and we're gonna go tough it out." So we had a deadline. Like we had to get shit done. We had a Monday the mud truck was showing up. We had to get shit done.
Okay, your mom was dying.
2 hours later, dude, my neighbor calls me and was like, "Yeah, fucking hazmat's out in
But it
front of your
didn't-
house."
But it didn't happen right away. It was 3 months before. The voice told me when my camellia bushes outside my window wound touch, she will pass. Oh, when the plant touches the window. Wow.
Nice.
See, I don't understand why the spirit world would want to communicate with us, like with mediums. Biblically,
Why?
it says to test the mediums. If you hear voices
Why?
or speak to spirits, like mediums, you have to test the spirit because the spirits have access to each other, right? So they know each other. They know us. The souls know each other, longer than we have. So they're familiar with each other and can access that information about your mother, your father, and convince you that it's them. So I don't trust them because
I
of
think
that.
that's maybe some cope. I think
You just
I think
have to
that's us
trust.
trying to figure out.
It will
like-
protect you. It's not gonna. It's just the spirit
But-
is there to protect
Yeah.
you. Like
It's
they
almost
meet
like your
you at
guardian
different-
angel
What
spoke to
it
you.
is it meets you where you're at.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
if you need an experience that's very, jolting, you're going to get
Yeah.
a jolting experience. If you need an experience that you're loving, if you need an experience that you look like this compared to someone that believes in something different, you're going to get that
Yeah.
experience. You're probably not going to get the opposite type of, teaching unless you need that, right?
Yep.
You might get the opposite because now what the fuck do you mean? I'm like, this is something that I've been against. And,
Yeah, man.
but sometimes that experience might happen too, right? Yeah, I would
And it
never
might need
rule
to be
that.
there for a reason that you don't know at the time.
That's why they would contact us, is for a reason, and that's why it's no reason to be afraid of them, Paul.
Right.
So if you're contacted, just know that you're protected, and it's a spirit you're going to talk to, and we roll through it. I'm not scared of any of them. One time I saw the Rothschild came into my head, this Lord Rothschild, and I told him I was gonna uppercut him if he didn't leave, and I was gonna Hollyuken him. I was gonna Hollyuken him if he didn't leave, and he left. He wasn't in my head very long, but I felt this actual spirit come from me. And before that, I even had them like friend request me on Facebook and then talk to me about things. And I'm like, I last thing I said, a reptilian got your tongue is what I said to it, right? As I'm like, because you gotta be fucking shitting me. And I said, did the reptilian get your tongue? And then after that, all the messages were just deleted out of my messenger, and people can't do that. And this account was verified since 2010, and this happened in like this was during the High Vibe Love Tribe time when it actually happened. And you know, I like fucking how I was gonna holly you can. I didn't like something being like kind of like, you know, communicating inside of me like that. It was fucking weird.
Yeah, that's what I had out in the woods that day too, though. Right after I heard that go, and not only that, but like felt it. Like it's not just about hearing it, not just about whatever, but it was like a full on vibrating entire body feeling of just go, right? I fucking bolted, dude, making as much noise as I could, straight lining it down to where I knew I needed to be through like bushes and alder, you know, and you get into those areas that's so thick, you're just swimming through the freaking bushes.
Yeah.
And it was dark. It got dark, bro. And I knew I wasn't going to make it back to camp.
We don't think you're crazy, Faith.
Maybe an hour later, I hear another shot, and I'm not any closer to where that shot came from. Like I probably maybe made it 100 yards or something, but it felt like a mile, of course, you know. And
you were meant to be here.
Like literally, like right next to me, like felt something blow on my face. Like somebody
you created protection from that.
Like, and you could hear that, like, you know, but like a puff, you know, and it was like, and just kind of looked over and was like, we're gonna do this, and just was like, this is what we're gonna do, and like took off again. Got up, tripped over a big ass log, and like full on endoed, like head over heels. And was like, here's my chance right here. Thought to myself, here's my chance. And just like rolled back underneath the log and just like fucking sleepy time, like just hiding time, right? And they fucking ganged up on me, bro. It wasn't just one. Like within about an hour, it was dark. It was dark as fuck. You know how dark it gets in the woods. No moon, like close to like, you know, should be snowing at night, you know, 80 degrees, 90 degrees during the day, and like 33 at night. If bugs. It's not snowing at night, you know, and it was like basically felt like something was like basically nuzzled up like right against me, like breathing on me.
It was like I've
Yeah.
literally seen in the clouds like figures, giant apes and things, but it's not just seen in the clouds. I feel the whole presence, right? Like I can see it and feel the presence of it and see things that watch us from other like dimensions and shit, come to visit, come to take a look. They call them watchers or whatever they are. And but I feel them, like I can actually feel presence. And it's all peaceful. They're very powerful, but peaceful.
I was scared as fuck. I was scared as fuck and was not by any means at that point in time able to deal with what was going on. Like had not thought about those things. It was like a totally new thing that was fucking scary as fuck. Basically, and basically sat there and like laid there all night, like being afraid that something was gonna like kill me straight up, you know.
God,
by the time it started, kind of I could like open my eyes, like, you know, every once in a while just to see how light it was. But was, you know, hearing like things moving around, not necessarily footsteps or anything else, but just bushes and like movement, you know. But then like kept almost like not hearing something, but something was basically saying like, you shouldn't have came here. Basically like, you shouldn't be here. What are you doing here? Type of like vibe, like what's up with you? What are you? What's going on here? And I was like not answering, right? And just not like was like not, but it wasn't words, you know. But it was like, was that whatever the fuck it was, started at least getting enough light out to where I was like whatever. So I moved, And like as soon it was all like curled up, and like kicked my left leg out, and like whatever it was, like I bumped it, like I nudged it, and it got up, and like now I'm like this is like not seeing anything, but like oh, and like that was right when the Predator had came out with the like the last Predator movie. It just came out where they were in the in the cityscape instead of out in the woods, right?
Yeah.
Now I'm thinking I got a Predator coming on me.
So
But
how long ago?
so I literally said out loud, I was like, sorry, man, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to kick you. I didn't mean to come into your spot. Like, I'm just looking for some fucking help, man.
Like, how long ago did this happen?
This was 2012, or it would have been August of 2012. Yeah, August of 12. We were down there, and fucking
like last year,
2012.
12.
Oh, okay.
14 years ago.
Yeah, and like,
so you're what, 25, 26?
Yeah, I was probably late 20s. Yeah, probably. Yeah, something like that. Fuck, I'll be 50 this year, so whatever the math is.
Wow.
And and basically the thing said like, it wasn't like it's okay, but like I understand, but like it's not cool, but I understand, but like you should get the fuck out of here, but I understand, type of thing.
Yeah.
And just kind of laid there for a little bit, and finally like sat up and like kept hearing like some movement and shit, and then finally heard like literally the 3 knocks that we heard the night before when this thing fucking yelled at us, right? And it's like just the 3 knocks, right? And then it's like, and then the thing goes like literally, but like from a ways away, like air, and like.
I have a great story about a secret.
A whisper.
I have a secret.
And I'm like,
I had a spiritual experience, but no words, no seeing. I didn't see anything. It was all, I could feel them. But
energy, right?
After the Hain survival, I wanted to find out who the creator was, and I was trying to figure out the gifts. There's gifts that you get like discernment and wisdom, but biblically you receive it at birth. But someone pure, because you're pure at birth, right? So someone pure can ask for gifts. So what I did, and here's the secret, what I did is I got baptized, and as soon as I rose from the water, that's when I asked for wisdom and discernment. And I think I got it, because I'm not that smart, but I feel wise, like I see things like, I don't know how to explain it, like an old soul.
Do you know the Serenity Prayer?
Yeah, but
you've been
what
familiar
happened
with
after that, I knew I got discernment, because that's when I could feel the spirits.
Yeah.
And they were all around me, and they were full of hate. And I asked them, I said, get lost. I'm not scared of you. Yeah. But I was scared. But I tried to have a brave face. They must have known I was terrified, because I never knew they were there before, and I could feel them. And I've never felt them again. I told them to leave, and that they're not welcome. I have smudged this apartment, and there's no problem here. I really feel protected. My faith has really protected me. And that was a secret. That was a secret way to receive a gift, is to ask for it right after a baptism, because at that moment you qualify for the gifts.
That's why you're always so optimistic. Yeah, that's why you're always so optimistic, because you're protected.
Absolutely, because I know there's no death. I know we fear death, we fear hell, and that's all a control mechanism, but it doesn't exist. You have been lied to your entire life, right from the first day of school, and that's going to be undone. Thank God. I appreciate that, knowing that mankind will be able to heal, because we have to forgive them. We can't hate them. We can't hate the darkness. We have to understand that. Yeah.
Because when it gets to the point where it's face to face? Are you now going to become that darkness to replace the darkness that you say that you want to
Exactly.
replace? So are you going to love them, or are you going to become them, what you say you're against? Oh, you're muted, I think. I don't hear you.
Sound went out.
Sorry, I turned myself off.
There you go.
Yeah, I knew someone who was molested, and they used that trauma to abuse everyone. So they became the abuser and heartless, like really abusive narcissism. So that's why we have to heal. We have to forgive. We don't want to carry that and become and build that hate, and carry that weight. We really have to release it. We don't have to love the evil. We just have to accept that it's there and it's a part of this, and be neutral,
Yeah.
And not too bright too. You don't want to be all light, and because you'll blind people with that.
Oh, it's
You
better
know,
to blind
because-
than to be something you're not.
The thing about being the light is that you attract all the bugs.
but
All of
I
them.
try. Yeah, I try
Not
to
just the
be.
ones you
I
want
try
to
not
attract.
to be-
Our
Attract
friend
all the
Jack
bugs.
Talcott knows a lot about that.
Yeah, I
Fucking
try
A,
not to
bro.
be too bright. But
Fucking A.
people have told me they see me glow like I glow when I talk about the Creator.
Oh, the most recent time that I fucking went through that, I remember distinctly like the moment when I said, "Hey, look, get the fuck off of me." Okay,
So no, you
like,
don't have to
this
love
right here.
evil.
This is built for
No.
me. Like, I don't
No.
have the fucking ability to fucking carry all of you motherfuckers on my back.
Yeah,
And it's just
But-
the motherfuckers in my
yeah.
head, that fucking energy, right? But just acknowledging it.
yeah. We don't want to. You see, the thing about the devil is
I
he's
agree with you,
really
Paul.
misunderstood. So we don't have to love the evil, but I see
No,
the
you
devil
love
as
yourself. You just not want to
Yeah.
hate the evil. You just don't
Right.
hate it. It's just
Mm,
there's stuff out there, and are you going to concern your energy, your time, your
Right.
space, your thoughts with this darkness or evil, or are you going to float and glow and love and light and be an example
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
what goodness is? Are you going to swim in shit? Or are you
Yep.
going to be in that heavenly light? Are you going to feel
Yeah.
love? Are you going to just embrace being a loving being and allowing whatever to happen? And whatever
Yeah.
does happen, just know and have faith that you're going to be that shining heavenly light, and you're going to be okay in whatever those
Yeah.
situations are. And when people stop being afraid of situations that can possibly happen, and they're going to happen just to like test you and work some skills and go through some experience that you need to not be afraid of it. And that's why when people are afraid of things, they happen. Creation makes it happen for them, so they don't have to be afraid of it anymore. And just
Yeah.
whatever it is, hopefully it's not
Yeah.
Yeah.
too harsh, right?
Yeah.
As-
We
as-
just have
as
to accept that
crazy-
there's
crazy
darkness
thing
and
goes.
light, and they're
That was
they're
after I was
both.
fucking taking part in a bunch of exorcisms though too. So that was like really weird because I thought it was something that it wasn't probably.
Mm.
And it was just energy. It was just the energy that I was pulling with me. Like,
manifesting
Yeah.
that energy. You manifest it to see it, to create it, to see what it was about. Like, you bring that energy into existence. Everybody does. So we
Yeah.
choose which wolf we want to feed. Do we want to feed the love wolf, or do we want to feed a dark wolf? And that's
Mhm.
basically humanity in a nutshell, right?
Yeah.
What we're doing, what we're
Yeah.
experiencing here. And as we learn more, we just want to honor the right wolf.
yep.
Yeah, and we have to accept that the Creator created demons, so they are
No,
necessary.
the
They're
creator
a part
didn't
of this.
create no
The
fucking
Creator
demons, man.
created everything.
No,
Jinns, angels.
energy away from creator created the demons. There isn't a creator that creates demons. The demon
He
is
created
whatever this
everything.
energy is a lack of the light. It's good. You're taking yourself away. So
Yeah.
whatever these energy vibrations took them, it wasn't anything that creator created. I don't agree with that shit at all. But there is something that was created from creation that chooses to not be a part of creation, and
Oh, I
then it
understand.
manifests
Yeah.
into the evil and the demons that we say. Because I could
Yeah.
never agree that creation wanted evil just to test us, and we'd have to experience all this trauma and bullshit. Creator would want that. That's fucking not
I don't
anything
know.
I'm in alignment
Every
with.
savior needs a scapegoat, bro.
The creator, that creation, what we're connected to, is pure love, and would never
No,
want
absolutely.
that for us,
No,
ever.
the freedom
ever.
of choice is where evil can grow. There's evil men and women.
They teach
but
people
they,
to turn their back on creation. So we're
Yeah.
living in a world where so many people have turned their back on creation, and they've done so much fucked up
Yeah.
things with all
Well,
the
it's
different
very
religions to make
complicated. That's
people
why.
want to turn their back on fucked up religions, because
Yeah.
this dark is infiltrated to make people hate it and hate each other, and just
Yeah.
look at all the
Hate and
evil
fear.
and look at what they've done, and just put this
Yeah.
away from creation. But you only separate yourself from yourself. You
But
take yourself away from it, and if you choose to point fingers at dark and swim yourself around shit, then you're
Yeah.
just a part of the shit. That's what you
Yep.
came here to do. And if you don't break yourself, you're gonna
Yep.
smell like shit and probably gonna have to come back and do the shit test again.
Yeah, well, we have to be neutral, because even the devil is a child of God, a creation of God.
The
And
devil's just a
He was
construct.
but he
devil
was
It's
appointed
it's
God of
anti-God.
this world.
Devil is anti-God. Anything away from, well, not even God,
No, I don't
creation.
think so.
Because anything away from it is anti. It's because you choose to divide, you choose to go down a dark route, or you don't. We have the freedom of choice, and
Well-
that freedom of anybody that chooses any of these dark routes have chosen away from God and creation. It doesn't
Yeah,
mean
but
they're
the-
irredeemable. People that just choose to make those choices away from
No, I hear
creation,
you.
then those ones could maybe be irredeemable, because they won't ever stop choosing
Yeah.
anti-creation.
The
And
problem,
but it's not natural. It wasn't created by creation to test people. That's the bullshit that they've taught people
Yeah.
through all these books and scriptures and shit,
Oh,
that
I
it
know.
had to
I
happen
know.
this way. We
No, I
wouldn't
know.
know, and this was just the law and the rule, and it must be happened. And then you got the yo-yos accelerating it to try to make people think it's happening. Look, we see this, and we're
Well-
sacrificing red heifers and all
Well,
kinds of shit. They're
I
fucking
think
people
that
up with.
way. I think that way because in the book of Job, they had a contest between the devil and the creator, to test Job's faith. So they made a game of it. Who loves me more than Job? And then he destroyed everything. His family, killed his family, his wealth. So
Yeah, fuck
that's what
shit.
this is right now.
It's
Right
not even
now-
real coming from
But right
anything
now,
created.
they're doing the same thing with all of us.
Poison.
They're fighting for
Only
our
the ones-
souls.
Only the ones that allow it.
But they're fighting for our souls.
The same stories too, right?
It's the
Quetzalcoatl
same
used to
story, yes.
used
They're
to,
competing for our souls.
give that trial, right? But
Yeah.
the thing is, like, that's all breeding guilt into us, right? That's
Yeah,
breeding into the original sin
Yeah.
stories and the original that you are bad from birth stories.
You're a shithead, and you
I
can't
think
do
we're all
anything about it.
spiritual energy,
And
like we're beings of light.
Really, that's what you call creation of creators creation, that we're shitheads,
Right.
we're not worthy, we're not
Right.
even we're not even the lick of spit on the shoe of
Right.
creation.
You have
Like,
to earn
this
your
is
goodness.
this is creation's creation that created you is not worth anything of creation. It's like it doesn't
Right.
even like it doesn't even mathematically or consciously
No,
even
like even
be
an ant.
sold to me in any way
Is-
that made sense.
But even an ant is a part of creation. They're children of God. Birds, the devil.
I think that's what separates
All
us
of
though
them.
from the
Us.
animals is we have the choice to
But
choose
Job-
our polarity, right? We can choose to be positive or we can choose to be negative.
But the
Right?
book
We're
of
just space
Job
dust. All of
shows
us,
that
the
they made a
animals,
game of it.
everything. We're just space dust. That's all we are. We're all made of the same
Yeah.
molecules and shit, but like humans have the ability to choose their polarity. Like we can choose what we want to be, and everything that we do is a choice, right?
Yeah. But what I believe is coming.
yeah,
All choices,
I've already
all
signed
choices.
that contract. Don't worry about that one.
Yeah,
that was
what
just-
I believe is
that
we're
was-
going to have a spiritual awakening where we understand our connection to each other, and all the fear tactics are going to disappear. No one will be able to lie to us anymore, and we'll be free, like spiritually again. Finally,
And serenity, dude, the serenity prayer changed my life when I really embraced that prayer of like being able to accept the things I cannot change. That was the hardest thing for me for so fucking long. Like just not being able to to change. Like I knew I was changing, like the world was changing me, and then we changed the world in that whole interaction. But like just being able to really accept the way things are, just being able to just be.
Yeah.
Right. And that was, early high schoolish, whatever, kind of early acid and mushroom days, but still just that enlightenment kind of area, but just being able to be, right? But then like going through a lot of other shit and really coming back to that prayer of like, praying for the courage and the wisdom, like the courage to change what we can, right? We're all programmed. We have our programming we receive as children. As adults, it's our responsibility to fucking recognize it, to understand it for what it is, right?
Yeah,
and
and share what we learned. Yeah, share what we learned. Anyway, I got to go to bed. Thank you for inviting me, Jess. Great conversation, very deep as always. And I look forward to seeing you again and doing this again.
Well, every week it seems like we're doing this every Friday. It's been the last 3 Fridays. So if you not busy on a Friday, we'll probably be hanging out here every Friday, and it may get
very cool
more days and stuff. But I'm right now committing to like every Friday or Saturday, or it could even be Sunday. I'm gonna be doing every Friday. So if it's not on Friday, it'll probably be on Saturday. If it's not on Saturday, it'll be definitely on Sunday then. But
thanks everybody watching too.
Stuff happens, but love you, man. Thanks for coming and hanging out.
Love you too. Be well,
much love,
everyone.
Some of us already know our connection to all, no sin or suffering involved. Yeah, it's beautiful. Like, like not everybody's, still in chaos. And that's the other part about how his optimism is so refreshing and stuff, because there are so many good people out there. And, when it talks about all these, say, different religions, I've met good people in every single one of the religions, right? Yeah. So even a Satanist I met and is a real good person. So it doesn't do the sacrifice things. It just for some reason is anti-church and Satanist.
The funny thing about the Satanic Temple is they give away more diapers and blankets to homeless and single women that are pregnant and going through pregnancies and stuff, and adoption centers and stuff. Like, they give away a ton. They're one of the most most charitable organizations in America.
Yeah, I don't know about all that, because I know that there's some weird satanic shit too.
Oh yeah, for sure. Just as a statistic, like it's just weird that like.
Well, a lot of times the ones that do horrific shit do real good shit, because they have to mask for all the bad shit they do. So the more bad or the shitty shit they do, a lot of these organizations, they'll have this charitable, like if you talk about the pharmaceutical industry, when it comes to the cancer centers, they're owned by pharmaceutical companies and shit. And so they're giving you the advice, what, that's going to make the pharmaceutical company most profitable, not what's best for you and shit. Right.
Yeah.
And people think medicine is real. They made it fucking synthetic. So what leg do you have to stand on after you make synthetic copies of real stuff from creation? Why not just give them the real stuff from fucking creation? Like, I don't even get that. Just have farms of the real stuff. Why make synthetic chemicals to poison people and poison
That's why
everything?
Capitalism is a death cult.
It's sickening. It's like, that's why
everything about capitalism is for profit. Right? When the goal is profit and not life and love,
there shouldn't be money in a scorecard. People should just be able to do and attain things that they want.
Straight up.
Right.
Wild strawberries is a good one too. Like, we got a ton of wild strawberries up around here, and that's what's going on, dude. They're spraying our they just here within the past couple of years started spraying our national forests. And we're losing our huckleberries, we're losing all our berry plants. Like, the bears and the elk are all freaking out.
And a big reason why you're losing it is 2 reasons. So one is the towers. So the bees and things aren't happy with these towers. And I mentioned these data centers are probably even, worse and stuff. And then the other part is the spraying and like poisoning shit and poisoning everything. So the reason why you're not having the berries and shit is because they're targeting these like pollinators. And so shit isn't getting pollinated. So if that population's getting decimated and things aren't getting things aren't getting what was the word? Pollinated. And then even
the ladybugs and the little bugs and everything, not just the bees too. I mean, it's gross.
So here's some good news. So here in Canada at my house, we have a beehive underneath the cement stairs of our house. At the
Nice.
beginning of the season, I was on the washroom in the basement. I look over and there's like a little baby bee walking on the ground. So I'm not sure if it went in through the screen door or somehow, because it's underneath the house or whatever, found somehow just one found a way in. So I just put a piece
Nice.
of paper, picked it up, and put it back outside and stuff, right? And so I go back into our raspberry bush, which I gotta pick so many raspberries tomorrow. They look
I
so
got it,
good right now.
dude. Mine are loaded right now.
Yeah. Good time. And so I look, and at any time there's 5-8 bees on that raspberry bush and stuff
Yep.
like that. So they're going and like eating and pollinating, and so they love being by the house, right? And again, this nature stuff is just, if you respect it, it respects you. And I think the weeds that they tell people are bad for you actually grow when you need them. So if they're growing around your house a lot, that means you really need to eat those fucking weeds. I
Yeah,
think
man.
creation has our back and does shit like that for us, right? So,
Yep.
you know,
Straight up. Yeah.
it just makes sense that it would. Like, I couldn't imagine a loving creation that wouldn't want to do that for its,
Right.
for its sparklings, or whatever a good way to call us or call
Yeah, no,
everything.
that's dandelions are the perfect example.
So good for us.
Yeah, man.
And they teach people to spray them and kill them, and they're bad. And they didn't teach people that they're food, and people see them and they're just so
And some people
frustrated,
fight them and fight
upset.
them and fight them and fight them, and they
they're-
just keep
they're-
coming
they're-
back, and they just keep fighting them.
Instead of just probably picking them all, eating them all, and then maybe being healed, and they won't grow again.
Make some sun tea, bro. Like, come on. It's giving you the sign. It's right there.
But that
My
makes
blackberries are
sense.
going off too, man. I got tons of blackies. My blueberries are doing pretty okay. They're a little weird. We didn't get shit for snow this year, bro. We had maybe
Okay.
4 feet where we should have had 12 to 16.
Okay.
I mean, we were way, way low on snow for sure. Like really dry already.
So the rivers are low right now?
What? Yeah, from where they should be, we're already at late fall.
So
You know.
they're fucking everything up with the
Yeah, man.
weather and shit. Like, the way here in Alberta, when I grew up here, just, we're an hour east of the Rocky Mountains. So,
Yep.
just a little bit norther from you.
We around like
And,
Banff or something.
an hour, but an hour and 15 minutes to Banff. Canmore, where I
right.
get the spring water from, is about
Yep.
50 minutes, 45,
Nice.
50 minutes. So, and
Nice.
then that's mountains already, right? Like, I'm in the mountains in Canmore in 45
Killer.
minutes and stuff. So,
Yeah, man. You know what's funny, dude? We used to go grab those big ass shark teeth that are down in Montana, in the fossil fields and stuff. Like shark teeth, the big as your hand, like big.
and
Old
you would
school
find
shark.
them like just places.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's super cool because of the water. Apparently, there used to be water above us,
Yeah.
and it was more of a terranium, and things were, like I said, when I was swimming, I was
Yeah.
swimming in this fucking water. Like, we're literally in water. The air that we breathe are oxygenated water molecules and shit, right?
It's fluid.
so-
Air is fluid when we think about it. Like just the fact that we feel wind, right?
And that's why everything was a lot bigger back then. The people, the trees, the tree stumps, because there was so much water between us and the sun, maybe, and it just, it caused this, like, whether it was dinosaurs or dragons. I don't know. The dinosaur seems to be a little bit of a myth, but dragons were something that's been around here. Larger creatures, alligators come. I got to pet one when I was living in Cancun. There was this crocodile named Poncho, and he'd come into like the crab house bay, and people would be eating at the crab house, and people would throw them stuff. So Poncho would know, if I came and sat in this water over here, that I'm gonna get some of this crab stuff. People want to take some pictures and all that.
Oh yeah.
Thanks, Faith Takes You Far. I'm glad you're here too. And so this Mexican guy that grew up with Poncho, that's been in the lagoon side, and knows Poncho and stuff, got on one side of him in the water. So he's not quite knee deep in water, but he's on one side on each in between the 2 feet. So, and
Bro.
he's petting Poncho on his back like this. This is a wild crocodile. This isn't like a pet that like, or they have like in a cage or some shit, right? So he's like, Jesse, he's like, come pet it. And I'm like, what the fuck do you mean, come pet this crocodile? I like seen these crocodiles. I gotta be like really ninja here. And so I'm on the dock, and he's he's no longer on him. Poncho's got his head facing that way. I'm by his tail. So I'm nowhere near the head. I'm like on the dock. So I have to reach down to like pet Poncho because he's like, I'm up on a dock, right? So I have to reach down and like I start patting Poncho's tail. And dolphins are like my favorite animals. And the first time I pet a dolphin, I don't know, I was like 18 or 19. It was in West Edmonton Mall Hotel. They had a water park and all that kind of stuff in there. And it was like a rubbery type of skin. And so this crocodile had that kind of rubbery type of skin. It kind of reminded me of that dolphin. And I'm petting this crocodile. Oh, yeah. And all of a sudden, some lady goes, hey, can I take your picture? And I was like, sure. And so she took the picture of me petting Poncho. And then at this time was like 15 years ago or whatever, 18 years ago. They didn't just email was. So she wrote down my email and sent me the picture of me. And like she had a picture of me petting Poncho.
Badass.
But I have to search for it to show, because they deleted my whole entire 13-year Facebook account in 2020 with no ability to appeal it.
Yeah, they'll do that.
Yeah, most people got to appeal, and like, you can try to appeal shit and you get this and that. They had an appeal here button and it just looped. Spun, did fucking nothing. It just spun. And so I
you're in the bad loop.
I couldn't even feel. Yeah, this was 2020 when they wanted the world in fear. And I just wanted people to like, be aware of what's going on and just love people.
Yep.
And they didn't like that. It was like it was 5 days before we had the Truth Telethon. So we did this thing where I interviewed people back to back for like 13 hours, 26 truthers. And 5 days before that, they fucking deleted my whole account.
Dude. Yeah. You've definitely, you've been through probably more than I would think anybody online with that shit. For sure.
Yeah. But it's been 30 years for me. And I've, for a long time, I was just under the weeds, telling people, having meetings, telling people about things are going on, trying to get my real hardcore friends to like, hey, like, let's take a run at changing this government that's really hurting all of us.
Oh, yeah.
That was 30 years ago, more than. I was having like meetings and shit. And all they wanted to do, like, fuck Jesse, dude, whatever. They're like, we just want to make money, man.
Yeah, exactly. Get your jackass out here spreading rumors. This one was great. These freaking snowbirds up at Crystal Mountain were coming in and attacking people. Like, they just want your French fries. Right? So I started taking chips and holding our hand out and getting these snowbirds to come up and grab the little chips and stuff out of your hand. I spent like a whole afternoon feeding these freaking birds out of they'd come up and land on my chin.
That is so cool.
Give me a little kiss and take off.
I love it, man. That's amazing.
Yeah, man. And they wouldn't come in close to anybody else.
Yeah,
of course. People would hold their arms out and, try to get them to come in. They just like come in and like, just flash and take off and like.
Oh, yeah, of course. Not trusting anybody like they trusted you guys.
No. Fun shit.
Oh, I just realized I didn't have live chat on. Haha. What does that mean? You didn't have live chat on? I don't really know. They know. Of course, I'm telling you, they laugh at me sometimes when I'm singing back to them. They start laughing at me. I'm like, are you laughing at me right now? I say to them. And then I laugh back.
Yeah, man. Freaking them cats, too, they'll laugh at you. Okay. Yep.
Yeah, that's cool. I went to this wolf like sanctuary, and
Yeah.
on our way there, and we got to like hang out with like inside with the wolves and stuff in this like experience. I went and I got a bunch of steak and I put it in my pocket so I'd have a super wolf experience.
That's not really recommended, bro.
I know it's not. I didn't tell anybody.
Yeah, pretty sure that's in the manual. Like, do not bring jerky in your pockets, bro.
This wasn't even jerky. This was whatever it was. It was steak, cut up steak. So it wasn't even dehydrated. This was like a lot more smelling than. But this is me. Like, this is what my life has been like. I'm like, fuck yeah, I'm going to see wolves. Let's see if they would, kind of like want to come hang out with me because I got steak in my pocket. So they're like the people were like, oh, they're really friendly and like all going through and like really interested in me. Let's just say that, but had a great time with these wolves and stuff. And then after, when we went for our own little walk, I just threw the pieces of steak in there for them.
Yeah.
So they actually got to have some of what they smelled. I just couldn't give it to them in front of the people.
Yeah.
I'm not supposed to be bringing steak. I'm not supposed to bring steak.
Yeah, it's a definite no.
Sometimes I don't follow the rules.
But, I think, most of those rules are meant to be broken. Traditions are meant to be broken. And you're supposed to make our own traditions. That's how they become traditions.
Yeah, I just don't see the rules, right? I'm not going to do anything that I think is harmful or hurtful or hateful, right?
Yep.
So I don't, like, if I think that I'd like to do something, it doesn't have any malicious intent in it.
Well, like you're saying too, like when you got stabbed and just with near-death experiences in general, that like if you're going to believe that rule, then you're just, basically accepting to just quit and just go away or what? I've had plenty of those where, it's not like, but while having that experience, I'm like, oh, I'm not really abiding by the rules right now, am I? No, I'm not. Like, I definitely should not be sitting here looking at my dead body, but I am. Let's go back in there for a little while. That was kind of fun. Or not dead, but just, in a different state, I guess I'd say.
Yeah, I want to live here for a long time. Like Adam says, Jess, you're here for a long time. And
Man.
I've always thought I was going to be here until at least 180. So that's kind of my target number. If I can live longer, then great. If it's only 130, well, it's probably more than most other people.
Yep. And time's just a construct anyways, and we're not,
on to the next.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You carry that native girlfriend I was dating for a few years, man. She was so in tune with shit. Fucking grow up in the woods. Like, she's a little feral girl, straight up. Like, she's like a little wolf girl. Like hanging out with the animals, growing up with the animals and shit. Like, didn't go to public school and finally came into middle school, and it's kind of the outcast or whatever. Like, just didn't have social skills was all, right? Didn't play by those rules. Learned how to play by them.
Different skills, and learning from that is why you have Snowbird taking chips from your mouth.
Freaking wolves, man. She definitely tuned me in with the dogs. Like, I can talk to the dogs in the woods. That's for sure. Like, they're out there, and they'll come close if you want them to.
I bark at dogs, and when the wolves are like, I do it back to them and just let them know I'm here too.
Yep.
And sometimes they'll get curious and want to have an experience.
Oh yeah.
If you don't freak out, then they don't freak out. And you freak out, then they're gonna freak out. It's like, they're like mirrors, and like, I'm scared, so I'm gonna freak out, which just brought on them freaking out, and they'll give me all the reason now to be fucking scared. But life works that way. right? Our creator, our creation just gives us what we need to experience, right? And if we look at that as just a healthy way, and we just keep flowing through life through these experiences, and you know, if I'm here a long time, then great. If not, I'm still on to the next. I'm not, you know, concerned on how long I'm going to be here, right?
Yep. I mean, we're not promised tomorrow. If all the gods are right, if all of them are right, we're not promised tomorrow. Doesn't mean we have to be feeling guilty about nothing, but like,
well, none of them are right. They're all
Exactly.
fucking bullshit. It's all retarded. It's like telling people to be a certain set of, you know, box. Like creation is not a fucking box, and every time you want to try to define it, you're putting it in a box, and then you're excluding other people that have just as much right to that fucking box than you.
Like the term worldview. Did you ever hear the term worldview growing up?
Worldview? No, not really.
It's a divide and conquer tactic. It's like literally straight out of one of the playbooks. Like inserting that term into society where people have to now define themselves and choose a team. Like that's part of the psyop.
Yeah, well, it's taking you away from your natural
straight
self.
up. It's literally like a horse putting on its own blinders. It's like a horse waking up every day and going, I'm going to see the world this way.
I got to bareback ride on a horse.
Great. Enjoy your worldview, bro. My worldview is like this wide. I don't even like recognize that there is a fucking worldview. That's just a total fucking dumb box.
There's
no spoon. Like you don't have to put yourself in it. Like
there's just no box.
Exactly.
No
but everybody's going, what's in the box? Well, you're in the box, bro. Like, what's up?
It's a self-manifested cage.
Yeah.
The left-right Adam Alive says it's any left-right is a big one, right? But it's any way that they can take you, and it's an ultimate, you know, creation that's connected to every part of every box, and make you pick a box, make you pick something away from your natural self. And that's the sad part. They take people away from their natural self. And I really have always seen this as heaven. And this is, you know, they just, because of, you know, not enough for everybody's greed, we have enough for everybody's need. But because of that, they've made it into something that you can call a hell. Right. Yeah. And, you know, like I was right about you. Do you align with what I was like saying about, like, you know, there's no devil. It's just like a manifested reason for justify shitty behavior.
It's a fucking scapegoat.
It's a scapegoat. It's away from love. It's away from creation. Yeah. There's no, all these books, they want you to believe that, oh yeah, this, and say God wanted you to like smash babies and shit, and you think that you're connected to something positive and heavenly and good, and that's going to give you a good vibration. Where you
the songs I grew up with were like, my God is an awesome God, not my God is a vengeful God. Mm-hmm. Right? I mean, it's all in the same scripture and the same passage. It's all a bunch of bullshit. I mean, like, but I will see it this way too. I mean, let's just say whatever, there's 5,000 gods, even there's more than that, like worshipped on earth every day. And let's just say there's 10 people in a room. We all choose a different one. Is the difference between us 4,990? No. The difference is one. It's one choice. The difference between anybody is the choice of what we want to tell ourselves that we are, what we tell each other that they are, right? And we get into this locked-in game of they, them, and the others, of xenophobia, right? A fear of the other, fear of they and them and the others, right? When really it's we and it's us.
Always have been
we, right? Yeah. And it's all about us. And the more I embrace that right there, the more things just present themselves, and the more things just become, you know, the flow state that I can see in front of me, the wave that I am riding, the light that is drawing me that way, right? And I mean, and now that I can see that, and I can look back and I can look sideways and see those other paths and those other dark spaces and places, and like step into them once in a while just for fun, and not have to get locked in there is kind of fucking cool. You know, and just being able to accept the fact that there are those other things, and not be locked in the programming that we received as children.
You know, when I've been in like places that have altercations, and all of a sudden there's one side, there's two guys, usually there's two, like, and then there's just more people around. And when altercations happen in places that I'm at, especially when I'm with people and I kind of, I guess, need to put that protective barrier, and maybe I don't want to ruin the night. I don't want things to start flying and we all have to leave and fucking night's over and shit. I don't know what goes on inside of me, but I don't know if it just draws me in. But as soon as I see these altercations, I walk directly to it. First thing I do is I put myself in front of the people that I'm with. But a lot of times I'll walk directly to it. And sometimes I'll even go into the two guys that are insulting each other. And I'm literally like 5 inches or 6 inches, my elbow from each one of them. But none of them know me. So they think I'm with the other guy. So now they don't want to fight because they think that I'm going to help the other guy because neither of them know me. And then fights just dissipate. It's like the craziest thing. I put myself
in that exact situation more times than I can even count.
And fights just dissipate.
Yep.
That's a good feeling.
Blessed is the peacemaker. You know, you step in the middle of that, and like, I run towards that shit. Literally, I don't look for it, but it presents itself, and I'm there. Like before I even know I'm moving towards it.
We're in this traffic, and this guy gets out of his car and starts yelling at this girl in behind him, and it's all traffic. So I'm sitting there, I'm watching this all take place or whatever, and then the guy threatens the fucking girl. I yell out, I'm like, why don't you threaten me, tough guy? Right? To get the attention off of this fucking girl that's yelling, this guy's yelling at her, and then he threatened her, right? And then he like looks at me, and then he like gets in his car, and then he's in front of us, and he starts driving, and then he's telling us to pull over, and I'm like, fuck yeah. I'm like, this guy wants to get throttled. And so we pull over, and then he speeds off and takes off as we pulled over in the place we're supposed to pull over. He fucking wanted nothing of someone that was like, okay.
Yeah.
And that dissipated too. He was fucking gonzo.
I mean, I think his frequency and like energy, vibration, all that is just, and I really think we can just choose our polarity, and like negative and positive and just energy alone, that whole concept, they attract each other in different ways, right?
Totally. And I told that story on Facebook after it happened, because that was at lunchtime when we were driving for lunch, and this kind of all kind of happened. And I think it was that evening I wrote something. Well, one of my daughter's friends says he read a post listing of some girl wanting to thank the guy that, that helped her in that situation with some fucking retard. And he's like, this girl just wrote about what you just said, right? So
nice.
Which I contacted her, she got to thank me for, it was like, that's, and again, they fucking say technology is bad, but this was like beautiful. Like technology had a beautiful moment in my life that, and I'm not going to allow shit to happen in front of me. And when we get back to that type of, masculinity again, when guys get their balls back, then, bad shit stops happening. This so-called devil just dissipates.
Fucking A, dude. That is, that's something I've been on for the past few weeks. Really hard is, what the fucking real men do? Real men walk towards that fucking situation, and they protect the whole fucking tribe. Not just their team, not just their family, not just their side, not just their viewpoint or the people that are in their same worldview scope of whatever the fuck they want to tell themselves. Real men fucking hold each other accountable. We don't allow each other to act like fucking fools and to fucking hurt each other, and especially hurt our fucking women.
Yeah, it's a smack. You can smack somebody for being a fucking idiot.
Absolutely. And I've been getting, I don't know. Anyways.
But that's
I've
good.
gotten into a few situations in the past few months of just like straight up interjecting myself where I probably shouldn't have, but straight up like listen
But
here.
then just learn for next time. If you feel like maybe you shouldn't have, it wasn't the
Well,
ideal situation.
but I should have.
probably-
But but after
maybe
maybe
you
after
did.
the fact, looking at it, that
Yeah,
that
just learning experience for next time.
that it could have been because everybody up here is fucking packing. Everybody's got. Most people are open carrying now, and just being a
so things are a little
full-on
volatile.
idiot. Yeah. So
things-
I mean, you never know, but accountability is gone. That's really, really where I draw towards Jack. I think Jack has a great message when it comes to, not just the live without fear thing, but just the self-awareness, the cognitive awareness, the recognizing that we affect everything around us and everything affects us, and just being in that awareness state. But it's
100%.
rough, man. It's, you gotta have that barrier. You gotta be able to put up those shields. You gotta be able to really fucking understand it, to play with it.
And so for me, I'm looking to, I guess, have my words and my energetic footprint match who I am and things. And so I'm looking the best that I can to catch myself from saying spell words and spell phrases and things that could probably
Sure.
not be the best. And one I just wanted to share with you is when you joked about already signing the contract. That's a spell. That's putting yourself, even though it was just a joke.
Yep.
There's
I know it.
seriousness in that joke.
Yeah.
And so that's a vibrate. I would never say that as joking. Like, you would never ever in the rest of eternity have me joking about something like that. Is all I wanted to share with you about something I heard before, because I'm one that'll just say it, and then that's it. And
that's actually the first time that I caught myself saying it, when
you caught it. Okay.
When I knew I shouldn't, when I knew that it
felt
I mean,
my vibration at the same time, right? Because
I've been there, I not that I've literally been there at the crossroads and whatever, but like, I've done some shit that I fucking am, not fucking happy of before I fucking was a more enlightened fucking individual. And some of the reckoning comes with that, and letting that shit go and letting it fucking be what it was, and not carrying it in that way of knowing that there was any sort of contract. There was no fucking contract, but you're fucking right. Thank you for that. For real.
I'm looking the best to do that for me.
Yeah.
And when other people do as well, then our language gets corrected and we stop saying those spell words, and we lead by example is the best way. It's like, you can tell anybody till blue in the face, but if they see you and that's cool, then they're more likely to adopt that. And it doesn't matter how much books you read, can't get that type of realness
or fucking accountability from an accountability buddy.
Yeah,
because that's what nobody has anymore. We don't have anybody by our side. We have friends, but we don't have great friends. We don't have lifelong friends, and even if we do, we're like, we don't. And just being able to, in general, as I've never shook your fucking hand, but you're my fucking brother. Being able to say that right there. 99.9% of men today couldn't say that to another man.
Yeah, that's
couldn't,
weird.
Couldn't say, bro, I noticed you said, and just a little bit of, just a little fucking, check yourself, dick.
Well, they want to be hard on each other more than they are, appreciative. And again, that causes more division, competition, testosterone. It causes, again, now miscommunication happens, and sometimes butting heads happen. And this shit is all avoidable, right? Like, they have to have a dumbass macho man where I've just got to say stupid shit just to not feel anything.
And even still, I think a lot of guys, the first interactions, the first kind of few, the guys that are really butting heads at first are the guys that end up becoming the best friends, because they're really
sometimes they're mirroring each other. So they
Tommy's a great example, bro. I mean, fucking amazing fucking guy, right?
But he's always been really nice to me.
Yeah, and it's the guys that he butt heads with that ends up becoming really good. Like, those, because you're building boats, right? When I was fucking in the wintertime building boats, right? Building these big ass mahogany boats for all the upper 1%ers that are in the houses that I'm building, these private golf courses, right? When you turn on a dual engine boat, like 2 V8 Viper engines, right? Big, 500, 600 horsepower freaking V8s. You turn the first one on, turn the second one on, and the whole boat just like fucking shakes, just in a weird, not good way. And as soon as those things fucking align with each other and just hit that equal medium vibration, and literally just like there's like just a boom, and the boat just mellows out, and it's just like 9,000, 10,000 pounds of just like organic love, right? Like it's like two motors that are trying to like align with each other, and this thing's going, they're at the same equal, they're at the same pace, they're at the same RPMs, all the gauges are reading the same. But until that vibration kicks in and they align with each other, that thing will rattle all day long. It'll rattle the whole damn boat apart. Literally. Like if you don't just, and you like, the more that the guys have learned, like after just kind of talking to them, to tune in with that right there, the quicker those things will align. Like if you just sit there in the boat and just feel it and allow it to do its thing, right? The chokes will kick in just like a minute, right? Or you're all frantic and like trying to get all your gear on and everything else. Like that thing the chokes won't kick for 20, 30 minutes until you chill out.
Because you're in resistance from it.
And guys will run their boats like that all day long and they'll just rattle these mahogany boats apart. In a year, dude, they'll need like what would be a 10-year refab on them. They're all cracked out and everything's just like, it's just not right, and you can just tell these guys are just super wound up and in the show off mode and don't even really appreciate the fact that these like boats were like living trees like 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Literally like old growth mahogany that dries on its way to us in the ocean. Right. And by the time we get it from wherever's coming in Central Africa, like that's a lot of energy. Like working in those wood shops with that old growth and all those, dude, woodworking. That's why I've always been into it, man. I can get high off of just cutting wood. Like,
yeah, that's
for real.
That's cool. I really like those videos of the people that build those shelters and build inside of the tree barks and like, that's cool. Like I would definitely do stuff like that.
Yep. Taking mahogany and doing full-on rebuilds of old campers and doing the interiors of like old Airstreams and stuff with newer updated mahoganies and oaks and like serious old growth. I mean, there's a lot of energy in that wood, bro. And like that was pretty much more after we started getting into the Wood-Mizer. We got a Wood-Mizer shit like 10 years ago, started doing furniture, all the urban maples and birch and whatever stuff that would grow down, blow down in the windstorms around town. Go out to people's properties and charge them to take a log off their property and then come back and sell them a piece of furniture out of the log like 2 years later.
That's double.
They love it. It was their tree. They love it. I mean,
that's what it sells.
On the CNC machine, have their name engraved.
They look at this came from that house right there.
For real. Yep. I mean, and it's something that people can remember. It's a nostalgic piece of furniture now that's like an heirloom.
Yeah, that's super cool, man. That's my
and they can sit in it and feel a different way about just sitting in a freaking chair.
Mm-hmm.
Even that chair it's made out of wood too. It's this attitude of gratitude, man. It's where the attitude of gratitude comes in, just the thankfulness, the awareness, the amazement of it all, the fact that we're even getting like experience this most badass situation.
This time that we're in right now with all the stuff that's going on, how fortunate we are to be able to witness all this stuff. And
shit, man. A lot of the quantum stuff is blowing my mind. I mean, they're at least for what they say, and I do have faith in humanity that these experiences that people are having are at least in some way real, that they are experiencing these scientific things. They are exploring these things with the mindset of the scientific method or whatever. Like Age of Aquarius is right. It's right here, man. That's the thing. Like, the alignments are there. I mean, my fucking cell phone number was my pager number, bro. I just realized that a couple days ago when I went in to get this other new phone hooked up. It's like, you've had this number for a long time. And I'm like, yeah, it used to be my pager number.
That's awesome. I remember having one of the first cell phones, the Motorola's, the big ones with the big cords on the top, and then they had a short cord, which I liked it when I was able to get the short cord. But I had 6 batteries. I had 3 batteries charging at home. I had 1 battery in the phone, and I had a battery in each spare in my pocket. So when I went home, sometimes I had to do this twice in the night. Like, I'd leave, I have to come back and change batteries. I'd put the 3 batteries back on the chargers and then just replace the 3 batteries. That was like the craziest thing, how batteries didn't last too long on these big ass phones that didn't even do much.
Yeah, that's mainly with these silver mines I got up here. We're doing rare earth stuff and getting more rare earths out of the old silver ore than they were getting out of silvers. And even on the micronic standpoints, like, those little tiny batteries get 5 different types of freaking rare earth minerals in them. To where that used to be like a brick of lead next to your head.
What do you know about people needing lithium in their mineral content?
I was just talking to somebody about this yesterday. Matter of fact, actually, it might have been this morning. It might have been today.
What did you like
for blood pressure? For blood pressure. So my my son went in for a root canal the day before yesterday, and as he's had a ton of fucking work done and shit and whatever, with me having him on Medicaid most of the time when I was raising him, and this fucking one doctor just fucked a bunch of shit up on his one side. Anyways, he went in for root canal. Had the little, thing on his arm. Was fine. Went through all the procedure stuff. Went, and by the time they got the X-rays done, sat down, the thing started spiking with his blood pressure. It's like mid-20s. He shouldn't be having, by any means, what would be considered like a low-grade heart attack.
Was he vaccinated?
No. But anxiety. He's had a ton of work done, and I'm the same way, dude. Like. So as soon as he sat down, like, everything was, then the blood pressure thing started spiking a little bit. So they basically had to send him home.
Because his heart rate went up because he was a little nervous of getting this shit done?
Well, the blood, not just the blood pressure is what does it, because you get the extra.
With the heart rate is so once your heart starts to get nervous, your blood pressure goes up because your heart keeps beating faster and faster. You're a little bit freaking out a little bit. So your heart's going faster and your blood pressure goes up because your heart's freaking out.
And my chronic lithium will help with that.
So you take lithium?
No, but they will prescribe lithium for like very micronic, like 0.000, like in the 1,000th of the grain or whatever weight, but for stress and anxiety and stuff like that.
So from a biochemist that I was listening to, people need to have at least 1 milligram of lithium per day. Now you can have up to 7 or at least 75 milligrams of lithium, and there's no harmful effects. So you can't take too much. All you need is a little bit. Obviously, you could take too much. You have 1,000 milligrams. I'm pretty sure you probably fucking maybe shit yourself or whatever would go on.
Yeah, that's what they give to the weirdos in prison and shit.
Yeah, I just imagine you could take too much, but the point of it is that all you need is a tiny bit. And because I've been drinking spring water right from the mountains, for 7 years, it actually has lithium in the spring water. So I'm not lithium deficient. And I was wondering why I don't really get sick anymore, right? Like once I stopped eating meat and I started drinking spring water, and like I've not done the fluoride, not done the aluminum in toothpaste. I've I've done all kinds of shit over the last 15, 20 years. And I right now, after I stopped eating meat and also drinking the spring water, I just really stopped getting sick. And there's in 6-7 years, there's a few for a couple of days where I was feeling a little bit tired and run down, but I don't get the cough, I don't get the sore throat, I don't get the green phlegm, I don't really get the shit that I used to get once or twice every year. And a part of it is this lithium. That lithium is really important to have in daily for the diet, and people that get it are much less sick.
Yeah.
They have a little bit easier time, what this biochemist was saying. And some of the proof that he has from scientific studies that they were doing was people with autism and people with, like Alzheimer's, they were
Yeah.
giving them some lithium, and then they started remembering shit again and stuff. So
For sure.
I don't really know too much about it. I just know they wanted to take that energy. But it's funny how, or it's not, maybe not funny, it's kind of sick how
Yeah,
they
water, man. I think
take these
you're
things like
right on
lithium
there.
that's meant for people, and then they make batteries out of it. It's like they're harnessing this lithium, making people lithium deficient, but yet making a battery that could, like, help them, but they keep it away so they could power things instead of helping them with the lithium and shit. It's like, it's really fucking bizarre, this place, but
Almost
I'm
like a
enjoying
machine is trying to figure out how to get a battery to run something that doesn't need a battery. It just needs what's in the battery for it to operate.
perpetual motion. So all of our energy should be done through magnets and perpetual motion. It should always just be moving. They used to have the balls on top of the buildings that had mercury in it, and it just spun and spun and spun, right? So if there was a lot of just spinning stuff that was free energy, then you're gonna have to pay for gas, you're gonna have to pay for energy, you're gonna have to pay to heat the shit. It's just kind of free everywhere. We can do it.
Yeah. Kind of hard to control people when they're all free and stuff, though.
Yeah.
Freedom ain't putting no money in my pocket, if you know what I mean.
That's the crazy part of it. They don't want people to be free, so I could be greedy. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, and that's where you get, like, like people that think that, the devil is real or that hell is real, is because you have people that would do that to somebody else, right? And so the only justifiable way that it must be something not human, and that must be some kind of dark entity. But I'm like in full, like, thought process that, it wasn't created by creation. It's just the absence of the light, absence of the love. It's as soon as you're away from it, you can manifest into anything. You'll get the experience from these spiritual entities, whatever you've manifested, or what trauma has manifested into you and stuff, right?
Yes, exactly.
Sometimes it's just unavoidable that you've just hit some kind of crazy trauma in your life that that's all is that trauma.
I think it's 90% of what we are really before we kind of enlighten ourselves or whatever, is that those coping mechanisms we learn literally as babies.
They say 5 to 7 is the most integral years of a person's habits that they're going to have for life.
Even all the way down to the first 5 to 7 weeks, 5 to 7 days, 5 to 7 hours. Like literally, I used to draw pictures of a lady when I was a kid. I was adopted. I was adopted when I was 1 month old. And I used to always draw these pictures, like as far as back as I can remember. I was always drawing pictures of ladies, like side silhouette faces of women's faces and stuff.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I met my mom when I was 30 years old. I met her on my 30th birthday, my birth mom. It was when I was going through my divorce. I was in a really bad way, dude. And the fucking ex-wife had been calling the fucking daycare and like charging me with like kidnapping and shit when she wouldn't show up to pick up the kids, and I'd have to go pick them up, like, because she wasn't there. And just stupid shit. Started getting calls from a social worker down in Boise, and just, it's like, fucking whatever. Like, I'm not taking these calls. And she'd leave messages. Finally, I answered one day, and she's like, yeah, just wanted to see what was going on. Figured she was calling about just with the kids and all the court and shit. And finally, she's like, well, anyways, what if I told you there was somebody looking for you? And it was like, good little, pause, full on pause. It's like, yeah, I've always kind of wondered about that. Would that like be my mom or something? And had 2 or 3 conversations with this gal, and turned out, yeah, she was looking to get a hold of me if she could. And it was the social worker's, responsibility to try to make that happen. Called her on Mother's Day and talked to her for a couple hours on the phone and shit, and met her the next year. And I mean, sure as shit, dude, sure as shit. That was her that I was drawing.
Wow.
Right. And used to have
Yeah,
dreams.
of course,
That
of
remember
course,
literally
of
like
course. Well,
having
there's that
dreams.
bond. Yeah,
Yeah,
there's that
just-
bond that's unbreakable. Even though you were just 1 month old, there's obviously you have imprints, and
Right.
that imprint has never left.
Yep. And just the energy that flows between particles in general. When we look just down to a very atomic level, we can track that energy supposedly with our supposed technology that we, whatever it is, but like it's there. We don't have to have the scientific bullshit to just recognize what is. And I think we've just, humanity in general has gotten so obsessed with the
Experts.
just the
Rise of the
overload of
experts,
information, even.
trusting the experts instead of trusting yourself. So it's the rise of the experts, that someone else can expertly
And
tell you what
Sometimes
you're
curiosity will kill the
feeling
cat, though.
experiencing, right? So
Yeah.
there'll be an expert instead of you making your own decision and experience and have your own thing. You'll actually have an
Feeling.
expert to tell you how you should feel, and
Right.
that's fucked up, right? I don't know, call me crazy, but it seems pretty fucking crazy to me that
Yeah.
you wouldn't just want to naturally learn who you are and not have someone force-fed tell you what you need to or should be, or whatever, however you want to call it.
Yeah. I mean, the guy that's screaming at you the loudest is probably not the guy you want to be listening to.
Oh,
You know? But then
People
again,
will-
the guy that's whispering in your ear all day long too. It's hard to say, but like, I don't know. I think, there's the whole ignorance is bliss aspect of that some people are just fine not knowing and really don't want to know, even if they could, and consciously
Well,
choose not to,
block it out, block it, and see it over and over and choose to not ingest any of it.
which, in that case, I'd say religion is good, that in a way it does help people come together and unite and have an energy
goal.
about them. But when it becomes about us, like harnessing our energy to use it against others, well, that's not the right fucking energy.
The exact opposite of what religion is supposed to be. You're supposed to be
Absolutely.
all open and loving, and and like there's these Sikhs that they have their temple where one family that goes to the temple are responsible for cooking, buying food and cooking for everybody when their turn comes up. So if there's
Nice.
60 families, every 2 months, it's your family's turn to buy the food, to cook it, to serve
Awesome.
everybody that comes there that day. And you can go there anytime you want, eat for free,
Nice.
right? Like you just go there and eat. And that to me is so beautiful. And that to
Dude.
me is so, when people say, oh, religions are so bad, and you got to just, you have to eliminate. Well, but what about the people that do things like this for their communities and stuff? That's beautiful. Like, again, is technology bad, or do people do bad things with technology? Is religion bad, or do people just do bad things hiding behind religion?
Right? Start using your crutches as excuses.
Some people
know.
got it shoved so far up their ass that
Yeah.
they're hard time breathing.
Too, the thing that with all this new shit going on, whatever, we got to figure on a Canadian soil, on American soil, for 300-400 years before they signed those declarations, Christians were killing other Christians for worshiping a different Jesus, while fleeing Europe because they were being persecuted by a different type of Jesus. Nobody thinks about the fact that, like, just that one religion, as good as it is, not saying that it's bad. I love the red letters. I think the words that were supposedly spoken by that man are great fucking things to, the rest of it, kind of whatever. But when you start, when one religion can have these 7 different sects that all leave this one area because this one other sect doesn't like any of those 7 others, and then they move somewhere else, and they just keep battling each other, and are literally kind of still battling each other now, like, and now getting into the whole, I mean, my Jesus is better than your Jesus thing.
Telling me that the way I interpreted it was wrong because
Oh, you're wrong. Oh, definitely. My Jesus knows more than your Jesus, bro, and my Jesus is better than your Jesus. Fuck you with that bullshit.
but the
Or
whole
This
purpose of
is
the
getting
teaching-
out of hand.
The whole purpose of the teaching is that everyone has the right to have a direct connection to source. You don't need a middleman. You don't need a fucking church. Every person, this is the basis of the teaching. That everyone has that
That's where
right.
we are at.
So-
We can
so as
meet you
soon as you
wherever
start-
we are.
And wherever you're at, wherever you have the right, it doesn't matter if it's A to Z, where you're born in the world, you all have that right to, connect to this creation. However you choose was the basis to the teaching.
Whatever your
And-
path was, it doesn't matter. That path is your path, and it's that path for a fucking beautiful, amazing reason. And for me to say that your path has been wrong,
You're wrong for thinking like that about creation. You're wrong for thinking that way about the Bible. You can't, that's not how the Bible is. You're not allowed to think that way. It's like, what? Isn't your whole fucking basis to your teaching that I could think any way I want to creation? That I have that's the basis of Christianity, that, you've been granted that direct connection to source?
you really only had two rules, right? Love the source and love each other.
Yeah.
That's
Simple.
it, straight up. And I mean, used to be a time in this nation where the good Christians would say, you just do you, just don't hurt anybody physically. Okay. And then we got this whole new like thing going on, not, a bit recently of like, you're all up in your feelings, right? Everybody's all up in their feelings. But then we got the good old Christians that used to say like, you just do you, don't hurt each other physically. Now they're saying like, when I go out in public, my feelings hurt so bad that you shouldn't exist so that my feelings can feel better about the way I feel about my feelings.
That's pretty fucked up, that someone that, professes to, stand behind some type of teaching would say you don't have a right to exist, and should be like the exact anti-teaching of what their teaching is. And this is reality for people that are super programmed.
Pretty
into
weird.
it.
It's pretty fucking weird, man. It's pretty weird.
Well, this
No.
has been awesome. Thanks for hanging out and chatting and stuff. And
Hell yeah. It beats hanging out watching a bunch of dipshits debate each other about something stupid
I like heaven. Yeah.
with no conclusion to any debate that's ever been online in the past 5 years. Like, has anybody won any of these debates, or is there like any resolve that's happening with this whole debate me bro culture, or I don't know what the whole
like
attraction is, but
It's a dick measuring stick.
it's fucking weapon of mass distraction.
Dick measuring stick that I can tell you facts better than you can tell me facts about things that we see differently.
And about how I interpret facts, because your path to find your own facts has been different than the way I found my facts, but my facts are better.
We see it differently, but I've got to make sure that you believe the same way I believe. It's like it's
Focusing on the negative. It's focusing on the difference when the difference is only one. All that shit that's being debated is like the 9,999 different things in between 10,000 people that each have their own path and their own choice. The only difference between all of us is just that one choice to be different from each other.
to separate yourself from yourself is the most important thing that I've learned. Is only you can separate yourself from yourself. You're the one who chooses to leave. You're the one that chooses the devil or darkness or evil. You're the one that chooses to separate yourself from yourself.
Gotta let go of the chains, you know. they're not really tied around your shit. You just gotta let go of them.
You're just holding on to them.
You know what I mean?
I love that. That's a great analogy.
That's yeah, that's kind of Taoish, Tao Buddhism type of thing.
Yeah, I love Buddhism. All the religions I relate mostly to Buddhism, you know,
Yeah.
because the other ones, like, I'm reading the fucking Quran for the first time. I'm in Mount Royal College. I'm taking business administration. I just got 100% on my math departmental, so my grade 12. So my final mark was 100%. So I wanted to go in business. They put me into accounting because I was so good with numbers and shit. But I'm more of a people person than just sit there with fucking boring ass numbers and stuff. But I had met this Muslim guy, and he's like, you know, he was going and he was in one of my classes, and he's like going and praying in like the hallways, and I'm like, why can I come with you? And I'm like, this is pretty fucking cool. You're like, you know, saying these prayers and these things, and he's like, you know, like, I wanted to give you this Quran and I'd like you to read it. And so I'm like, this is cool. I'm connecting, and I just like the whole experience is good. And then I'm at my house and I start reading this book, and I'm like, you know, if you don't do this, you're gonna burn in hellfire. If you don't follow this, you're gonna burn in hellfire. If you don't, and I'm reading this. I'm like, what the fuck am I reading? It's like scaring me, and it's like this is like a holy book, and I'm like being scared that if I don't align with this shit, I'm gonna burn in hellfire and burn for eternity. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? I'm like, this is one of the stupidest shit I ever read, right? Like, why would you think that creation wants you to be afraid?
And that whole thing, that whole original sin, that whole be afraid has really infected all religions now.
Yeah, that's like talking about fucking, you know, sacrificing your kids, and God's telling you to sacrifice, and it was just a test, and this horseshit. This is fucking evil. It's not fucking God.
It's sociopathic.
It's the serpent Gadriel. It's that why they call it God. And that's one thing I like about Paul. He has these teachings about proper way of saying things. And so I don't use the word God anymore for creation, or at least I'm looking to, you know, correct that in my lingo and the way I like say things. And I'll just say creator, creation, or source energy, right? And it's more of a word that's in alignment, and it doesn't have some of these spell words or negative connotations and things, you know, saying that I like sign what was it, sign documents or something you said.
I would sign that contract. Yeah, I
right. But again, that's
I signed 3 of them just to make sure you got to do that shit in triplicate.
So you're just putting them out into creation again, right there.
You know, but in jest,
just as a joke, right? But again, aligning with that in a joking sense puts that aura, that energy of the contract, it makes it real. So when people say, is this stuff real? Of course it is. People manifest it into existence. And even if it's that's why I say to people sometimes, be careful what you joke about, or be careful what you wish for, because sometimes you say that shit and then, you know, source is gonna either test you or they think it's real.
And even just throwing that into a, you know, to a good full vibing line of energy changes that whole entire thing from that point, you know. And that's why like reverse psychology works when we're like getting people first like into psychedelics for psychedelic treatments and stuff. It's like to break that habit first, we have them go through like a ladder against a wall type of thing, and just do like mental, you know what I'm saying, where you're telling yourself that I will do this and I won't do this, and it helps break that first like few chains or whatever, the first few links. But then you grab that link back again and throw it together with the new pattern of just forward thinking, knowing, not just thinking, but not just visualizing it, right? But really like visualizing the whole entire experience all the way through it, not just the thing that you want to grab, not just that one. No, I'm not just thinking about the pose in the air, right? I'm thinking about the lineup, the jump, the takeoff, right? The preset, the pose move, right? But then you don't stop there. You stop there and like why even start? You got to think about how you're going to approach, and you're going to spot the landing. Always spot the landing. Always spot the landing before you do anything else. Spot the landing. And then figure out how to fucking get there from there. Right? It's going to be different every time. You're going to be a little, but as long as you have that routine, and for me, just having that forward looking, you know, and that 2 or 3 seconds of clarity with the constant reaction and just the buttons and just being, you know, in that swamp instead of that beautiful, amazing water. Like, it's just so different. Like truth, when you're hunting truth and you're hunting knowledge and you're hunting like a golden nugget in a pool full of shit, and you keep coming up with corn and peanuts, start looking for a different truth, you know, because you ain't fucking finding nothing but shit, right? So like, one way or another, you know, look for that truth that is like true and pure, and that comes to you, right? When you're seeking it so fucking hard, you're not going to find it, because it's not. You're going to find whatever you think you're looking for, you know, and just allowing that true forward-looking example and manifestation, allow it to be that. I mean, that's the pureness. That's where the source is presenting itself, I think. Anyways.
Yeah, totally. Do you want to hear a skiing story?
Oh yeah, I love those.
You'd probably appreciate this one. So it was spring skiing, and I don't know, maybe I was 15, 14, spring skiing. And the main hill at Sunshine, if you go down really fast on the main hill before the lodge, and the faster you go, there's a big slope that comes up, and then it goes flat. So the faster you hit that slope, the higher you get. And so I'm in spring skiing, so I'm in shorts and a t-shirt, and probably the stupidest thing on a fucking skill you could
cut off jeans or like Bermuda or like
no, it was cloth. It was cloth, these yellow cloth, like cotton, like almost like a t-shirt, but it was like even smaller than a t-shirt shorts. and a t-shirt. So I'm going faster and faster, and I'm loving this because there's people, and you know, people would jump in front of you or behind you, you'd see, and people would be watching and clapping and cheering and all this. So you're going faster and faster and faster. And so I don't know what time we started, at like 8:45 or 9 or somewhere around then. It's about 11:30. So I'm doing this for like 2.5 hours, and I'm just, you know, hitting bigger and bigger jumps. And I decide I'm tucking right off of the chairlift, and I'm in a tuck position, and I'm hitting this hill as fast as I could possibly go. And as I went over about halfway down, after I went over one of these like kind of like bumps where you don't see a person right in front of you very fast. I mean, like, you see it like fast, you don't have much time to react. Well, there was 3 grandma like looking ladies that were snow plowing as I'm coming fucking Mach 1, and they're right in my path.
Been there. Oh,
Curse splat. If I hit any of them with any piece of any part of me or my pole or something, someone's getting at minimum hurt and could possibly curse splat into like another realm.
Yep. Dango Kersplatipus. Kersplatomatabus.
So I do my best to twist and like to turn, and my skis cross. I went flying right over them.
Oh,
and I went flying right over them. And I don't even remember, I don't even know, I couldn't even tell you to this day how far I flew.
and maybe another quarter of the way down the mountain is where I like flew, and like, you know, and I didn't hit them. I didn't hit any of them, but I like fucking flew.
Yeah, you can't do that on a snowboard. I've ran into a few people like that coming over the top of crests and just in different weird spots, blind spots like that. Yeah, it's never good.
I woke up to a whole bunch of people around me. I was knocked the fuck out. I have no idea how long I flew in that air and but I woke up and people were grabbing my skis and I got blood coming down my elbows. I got blood all on my knees. I'm like fucking like I'm bloody, right?
Road
Like
rash,
I like
bro.
that shit is like, oh
ice, bro.
man, it's like it's like gravel in your almost as bad as gravel in your back alley or some shit.
Yeah, dude.
And like I'm like I got like blood and so I'm like, look at my skis. I need my skis, and my knee is twisted at this point, and like I know my knee's hurting. And I have blood on my knees and my elbows. And they're telling me the ski patrol's coming and just to wait. And I'm like,
fuck that.
I'm like, fuck that. I'm like, I need my skis. I'm like, where's my polos? Where's my skis? And they're like, no, just wait. Someone's coming in. So I get onto my skis and I start going down, but kind of slow. And the ski patrol comes up and he's like, yo man, he's like, get on. And I'm like, no thanks, dude. I'll meet you at the end. And I'm like, you know, I'll you can bandage me up and shit. Like, I'm not gonna do this on the thing. I'm not getting on that thing. I was too proud, like a fucking retard, to like get on this thing that this guy's gonna help me, because I thought, no way, I'm
sled down the hill. Fuck that, dude. No way.
So that hill that you got to get speed to go up now, I didn't have enough speed to get up the fucking hill. So there's me with my skis and a twisted knee having to climb up this hill with the twisted knee because I was too stupid to get on, too proud to like, what a like learning experience 101 to get on that thing. And then he like, once I got back up there and my knee, and it took me probably like 20 minutes or half an hour to get up this stupid hill and whatever. And he bandaged me up, and then I'm inside of the lodge, and my sister came in. I was with my sister. It was me and her that was skiing, and she had come in, and she'd go out and she'd come in, see how I was doing. And it was a couple hours, 2-3 hours, because I'm like got bandages on my knees and my elbows. And I've got these yellow cloth shorts with the white t-shirt on. And finally it was, I don't know, 1 p.m. or 2 p.m. and it was like spring skiing. So I'm like, well, you're going to go on the green run. I'm coming with you. And so went on the green run with my sister, and we went on this thing where I was feeling a little bit better. My knee was still kind of hurting. I took this jump, and I did, this is what reminded me when you set the pose, you actually stop and freeze. I did the spread eagle. We got a photo of this with bandages on my elbows and my knees of me doing. I wasn't like super high, you know, I was still pretty young, but I had this sprained knee, and we had this like picture of me doing this like freeze pose with bandages on my shit. And I know you mentioned the skiing and stuff, so I thought you'd appreciate that one.
I've had a few. Yeah, when I broke my collarbones, this one popped off here and here. This one broke into 3 and was basically looked like an anarchy sign.
Wow.
Like a big capital A, and was like getting ready to pop out. Came around a turn in a race and freaking caught my toe edge 40, straight 45 degrees. Bam. No slide, straight ice. Boom. Like snow angel in the ice. Both my shoulders, like right here.
Wow.
Hit like this, and this just one just went, like was sitting right there. Everybody, same thing. Everybody's standing there. I can get myself up, and goggles are all fucked up, and shit's bloody, and you'll go wait for ski patrol, but
you did the same shit.
Let's go, dude. And like followed my buddy down, had tunnel vision, couldn't see more than about that much. Everything else was just foggy, and knew I was gonna be in bad shape,
Yeah.
whatever, got down to the freaking lodge, and oh yeah, dude, he went through the course. So I followed him through the course and like slow speed. And the end of the course, I'd known this is the first warm up run. Had just a little tabletop, like you're saying, at the bottom. And I see him fly off and do a little, I'm like, oh yeah, sweet. Okay, here we go. And it was like straight, backwards onto the back, landed on my back.
Oh no, you crashed.
And then everything else was like from there, it was just, same thing. Like, oh, you gotta get in the sled, buddy. I'm like, see you at the lodge, bro.
Wow.
Mogul filled, all kinds of hazards and whatever. Was not gonna ride that sled. No way. I'd already
You
been
know
in the
exactly how I was feeling. I was like,
no
"There's
way.
fucking
Yeah.
way I'm getting on that thing." I just,
No way.
it's the stupidest judgment that I remember of my things, because I could have just sat on the fucking thing and saved myself a lot of pain and torment. And
I don't know.
but
I think it would have been
I
worse.
wouldn't be able to live that down.
I think it just would have made me focus on it more or something, because whatever. Either way, I got down to the first aid room, walk in the door, and it was the same thing, blood and whatever, just from the little tiny cut. But the poor lady's just like, oh my God, what do you need? No. Morphine. She's like, what? And I'm like, morphine. I need some. She's like, you shouldn't have told me that. You can't say that. I'm like, get in the chair, whatever, the freaking dumbasses come in and check me out. And I mean, it's sure as shit broken. I mean, you can tell.
You're not making this up.
He's like, anything else hurt? And I'm like, he's like, take a deep breath. And I'm like, oh. These 3 ribs, bro, broke where my elbow hit and freaking overlapped each other. I couldn't breathe more than about, half a breath without it getting to that knock you to your floor like pain,
Yeah.
And she walks over and she goes, hits me through my pants, bro. Let the doctors know I gave you 20 milligrams. 20 minutes later, the freaking starting to snow out of the fluorescent lights. And I start laughing at the lights, and she goes, oh, that must be working, huh? I'm like, yeah, thank you. Fuck, thank you so much. And yeah, sat there for 6 hours while my buddies raced and came in between and kept like getting my gear on like I was gonna go out and ride some more. They're like, no, dude. Like literally, like ski patrol's holding me back from like going out and taking another run. Because there's no friends on POW days, bro. There's no friends on good days. It's when you're in that zone on the hill, bro. That's where my God is. Like that's where my source is in the snow. It's up there in those hills, man. Like
that's freedom.
Straight up. I mean, in that flow state, like where I can literally like pop out of my body and watch myself snowboard for a little while and then like get back into it if I want to.
You appreciate this story. So I'm on the chairlift at Fortress, and right underneath the chairlift, there's this Black Diamond run. And remember, this reminded me, we had about Black Diamond story here. And so I'm on the chairlift and I watch this girl, and she starts going down straight on the moguls. It's all moguls and Black Diamond. So started hitting and then went over a couple, and the last one just came, and I watched it like launch like a cannonball.
Full yard sale.
Like 20 probably yards, like flying, like probably over 5, 6, 8 moguls, and just crash and just
ragdoll.
Like, oh wow, it's like that stuff can be not forgiving, if you do some stupid shit. But I was like skiing at a really early age, so I kind of knew how to ski and stuff. So I did lots of skiing.
Nice. And we started like freshman year, the whole group of us, and that's basically right when the first real snowboards came out. We had like the old Snurfers and shit that we'd ride at the golf course hill and whatever, going sledding. But I guess actually it was like 6th or 7th. Yeah, we started riding like 6th grade. Damn, yeah, that's right. Because by sophomore year, I was sponsored riding for K2 and then riding for fucking Rossi in K2, and then we had our little ski team, we'd go to like Banff and Kimberly, and then like up around like Fernie, and then over to Red, and then to like Baker, Blackcomb, back into the States, and then to like Snoqualmie and White, and then Brundage, and then back up to Schweitzer, and we'd finish the last of the thing at Schweitzer for the round.
That's cool.
It was a good trip. Sneaking acid into fucking Canada and shit. Those crazy guys that I was hanging out with.
I couldn't imagine skiing on acid. That must have been. You've
Oh,
probably done that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, that fucking, I wasn't. No, that race I wasn't.
No wonder you broke your collarbone.
It was the year before we were gapping the half pipe, and we fucking got all dosed up one day, and we'd do mushrooms in the orange juice on the way up the hill, and then drop a couple tabs like 2 or 3 runs in, and fucking each front of the side of the half pipe had a perfect, like, you know, almost vert quarter pipe before it went into the half, and you could come off the one and gap it on the one side. So we were doing like this, you know, like 60, 70 foot launch with maybe like only maybe 12 feet of rise, but over the top of the dome, or, you know, the half pipe, when you're domed out, it looked like you were, you know, apexed at like 60 feet.
Yeah. Because
On the photos, right?
Slope. Yeah.
I'd come in, switch, and do these big like upside down rodeos where I'd just grab my front toe side and just kind of come up upside down, and then do a 540 and come back down all super smooth, just one big barrel roll for these big post shots with the lake in the background and all the shit.
That's how come you broke so hard.
And fucking, like, dude, that last one, we were tripping fucking balls, dude. Like, we were like laughing the whole, and like, it's just, we shouldn't have been right. And zoned in. The first 4 or 5 little jumps, totally smooth, perfect, just like before. Came off and knew I was going to be a little bit short, and cased right on the freaking lip of the half pipe, which I've done on a skate too. Like, crack your board on the freaking coping and shit, or come off wrong and just smack the coping, like right in between my feet. Felt the board compress on that lip, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Bounced me back up just as high, right? This is all on video too, like 30, 40 feet, like you said, like flying downhill, and just packed it hard, bro. We didn't have any fucking helmets at that time either. That's right.
Yeah, I never wore a helmet.
For sure. And then like fucking stayed tripping for, I don't know, a few weeks, and finally was like, my ankle hurts. Had been walking around for like a month on a fucking completely fractured fucking tib and fib.
That's crazy. Adrenaline, and then just dealing with the pain.
Adrenaline mainly, and acid, but a lot of adrenaline, dude. Just, yeah, adrenaline junkie for sure at that point. But good stuff, man. Seen a lot of accidents. Had a lot of really close experiences and near deaths and shit, and just weird, like close avalanche experiences. Got buried in an avalanche for a fucking hour and a half.
Wow.
Watched like
crazy.
watched them dig me out from like I sat up in the tree and watched them dig me out.
Could you not try to dig yourself out at all? Like, were you stuck?
No, I was just sitting there watching them dig me out.
Okay, so you knew things were going on and you were just waiting to be rescued, kind of thing.
Yeah, I was just kind of just watching.
Yeah, that's cool.
And still, the first one was off that fucking bridge, man. And that Christmas tree. Holy shit, dude, get this. That's fucked up. We were doing these like double gainer, like two and a half double gainers off the rails with the guy down in a kayak and the guy like up on the other side and shit. And it's like fucking like late spring. It was even early summer. And came in, you know, toe side, perfect pencil, deeper than I'd gotten. It was down way deep. Knew I was down way deep. Looked up, knew I was way down way deep. Currents moving, and felt like I got electrocuted. But it was a freaking like a Christmas tree that was down in the water, moving down current that brushed into me.
Oh no.
Right? So I like screamed, right? And turned around to fight this thing and realized it was a tree. And that I didn't have any breath left.
Wow.
And just like pushed the tree away downstream and was like, I don't have any breath left. And looked up and was like, I'm not going to make it. Took as much as I could. Like, but halfway through the second one, I was just like, not going to inhale. That was the whole thing. It was just like, do not in. I just kept telling myself, do not inhale. And blacked out.
Wow.
And then watched my buddies, like, basically was sitting on the rail that I just jumped off of, like watching my buddies going, where the fuck's Fatty, bro? He hasn't come up yet. He hasn't come up yet, bro. He hasn't come up yet, bro. Like, somebody better fucking jump in. He hasn't fucking come up yet. And now everybody's jumping off the rail, and I'm sitting up there going, this is going to be fucking great.
Wow.
And came up 100 yards probably downstream and just was like, okay, well, I'm out right there. Like, just kind of like basically just didn't wash up on the shore, but like came up right there and walked and fucking just like remember walking down the road and like took the fucking little thread through the bush and like came around the corner. There's a little fucking shithole fucking cigarette station. We used to buy cigarettes from this old snaggletooth fucking cracked out lady. And she's in her fucking little chair over on the side and she's like,
do you remember how much the smokes were?
Oh, dude, they were fucking $1.25 a pack.
$1.25. They're like $20 a pack now or so. You're a smoker. How much do you pay American for your smokes?
These are four something. They're 41 a carton. They used to be probably 28 or something. About that. Washington isn't. They're like double of Idaho. And still like. I'll smoke a fucking cigarette during the bike race and probably 1 or 1.5 during the marathon.
That's wild, man.
And they don't really like me smoking an Ironman anymore. So,
oh, no shit.
bunch of fucking, like, well, I can't fucking smoke when I'm fucking swimming. What do you want me to do? Put a cigar in the top of my freaking snorkel or something? Like, come on, man.
You're still doing Ironman. That's so awesome.
Yeah, it's the last one, dude. This one took some.
Oh, it
just took some more. I mean, dude, I worked too hard and my body's halfway destroyed already. Adrenaline rush and to prove it and whatever, but
doing it is impressive.
I'll do the short ones. I'll do the city one still probably every 2 or 3 years. But yeah, 11 pounds, bro. This one wrecked me. Like, it was hot. It was really hot and muggy. So the sweat wasn't evaporating. And I just lost too much weight, man. 11 pounds in one day.
Yeah, that's wild, man.
Definitely wrecked me for a good week. Just getting nutriated and getting everything back and electrolytes back in the right spot. And the water, man. Drinking that shitty water on the course. Hose water out of whoever's house was the closest.
Yeah. I just needed some kind of liquid. How long ago was this?
4 weeks now. Five weekends ago.
Just recent. So how are you feeling now?
Good. Decent. Yeah. Eating good. Fucking, and the water. Just the natural water is huge. Natural minerals and just the earth juice, man. I call it earth juice.
Yeah, that's cool.
You know.
Well, anyways, man, it's 3 a.m. here. I'm not sure. You're probably similar time.
Hit me on that email that I dropped back there. That's the new business email. Okay. I got a few songs too that I can. Actually, I got a ton of ideas. We'll get together on the website and all that stuff and whatever. Figure some stuff out.
I can't see any email
on the in the StreamYard chat. I think it is.
Yeah, I'm trying. I can't find for some reason the private chats. No.
Did you get in? Let's see here. Here we go. The tribe on the website page. Nice.
Oh yeah, I'm not in there yet.
Yeah, get in there too.
I will. Seen video of old drunk guy, funny as shit. He says well, you can't drink all day if you don't start in the AM. I was living in this house that was on the lake and it had an indoor swimming pool. And sometimes we borrowed the neighbors on parties. We'd borrow the neighbor's paddle boat and put it into my swimming pool, and we'd give people rides. And it was a big pool in the paddle boat in my pool from one side to the other. But a lot of times when I'd be drinking on the weekends, and I once I inherited my buddy's 3 kids, I promised him if anything happened to him, I'd help look after his family if anything happened to him. So once I inherited, I used to drink and drive before, and once I inherited the 3 kids, that was it. I wouldn't drink and drive anymore. So sometimes I'd be up all night and weed kind of zooms me, and so alcohol and weed, and I guess lots of FOMO. I didn't want to miss out on having fun, and I don't know, this weird shit. And I just keep on having to drink. And so I would take the paddle boat to the other side of the lake where it was the mini mall, and I would, at 11 a.m. or 10:30 a.m., depending, I would go and I would get liquor, and then I'd put it back in my paddle boat, and I just paddle back to my house, right? So technically I'm driving a paddle boat, right? And so as I'm on the lake, I'm like,
it's not a motor vehicle.
So I never got in trouble for drinking a paddle boat and driving. So that was fun.
Yeah, man. I haven't done an all day drink for quite a while.
But I used to like drink sometimes, like I'd be sometimes 30, 40 drinks in, right? Like I'd be 24, 36 hours of just like, and my mom would sometimes come to my house, and a whole bunch of people at my house, and I've been up all night, and you look awful, she says.
Thanks for letting me know. I was going for extremely horrible, but awful works for me.
My eyes all red and shit.
Oh yeah, dude.
It'd be so funny.
Oh yeah.
But I had to stop all that. But it reminds me of when we were tubing, and so I don't know, I was probably like 8 or 9 years old, and we saw people have on these new tubes just came out, right? And they had these like tubes and they're tubing, and I would ski, and I had a kneeboard, right? So I had a yellow banana looking kneeboard, which I, was really good at. And so we had this giant earth mover tube. So it was a giant tube that we had blown up, and we could like hang out on it on the beach.
Big dog. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. And so we saw these people, over and over with these tubes and stuff. So my dad decides to tie the ski rope onto this earth mover tube and ties it right on the front, and just ties a knot, so it's just like on one area. And so part of those ski tubes is they have them on the sides and shit. So I'm there on the tube, and my dad's like, hit it, and I'm like, yeah, I hit it. So my dad hits it, and all I remember is this giant tube goes like it was a circle. Now it's like a fucking banana, because like it's like just stretched straight, and I go straight down in the water. The banana goes down in the water, and like I'm holding on to this fucking thing. I'm like, I'm not letting go. And I got like seaweed in my hair, and I'm underneath the water, and I'm like holding on for as long as I can. And I came out, and I shot out like a fucking cannon.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Down, and I like, wow, and like fly and bailed. And my dad comes around, and he's like, wow, he's like, do you want to do that again? I'm like, no, I don't want to do that again. Didn't you just see me fucking fly, spill, right? Like I'm like having a hard time just floating back to the boat, because I must have flew 20 or 30 feet in the air. I have no
inhaled a
idea,
half a gallon.
I hit the water hard, and I wasn't feeling the best. And he says, you want to try that again? I'm like, no, I don't want to try that again. It's not a tube for tubing.
No, you gotta have a skin underneath them.
Yeah, it's got to kind of hold the shape of it and stuff. And they got
Yeah.
like a rope on each side. They got them all done up. But yeah, no, that was our earth mover.
Yeah, old school tubing. Yeah.
Tubing.
Was
And I
that
was
late
the guinea
70s
pig.
probably? I'm imagining late 70s and
Yeah. So probably 79 or 80.
perfect. So let me guess. The boat was yellow, the shorts were yellow, the headband was white and red, and the socks were real long and all the way up.
My life jacket was yellow and the boat was red. We had a
Nice.
Invader. It was kind of like a cool boat. So I kind of grew up on the water and boating and
Oh, yeah.
stuff. So I got fortunate to be in the water lots.
Yeah, we got the lake right here, man. We had sailboat, wakeboard boats, ski boats. Everybody had a boat, some sort.
Yeah, I didn't know the wakeboard boats too much, but when I grew up, when I was in grade 5 is when we started breakdancing, when all the breakdance before the hip hop came out. We used to bring
Oh, yeah.
cardboard to the school and we used to breakdance, and this was
You
for
know
me grade 5.
Yeah. That was right around there, 4th, 5th, 6th. Yeah, probably 5th, 6th grade. It's either
That was-
breakdancing or wall ball.
But we didn't play wall ball. I didn't know that
Yep.
one. I saw that later. I saw when I'm watching movies and stuff.
Yeah, check out The Cannabis Kid. It's a good little movie they did about these guys that I grew up with and stuff.
Oh, that's cool. Cannabis Kid.
Or Kid Cannabis, I think it is. Yeah. pretty crazy. By the time they, like the end of the movie, when they were going through and doing all their stuff across the borders and whatnot, I already had kids and was out of that game, but it's a pretty fun time. Got all the newest of the new trucks and wakeboard boats and toys and machines and stuff to go hurt yourself on.
Well, you're a good man. It's awesome hanging out. Thanks for chilling and
Oh yeah, Jesse,
Hanging
for
out.
sure. Thanks for having me up. I was
I'd
going to check
say
out and
gotta-
see what all the dumb debate bros were doing, and this turned out to be a really nice night.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Really nice.
Hey, love you, man. Love everybody that's watching. This is the High Vibe Love Tribe. We come and hang out. It doesn't always last this long. This is longer than the first time. The first time I didn't do it for a long time. I did 6 hours, then I did 5 hours, and the last time was 2 hours, and
Nice.
now we're at 7 hours and 13 minutes. So thanks for all of you, like you people that just kind of stuck out and kind of hung out. So appreciate all your comments. Appreciate you hanging out with us, and we'll see you next time, probably next Friday, if not Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. Dancing for an hour, guided meditation, which we didn't really do this time because when we're going to do it, it's got a people popped on, so that's okay. We did some Tibetan singing bowl, and we will see you next time we see you here on the High Vibe Love Tribe. So
Yeah.
sayonara.
Much
Thanks again
love.
on Tibetan.